What do you need to clot if you get shot? Vitamin K. MREs are only supposed to be used for 21 days.
We just had a guy on that was at Restrepo in Afghanistan, and they ate him for 16 months, man. He ate 1,200 MREs.
I was never what you would call an athlete. And because of that, I wanted to be an athlete. I had to look for advantages and any advantage. So early on, I got into nutrition. Some dudes showed up in the middle of the night one night and to talk to me. And so I went down to the DFAC and they were like Rangers and they talked to me and, that was that and they left. And then a little while later, they're like, yeah, we want him. It was great because obviously I was the only dietitian, which makes people curious. When they find out you're a dietitian, what are you doing here? Those in the lowest quartile, so those with the lowest DHA levels, were 64% more likely to be in the suicide group.
Oh, wow.
I've always kind of been of the mindset of saying we're doing suicide prevention is not the best way to go about it. It's more of how can we make these people as physiologically resilient as possible, and then it sorts itself. What I was trying to find was kind of a silent indicator that you could get these labs on these people, you have their fitness data, and you could say, okay, this person's at risk, so you could get them extra help. Where we've really seen a shift, I would say recently in the research is the cognitive stuff.
Oh yeah, man.
A paper recently, it was 24-hour sleep deprivation. You either got, creatine or placebo, and they did reaction time, word recall, this whole cognitive battery. And it was every test from reaction time to word recall to different matching, everything. The creatine group did better after sleep deprivation compared to the placebo. So I was smart, I was strategic. I did all this, and then I did a deployment to Afghanistan, right away. I'm getting a rotator back, and one of the first sergeants from 3rd Ranger Battalion's on it, and we hadn't met, and he's like, oh, hey sir, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, I'm the dietitian or whatever like that, and he had smiled when he asked me, and his face just starts to change. He's like, you're the motherfucker. Took away the tater tots. And I was like, this is going to be an awkward ride back. But, from the first strike ration, it had the caffeinated gum in it. And what I really liked about it was you get transmucosal delivery. So when you ingest your coffee or, your pre-workout, where do you gotta wait? 30, 40 minutes? Whereas I could bypass that by chewing my caffeine and getting it in the system. So that's what I went to. I can get them a specific dose and they can be ready to go in 5 and 10 minutes to either give a presentation, go kick down a door, go compete, go do it. Being at the tip of the spear and being engaged night after night, that was very eye-opening of wow, this is what these guys do. And it made me really think, okay, what possible advantage could I give them, right? That could maybe help them come home. Because one of the things I give in all my nutrition talks, I go, information doesn't matter. Implementation does.
If you're serious about buying a home, refinancing, or just want to know if you can put yourself in a better position financially, listen up. I want you to go check out New Wave Lending. That's NUWAVE Lending. They've got real experience helping veterans, military families, law enforcement, and hardworking Americans, and they've built a dedicated team specifically for our Vanguard Wall listeners. That means real people, real answers, and no getting passed around like a transaction. If you bought a home in the last 1 to 4 years, rates may have moved enough that it's worth running the numbers. And if you're planning to buy in the next 6 to 12 months, they can help you get fully prepared before the right house hits the market. They'll break it down straight, real costs, real options, and whether the move actually makes sense for you. They also built a dedicated landing page just for our Vanguard Wall listeners. So click the link in the description or the show notes and get connected directly with the team taking care of our audience. New Wave Lending. Trusted people, solid guidance, and a team built for our community. Welcome, Nick. We've been talking about doing this for a while, dude. I had to cancel. You've been busy. I was busy. So I'm glad we finally doing this.
Yes, especially the fact that you're just right up the road in Texas.
Yeah.
That makes it awesome. Easy drive.
Yeah, we started off our day with a crushing leg workout. We're gonna talk about your gum that you just came out with, and I'm chewing right now. That's got me dialed in, man, and I'm excited. Man. So welcome to the podcast. For those out here listening, we have Dr. Nick Barringer on the podcast. Well, I'm getting ready to go into his introduction, but Nick's dietitian, human performance. I call you a biohacker. I don't know if that's the right term, but, just really in that space, fine tuning health and performance along with, what we put in our body. So this will be a little bit different from what what we've been doing, but it's great. I mean, you still have a background in the military. You actually started a program in the Ranger Regiment. So this is a conversation I'm super excited to have. So without further ado, let me give you a proper introduction. What if the most advanced human performance lab in the world wasn't in the Silicon Valley? It was on the battlefield. Today's guest didn't optimize elite athletes in a climate-controlled facility. He did it downrange with the Rangers and Special Operations Forces and some of the most physically and mentally tested human beings on the planet. Dr. Nick Barringer is a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel, a Bronze Star and Legion of Merit recipient, Ranger tabbed, airborne-qualified combat veteran, and one of the country's foremost experts in tactical performance nutrition. He holds a PhD in Kinesiology from Texas A&M and a master's in exercise science, a degree in dietetics, yeah, and carries certifications most people in this space only dream about. Registered dietitian, certified strength and conditioning specialist, specialist in sports dietetics, and performance enhancement specialist. He's not just credentialed, he's battlefield tested. Nick spent years embedded with the 75th Ranger Regiment as part of the Ranger Athlete Warrior Program, one of the first human performance programs in all special operations. He went on to serve as program directorate for the Army Baylor Graduate Program in Nutrition and as an assistant professor at West Point, literally shaping the next generation of military dietitians and performance specialists. His published research covers omega-3s and traumatic brain injury protection, vitamin D's linked to depression and performance, creatine's effects on cognition and sleep deprivation, which I'm super excited to talk about, and nootropic supplements' impact on marksmanship and active duty soldiers. He co-authored the International Society of Sports Nutrition's position stand on tactical athlete nutrition, essentially the gold standard playbook for fueling high performers, and has presented at SOCOM's Performance Nutrition Summit. But here's what separates Nick from every other expert in this space. He didn't just study performance, he built something from it. After two decades of watching caffeine getting dosed wrong, delivered too slowly, and wreck operators at the worst possible moment, he created Salvo Gum, a precision performance gum engineered for controlled alertness, rapid delivery, and composure under pressure. Not a bigger hit, better command of the one you take. That's the thread running through everything Nick does. Not more, but better, smarter, and more dialed in. Whether you're a serious athlete, a biohacker optimizing your edge, or a leader who needs clarity on demand, this conversation will change how you think about fueling your performance. Dr. Nick Barringer. Let's dive in.
My man, that was awesome.
Yeah.
That was
and I'm telling you, man, I'm chewing this gum and I only had one piece. And man, I just feel like, I don't feel jittery. I don't have the shakes, but like my brain, it's firing. And I'm always trying like new things, especially to kind of stay alert on the podcast. So I'm digging this. And actually the flavor's pretty good too. So well done.
It's potent.
Can you start about telling us a little bit about, where you grew up, what your childhood was like, what you're into as a kid, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. So, I was born in East Tennessee. I'll let that out there. I usually don't talk about that, but, but I grew up in Georgia, basically, 5th, 6th grade up, all the way in a town, Rome, Georgia, Northwest Georgia, which dearly love that area. And just, into athletics, into going outside, into playing, very, very physically active. I was never what you would call an athlete. And because of that, I wanted to be an athlete. I had to look for advantages and any advantage. So early on, I got into nutrition. I got into strength conditioning when I was in high school. That was just and so that was what I saw as the hack that closed the gap with people who were better athletes than I was.
Yeah. Awesome, dude. Were you into sports in high school? Did you play sports? Was that?
Yeah. Yep. So I started, middle school level wrestling and football. So I did wrestling and football, which, Georgia, it's like Texas. Football is a religion.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and it's year round. You've got summer. It starts in the spring and it doesn't end in the fall. And then as soon as the fall would end, I would go right into wrestling season. And then it was, training back for football. But I was really lucky in that the high school I went to, they had hired a guy named Scott Hines, who was a strength coach from Clemson. So we had a collegiate level, somebody with collegiate level experience as our strength coach in high school. So learning power clean technique as a freshman, you know, all the things, you know, now Olympic level lifting and all it's common, but back then it wasn't. And so to get that at such a young age was a huge kind of advantage and really shaped me.
I know it's not something that most high school kids deal with, but were you a little more aware of like nutrition and recovery at that age? Because I'm sure it is a big football school.
I was, and what got me, but you know what sport got me into nutrition was wrestling.
Oh yeah, man.
We were
talking about jiu-jitsu this morning.
Yeah, a weight class sport. So I needed to maintain this certain weight. So I got like a little nutrition handout, and it was like, I just followed it. Eat this. Okay. I was very militant about my nutrition. And then of course I was going to GNC during football season to do the opposite, to try to get bigger. And having, you know, Scott Hines, he really became like a mentor and father figure for me. And he, you know, taught me everything he knew in terms of strength and conditioning, nutrition. He got me involved with the National Strength and Conditioning Association, again, when I was in high school, which was rare. Usually, you know, people in college and things like that would get into those organizations. But I was reading their journal articles, you know, when I'm a junior. So that's really what kind of just set me down this road.
Powerlifting, what kind of lifting were you guys doing?
We did a combination of whenever we would compete, it wasn't a typical like powerlifting meet. It would be bench, squat, power clean. So they wanted an athletic instead of the deadlift. It was switched out with power clean.
Did you see a correlation like at a younger age of, you know, having that? I mean, you obviously recognize it now, right? A top level strength and conditioning coach in high school. Were you seeing that pay off when you played sports?
Oh, yes. Yes. Because again, I was, you know, not the most athletic, and I'm not a big guy either, but he got me like, strength is an advantage, right? And then, you know, when puberty hits and you really start gaining some strength, and I started feeling that on the football field. I started feeling that, especially like wrestling, when I would grab a competitor and I'm like, oh, I can just overpower this guy. That really, you know, turned me on to like, this is awesome. Like this is a superpower. If you work really hard in the weight room, it's going to pay off in these, you know, other areas.
Yeah. And I asked that because I've got a kid playing football and there's a lot of dads out there. So, you know, just trying to set that spark. University of Georgia. Go Dogs, huh?
Go Dogs.
You started out wanting to be a strength coach, obviously, because I'm sure that strength coach impacted you, but what would you say was your change or shift in your trajectory?
So I was working in the weight room. It was a great experience. And I will say this, like to date myself, we had two, they were, what do they call it? GAs, grad assistants at the time working there, who would come through the weight room. And, you know, two guys, Mike Bobo and Kirby Smart, they had just graduated and were the grad assistants in there. And Eric Fears, he was the strength coach. And it was a great experience to kind of see human performance at that level. And then also it made me appreciate like, Division I athletes are mutants. They're just another, the things they do. A 300-pound man being able to jump 30 inches and run a sub 540 it's mind-blowing to see firsthand. So that was cool. But it's a grind, and it's long hours, and it's kind of a thankless job to get to the top. And then, you know, I kind of had that going on. I had a military background. My father served, my brother served. And then 9/11 happened, and ROTC seemed like the better fit. Like it just, you know, I kind of got disillusioned with football and working in that environment. So the military was where I was going to
go. You brought it up. What do you remember? Where were you on 9/11? I think I asked this for everybody.
Yeah, I do remember. And now I'm trying to think of the specific. It wasn't Snelling. It wasn't Oglethorpe for any Georgia people, but is one of the dining halls, like at Georgia, and I'm sitting there eating, and the news comes on, and the first, you know, plane had hit, and it was kind of smoke, and nobody really knew what was going on. You're like watching it, and I remember like as I'm eating, the second plane hit, and it was just nobody knew what was going on. And I was in ROTC at the time. I remember I had to go take a test, and then we had to go to the ROTC, you know, building for some reason, and this will be kind of some foreshadowing for later on. They wanted us to take our uniforms off because we were wearing, because on Thursday's lab day. And I remember they're like, hey, don't wear the uniforms, because they, you know, nobody knew what was going on at the time. And I didn't think anything about it, but I remember one of the instructors was a Panama veteran from 3rd Ranger Battalion, and he was pissed. He's like, no, we're going to keep these uniforms on, and we're going to, he was like, you could just tell like he was ready for a fight. And I was like, I want to be like that guy when I grow up. But yeah, so that was where I was. And it was, again, I think for everybody who was around during that time, I mean, it
cemented a lot of us cemented our future.
Right.
ROTC, how did you get involved in that? How did that come on your radar?
I had considered it. I had a good buddy who later became my roommate, EJ, who was doing ROTC, and I kind of kept up with it through him. And so I just, I would like to say there was this epiphany or anything, but it was like, let me go do it. And so what was really cool about the Bulldog Battalion, I think it's grown significantly since I left, but it was really small. So there was maybe like 30 total, like ROTC students that, for that size school. And because of that, it was a really close-knit group, and everybody was really cool, and everybody was really supportive, and it was like a family. And so that was just a really great fit. And then, the military kind of came naturally, especially like, I feel like sports, if you play sports, football, you understand, if somebody messes up, the whole team messes up. All the basics, it wasn't hard. It's like, all right, I just got to exercise and do what I'm told, and, works out.
Yeah. You had a professor, Amelia, I'm going to butcher her last name, Papa Andrew?
Papa Constantinu. Man, that's funny. Yeah. I don't know if she's still out there, but, and she probably doesn't even know this unless she's ever heard a podcast or somebody shared it with her. But I was at Georgia. I was like, I'm going to do exercise science, right? Because I want to be a strength coach. And that's another thing anybody who's done exercise science might find, and it hit this, was I was finding like what I was learning in the weight room under the strength coaches there was pretty cutting edge. I mean, it's University of Georgia. Like these guys are preparing guys for the NFL. Was totally different than what I was learning in my exercise science class. And I was looking at my exercise science professors, and like, they didn't look like they trained, and they hadn't trained anybody. And I was just like, I don't know what I'm learning here. And I had to take a nutrition course, like had to, right, as part of my major. And it was a night course. I wasn't really motivated to do it. And I go in, and I think she was new. I don't know if she was a professor yet or a teaching assistant, but she was just dynamic and passionate, and was just, doing all these kind of things in the classroom that we were at the time cutting edge. Like, for instance, she handed us all remotes, and everybody listening to this, remember, this is like, 2000 to 2001. We had remotes in our class. She would teach, and at the end she would quiz us, and we would answer it on the remotes, and it would throw up the percentage of who got it right, who got it wrong, and we'd go over it. And if a question had more than like 50% got it wrong, she'd be like, oh, you guys aren't getting it. Let's go back over it and stuff like that. And that was like every class. Only professor who ever did that. I don't know.
That's pretty cool. I've never even heard of that.
Yeah. So that was her like thing. She was really like about that instant feedback to make sure you got the material. And if you didn't, you should go back over it.
Why join the Army? What made you choose military service over civilian nutrition work?
I couldn't get into the Air Force. No, I'm just kidding. No.
Bastards.
I wasn't smart enough for the Air Force. No, I found out the Army had dietitians. And so when I changed my major to dietetics, I'm like, all right, I'm going to be a dietitian. Oh, I can do this in the Army. And so it was just a natural fit. I will say, again, part of ROTC at Georgia being so special, and I can't remember his name, our NCO, infantry guy. It was like Georgia ROTC was all infantry, like all infantry and special forces, like no dietitians, no medical, no. I told him what I wanted to do, and he's like, oh, nutritionist. Yeah, I don't know if we have those in the Army, but let me look. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure we do. And so he looked into it, and he got me a gig for the summer, like my rotation in Würzburg, Germany, following a dietitian. So to that guy, how he did that, I don't know. But
what a good dude, bro. That's pretty cool to be able to go.
That was my summer. Yeah, that was my junior summer. So her name's at the time it was Major Sarah Flash. She's since retired, but it was great. It was such a great experience.
What did you do over there? I'm really curious because I think a lot of us. I mean, initially when I met you and we started talking about the dietitian stuff. I mean, obviously we'll get into your military career and that's kind of was the spark, but. I have this idea of dietitians, man, they just work in the hospital food room and, they're just overseeing, making sure you get crappy food. That's kind of where my brain went. I know that's not accurate.
That was early on. That was kind of the model. Dietitians were at the hospital. That's where you found them. So over there in Würzburg, I really got to do some cool stuff and did a lot of blood pressure classes, right? For hypertension, for dyslipidemia, for cholesterol.
Yeah.
Did a lot of education for that for patients. Different specialized diets, like going around the ward and teaching there. So they let me teach and put together presentations, then also work in the dining facility. So dietitians, so everybody listening, so you understand, dietitians control the dining facility in the hospital. Outside of that is quartermaster.
Oh,
so
I didn't know that.
So all the dining facilities on post aren't run by dietitians. That falls under quartermaster. So those are usually warrant officers. A lot of times the dietitian sits on a menu board for the menus that go throughout the post. But the one that they physically have control is the one in the hospital. So that's where we kind of learn. And why is that? Is because, you're doing specialized diet for a patient who maybe has a broken jaw to a patient on dialysis, right? Or, a cancer ward, or, I was lucky. I did my rotations at Brooke Army Medical Center, the burn ward there. So it's more nutrition medical therapy.
You and I were talking quite a bit at dinner last night about nutrition and obviously how important it is and how important it's become, especially in the last, I don't know when the change was. I feel like in my mind, it's 5 to 10 years. I could be wrong, but that's kind of, or maybe I just got older and I really had to, start becoming aware of what I was eating. But at what point for you where you're finally you're seeing how what you eat really impacts your body, especially in the hospital when you're talking about recovery? Was there an aha moment for you where you're like, oh man, I really understand what this is all about?
I'd always, from just personal experience with my nutrition and dialing in, I was like, oh, this makes an impact. This affects it. At the hospital level, certainly working with patients, it was great. I actually enjoyed, and I would have never guessed it, my dialysis rotation, because when you're on dialysis, it's so key, even your electrolytes, your potassium, your things have to be dialed in. So there was that immediate feedback in the labs that you get. Where it got challenging and where it was easy to get disillusioned was working with a cholesterol patient who's like, you know what, I'm not going to worry about my diet because I'm just going to up the meds. And we would have that. Or I even worked with, at one point, a weight loss patient who was like, I'm just going to gain enough weight to get the threshold so I can get the lap band. So...
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. So there are those challenges. So always seeing that direct connection is hard. I will say in the more kind of extreme cases, you would see it, and that's where I got that feedback. But then working with athletes, and that's my passion. When they're like, oh, I feel better, I recover better, I'm not getting tired on the ruck. That's
and I feel like working with athletes or people that care about themselves and operating at least at a medium to high level, they have buy-in, right? And then so when you start, because that's something I talk about with my own kids, they're pretty good athletes. So I told them, but we live in a town full of good athletes. And so I'm always telling them that diet and nutrition and recovery, those are the game changers, right? Because if you got two people that can sprint super fast or do whatever, and then you dial in kind of nutrition and recovery, that's the difference. And man, I think we have really learned you are what you eat, dude. It's been super impactful. I don't always eat, super dialed in, but I definitely can feel the difference. What was your kind of early Army experience? So you graduate college, and where did you end up going?
I went through, my officer basic was in San Antonio, which is awesome. What a great city. But then, my first duty station, which I still think it was somebody's sick joke. I grew up in the South, never went north of the Mason-Dixon line, and they stationed me at Fort Drum, right out of the gate. So, I'm never drove in the snow, anything like that. And I'm in Watertown, New York.
Oh, wow.
In October, I get there, and it's snow's already on the ground. With 10th Mountain Division, and it was a learning experience. It was good.
Were you initially signed to a hospital?
No. So this is a little piece about to back up the confusion. Wanted to be a dietitian, had done the degree, had worked. I had to work with a recruiter because the dietitians are a medical specialist. So you have to go through a different assessment and selection kind of board, separate from typical ROTC, which will do med service. And I didn't get picked up, or so I thought, which we'll get to. So I got branch med service.
Oh, wow.
So I wasn't even going to, I was a evacuation platoon leader. I had a bunch of ambulances. So I wasn't even doing the nutrition job. So I had kind of, relegated myself like, well, man, dietitian thing isn't going to work out. I'll just have to figure something else out. And while I was at Fort Drum, they have something called like a little Silver Caduceus Society. It's for med service to meet. A buddy of mine drugged me to it. And the person speaking was a dietitian, was a colonel. And he's like, drags me up there. He's like, hey, ma'am, my buddy wanted to be a dietitian. She starts talking to me. And I was kind of like halfway into it, because I was like, I didn't get picked up, whatever. And she just asked me my GPA. She started asking all these questions and I gave her the answer. And then she looked kind of confused. And she's like, I want you to, wrote down her name and gave me contact information. She's like, I want you to reach out to me on Monday. And so I reached out to her and like she had her person look into it and they had messed up on my packet. I should have got selected. Which again, like how fortuitous. So they corrected it and got me in the next class. And so then I went from Fort Drum to BAMC. So I was only at Drum a year. So
what'd you tell the med service guys, man? Like, good luck with the ambulances.
What was so wild is, again, this was global war on terror. So you were kind of locked in. And I had a buddy who got accepted to med school, another med service buddy. And they wouldn't let him go. Like he was there. And so he saw them letting me go. So I remember I was on staff duty one time and he came in and he's like, who the beep do you know? How do you? And I was like, man, they messed up on my paperwork. That's the only reason they're letting me go. So I was, I was lucky.
But it was probably a good exposure to, the regular Army.
It was great.
To plug into that leadership stuff. And
it was great to be a platoon leader and to kind of get that experience under your belt. It just helped me go into the dietetic program a little more confident. And then I definitely had that chip on my shoulder of like, I still felt that, I didn't get picked up the first time type thing. So
I'm going to show you guys how good I am type thing. Yeah.
Yeah. A little of that. But I was also probably a little troublesome for my preceptor, my main one as well, just because I was, I'd always push back on how things applied to the, like having got a little taste of the real Army. Then you go to a hospital at the time. I think it's changed since then. And it was like totally not I hate to say it, like real Army. I would always point that out and probably not for my betterment, but yeah. Yeah.
If you've been watching us grow or you're new here, I genuinely wanted to thank you. If it wasn't for you, the audience, I wouldn't have a podcast. I just want to let everybody know that we recently launched our Patreon. We waited a year to make sure that we could find valuable content that we think would be value added to the audience. The people that get in early on Patreon are probably going to get access to some things that we may not be able to provide later. So join early while you can. But what you will always get is unfiltered and uncensored content that YouTube and the audio platforms just won't get. You'll get my raw interview notes, some of my interview preparations, discounts on our new Hoplite nutrition supplement brand that we've just launched, and discounts on our Vanguard Wall merch. We're also going to be doing some really cool exclusive giveaways on Patreon of some things that I've designed. You won't be able to buy or find that stuff anywhere. So if you want a real seat at the table and you don't want to just watch this podcast from the sidelines, which is fine too if that's what you want, but you really want to be a part of it, join the tribe. Patreon links in the description and I'll see you there. So did you have to go through any additional military training once you got picked up into the dietitian program?
No, it was just a clinical rotation at Brooke Army Medical Center. So 9 months I was at Brooke Army Medical Center, and that's where we did all our, our food service rotation, like I mentioned, rotation on the burn ward, rotation looking at, hypertension, dyslipidemia, renal disease. We would do rotations out in the community, like with the WIC clinic. So, dietitian's a very broad generalist, and so you kind of get all that. And then once you're done with that, you can sit for the exam.
What was your passion early on about, wanting to do this and where was that drive from?
It was performance. Like I always wanted to do performance and work with athletes. And when I came into the military, there really wasn't that path there, which ended up being good because it forced me to get out there and kind of, for lack of a better word, think outside the box or phrase. So that's what I did. So I got stationed at Fort Hood as a dietitian, and I was at the hospital, and I quickly realized I got to figure out a way to get out of the hospital. And luckily I had a great, hard charging dietitian who was in charge of me, and she was very supportive. So I got an office. I went down to 1st Cav Division, and I was and I forgot what clinic it was. And I was like, can I set up here and see, your folks here in the clinic where the PAs were and all. And they're like, sure, they gave it to, so because it was easier for them, it was more convenient. So every, so many days a week, I would go there and I would see all like the first cav people, like a lot of weight control and things like that. But it was easy for them to come see me versus like if you're at the hospital waiting for people to come to you, it was all the people that were just like told or mandated to come to you. So you had to go where the soldiers were.
So you were kind of being proactive about wanting to, spread the good news and, and to help. Yeah, that's awesome. It's kind of like a side rabbit trail that we won't dive too far in, but why do you think, we talked about this at dinner last night too. I've had some medical history, but anybody who has kind of big problems, they go to see a doctor. The doctor is never asking them, what are you eating? What's your diet? Like, why is it that we become that way? Because you and I both know that diet is such a big part. And God, they're linking food and all these different things. Like we could talk about that for hours in and of itself. But why are medical professionals, like even cardiologists, man, I'll never forget, I had a heart attack and I watched my cardiologist and an ICU doctor argue in the ICU about whether or not avocados were good for me. And that's when it kind of like the light kind of clicked on for me. It's like, man, I don't think that they didn't want it. I just don't think they didn't receive training, which is crazy. Because, a lot of heart disease, the number one killer to my knowledge in America is heart disease. And a lot of that, yes, there's a genetic component, but I would say a good portion of it has to do with what you eat and how you what you put in your body. What do you think that disconnect is?
Oh, well, it's the training, right? Like if you look at medical school, I think they get like one nutrition class.
That's crazy.
And so they're just not equipped. Now you do have physicians who are equipped. Like for instance, a Dr. Gabrielle Lyon who did her understudy under Dr. Don Layman on protein and all like that, and that's the same study in the same program that Dr. Lane Norton was in and stuff. So she comes from like a really rich nutrition background and then got her medical degree and all like that. So you have those folks out there. So I don't want to discount all physicians.
Well, and that's probably why she's become so popular, right? Because she's speaking to both sides of both dealing with the problem, but also, providing, health-based solutions. I just think a lot of us in America are just getting fed up of, you go see a doctor and they're just going to load you up on a pill, some sort of pill. When I think a lot of us, especially as we're getting older, like we're trying to take the least amount of pills as possible.
Yeah.
At least that's what your goal should be. And look, man, I'm not saying that there's no position for pharmaceuticals. There are some things that, that can help. Medicine has done a lot of good, but it just seemed like, at least in Western medicine, we over push pills instead of looking, to more natural treatments, diet being a huge portion. So yeah, I was just curious your thoughts on that. So what was after Fort Hood?
So Fort Hood was straight into Baghdad. So there was, at the time you could volunteer to go on these deployments. So I volunteered and I got linked up with the 28th Cache out of Fort Bragg. So, we were, Profis, you're basically attached to them. So I went to, Fort Bragg. I think we were there, I don't know, like a month or whatever, for the train up and all. And then, you deploy, and we were at Ibn Sina, Baghdad ER. And so I was there and, kind of get on the ground, and there was another dietitian there with me.
What year is this in Baghdad? Ish, 05 maybe?
Yeah, it's like 05, 06, like around there.
So it was busy.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. You remember like that. Yeah. So we get there, and it's just because of the way it works, right? In terms of service members get injured, you try to get them to launch stool as fast as possible. We weren't really holding patients that long. The people we held more were like local nationals. And so there wasn't a big need for the nutrition at the time that was the medical nutrition therapy, that you do in the hospital. And we already had one dietitian. But what they needed was a public affairs officer. And then they had all these Iraqi interpreters, and they're like, we need somebody to manage them. And so I'm kind of one of these people that I love a new adventure. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Like, let's go.
Well, you're just not a lazy person. So if you can't find something, you're going to,
Yeah. So I still did a little performance nutrition here and there, but I got to work with the media, and you'll appreciate this, kind of knowing that time frame was, IEDs were everywhere. So a lot of the media, like the move was, if you wanted to cover the war, going out was dangerous, right? I mean, it was, and so they would come to the combat support hospital because they could film kind of what's going on. They could cover it. You're there in Baghdad, but you're not going to probably get blown up at the hospital. And so we had a lot of media rotating through. And I mean, I was a new lieutenant, which still blows my mind, like, I had my cell phone, all like that. And they would call and I would pick them up and I would host them and, give them the kind of left and right limit and do the thing. And then I had my interpreters and they had all these issues, they're getting death threats, some of the economy, like trying to, sometimes like finding them beds so they could stay in the hospital or stay on the base because they got death threats. And if they went home, they were scared somebody saw them coming in and to get, like, man, the mission of those interpreters, like my heart goes out to them, man, because they were just in a tough spot, right? Like, they're trying to make a living for their family, but they're seen as, obviously traitors by the enemy. And so they're handled very poorly if they get caught.
Yeah, absolutely. How long were you on that deployment?
I was there, it was just 6 months. And so what happened, this is how I got into Ranger Regiment, was I was there, I was training, doing my thing. A position opened up at the 75th Ranger Regiment. And the funny thing is, I didn't even know what the 75th Ranger Regiment was. I'm telling myself, I was like, oh, that sounds cool. It's like, oh yeah, with these Rangers and, special. I didn't really know, man.
Especially if you came from a smaller ROTC program.
Yeah. Like, so, I knew enough, the people I work around. I should say, like, my first sergeant when I was at Drum, I should say this, was a 3rd Ranger Battalion. So I knew they were badass, but I didn't know a lot about it. And so they were standing up a human performance program. And I was like, well, the chief dietitian had reached out to me. And I was like, well, I'm in Iraq. She's like, don't worry about that. Just, are you willing to kind of me throw your name in the hat? And I'm like, yeah. Like, let's go. And so she did. And again, like, what was wild is, like, some dudes showed up like in the middle of the night one night and like to talk to me. And so I went down to the DFAC and they were like Rangers and like they talked to me and, that was that. And they left. And then a little while later, they're like, yeah, we want him. And luckily my commander had worked, the hospital commander, Aaron Edgar, had worked in special operations. The XO had worked in special operations. And so they're like, hey, we're going to have Nick finish out his deployment. And they were like, no, we need, we're trying to stand up this program. We need to kind of get it going now. And they made it happen.
Oh, so you left from Fort Hood, went back and PCS'd?
Yeah, man, straight away. Like,
or not Fort Hood, I guess, from Baghdad, I mean.
But yeah, that was it. Like they worked up my paperwork. I had to get a general because I'm leaving a deployment early, which, back then that was wild. Another one of those, like, so it was like, I got on a, plane, I flew to Hood, like packed up my stuff, drove to Benning, and I was like, started airborne school right away. Went through airborne school, graduated on a Friday, Sunday, I'm signing into RASP. It was just like that. And
you had to go, that's right. Cause everybody goes in the regiment. So, what was RASP like for a dietitian?
well, so what's, and I'll tell you, I won't tell the guy's name. What I found out was there was a dietitian at Benning who had been working with him who had tried out. And so I guess the first I was the second choice. So he had failed RASP.
Oh, wow.
And so,
did they tell you that?
Oh yeah. Because so here's the thing,
no
man.
Pressure,
like, I go there. They're like, yeah, you got to go. You better pass, because it was basically, if I failed, like, they're just going to kick me like needs of the Army. I didn't know where I was going to go. Like, so it's like, you gotta, they were giving me a hard time.
Fort Wainwright, Alaska.
Right. That was kind of the thrown out. And so I was like, it was kind of with it or on it mentality. But yeah, no, it was great because obviously I was the only dietitian, which makes people curious. Like, when they find out you're a dietitian, like, what are you doing here? It was all infantry officers, but man, they're the best of the best. I will say it was humbling, like, physically, because coming from a hospital, I won't say I was like the fittest guy in the hospital, but I was usually the top. Right. And so having that mentality of like where I stood kind of, when we'd go on runs at the hospital and stuff, we did our 5 mile for RASP and, we take off. And so I'm just like thinking, all right, I'm going to run with the front of the pack. So I'm running with the front of the pack and like the first mile goes and it's like a 6-minute mile. And I'm like, oh, I can't keep this pace up, and like, I fell back and I realized, like, I am no longer at the top of the food chain with these guys. These guys are just different animals.
And I'm sure you didn't get tons of time to train before you went to RASP, right? Or were you?
You do what you do. I did a lot of running on the treadmill, and then what's funny is how I did the ruck was, if anybody's been to Even Cena, is like, so you have the little like helo pad outside the hospital. I would just like ruck laps around it, and then whenever I would hear the helicopters come in with like a casualty, I'd run off. They would unload. I'd go back, and then I would just run. It was monotonous, but at the same time, it's like if you want it, you train, man.
You find time.
Yeah.
Any issues in RASP or?
No. It was lucky. Went kind of straight through. Did all the things I needed to do. Went through the interview. So it was good. I mean, the good news was, there was pressure like anything, but the fact that I was the only dietitian and if I sucked, they definitely would have not taken me. But once I got through all the assessment selection and then kind of the interview and the psychological screening, it was like, okay, they're going to hire me.
Sergeant Major's question. We've been kicking ass without a dietitian. What are you going to do? How did you answer that? What was your...
I stumbled. I'd love to say that it was like a smooth answer, but it was the whole like, well, you can basically kick ass better. We can improve it. We can help you recover. You can, it was tough though, but that was like my first question right out of the gate. But again, it really set the tone for the unit I was in. And it reminded me, hey man, it's like, you got to prove yourself every day. Like that's, I think that was, I knew this is a tough crowd.
First dietitian at Ranger Regiment. Paint that picture. What was it like walking into that environment? For that first time you graduated RASP?
Yeah. Well, so what's funny is like I graduated RASP and then right away, as I go home and like, cause that was like when I graduated RASP, I could move in. So I moved into an apartment cause all my stuff was in storage cause I, didn't know. And so I was unpacking my stuff and I got a call and they're like, hey, we're going to do expert field medical badge in Dahlonega, Georgia in like 3 days or 4. And they're like, hey, you be ready. And I was like, okay, yeah. So then I immediately like went from unpacking to packing, and then went up to Dahlonega, and I was in Dahlonega, Georgia for the next 3 weeks doing EFMB. And that went great, got that and came back. And so then after that, it was
you went through as a student.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it was, they want everybody at Ranger Regiment to get their, EFMB, do those things that are medical. So I was able to do that. And that was a great experience. Again, I got to kind of bond with some of the medics there. But then once, getting back to regiment, like the offices, I come in, I don't even have a computer. I'm sharing a computer with the master sergeant, Matt Wilson, who was great. I should say the guy who created this program, the Ranger Athlete Warrior program, Danny McMillan, which a lot of people, maybe have not heard that name, but like one of the most brilliant guys. He now teaches physical therapy up at the University of Puget Sound, but was just a great leader, brilliant thinker, and created that. And then there's a guy, Rob Montz, who was an occupational therapist who was there, with me as well. And so really, before that, a PA had been running it, Ray Sterling, and it was good getting it going. But then kind of when we were all got together there in the same office, it was Danny, myself, Matt Wilson, and Rob Montz. And man, I didn't even have a computer. Because I was a brand new captain. I was like, I shared it with the Master Sergeant Matt Wilson. So,
and I'm sure the old Master Sergeant brother, there probably wasn't a lot of sharing going on.
No, he was, man. It was so great because like he had been in reconnaissance. He had done Best Ranger. He is like the model for like Ranger. If you think of like fit, like in shape, like hard charging, loud, and he really took me under his wing in terms of, he would just grab me and be like, hey, we're going for a run. Hey, we're going to do a run and swim. And we're going to, and he would just smoke me because he's in phenomenal shape. But he taught me kind of like what Ranger Regiment was, like to have that was really helpful. And then all the medics too were great. I had a sign. So I was the regimental nutritionist. So my scroll said RNUT on it. So I get it and they give it to me to put on my wall. I put it on my wall. Asher probably wasn't there like not even a day and it was gone. So then I go and find it and I take it back and silly enough, I hang it back up on my wall defiantly. Within a day, it disappeared again and I never saw it until I left. they gave it to me.
Why'd they take it? What was the
Well,
the
Arnett,
joke?
I think, was funny, but then I would get reports of it being seen in Afghanistan, in Iraq. It made it down to the Riverwalk in San Antonio. The medics were just, that was the thing about it, is like, it's not, I don't want to even call it hazing. It was just like, that was when I knew, like, all right, they're cool with me. Is like, they would play jokes on me.
Yeah,
Like
they're not smashing on you, bro. They don't like you.
the jokes were nonstop. I remember there was a printer, down the hall. And so I would like print stuff. And I remember I got my printer set up and I was printing and I was going down to get it. And I was like, man, it's not working, and doing stuff like that. And I didn't know there was a medic. We'll call him El Guapo. But he was always getting me. He was just going and taking my paper like every time and just not saying anything. Mm-hmm. And so for a whole day, I thought I couldn't get the printer to work just for fun.
What was the, obviously coming from, the medical service side of the house into the Ranger Regiment, what was the culture shock, or, what were you most surprised about the regimental culture?
I don't know if after RASP there was any surprises, because they do a great job. They're extremely professional in how they prepare you. It's just very standards based. It's, the story I'll tell, and I've told it before, but it just, to me, nothing better sums up the way regiment works is, we were doing pre-jump. And, you got to be there on time. You got to do all the things. And it's like a master sergeant first class, like leading us through. And two Rangers were walking down to the pre-jump area. You couldn't see them at the time, but they were walking down and we had already started. And like the master sergeant just starts yelling at him, Ranger, you're late. You better be running or whatever. So these two Rangers start running. And as they get closer, you realize it's the regimental commander, the assistant brigadier. It's like two, 06s. And one of the other NCOs, I heard him say the other one was like, dude, you just yelled at a 012. And he's like, I don't care, they were late. And he just kept going. But what I took from all that interaction was, one, how that NCO was like, whatever, like he's late. Standard, man. And then two, those two 06s, you know what they did? They ran, they did it, didn't say anything, started doing pre-jump, just whatever. And that was the way it operated. There was no do you know who I am? There was nope. It was just, that's the standard. And so that was really cool.
It's impressive, man. I mean, you and I were talking before we hit the record button, man. I've had the fortunate opportunity to be around a lot of Rangers. A lot of friends are Rangers. We've had a bunch of Rangers on the podcast. It's just a different style of human being, man. Probably some of my favorite people. I don't know what it is about that culture. Maybe it's, what you're explaining, that standard, and that, these guys, long after they get out, they're still holding that standard personally. I haven't seen too many dudes grossly, out of shape, even since the regiment, unless they've had some, injuries, right? That plays a role. But at what point did you decide, hey, man, I'm going to Ranger school?
It was a given. It was a given. As soon as I decided to go to Ranger a regiment, like that was known. If you're going to be a leader in Ranger Regiment, you got to go to Ranger school. And so, kind of right after EFMB, whatever, I was looking at it and to go. That was that. There was no question. I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror.
Yeah. Well, was anybody giving you smack? You know what I mean? Like, hey, bro, you better pass or else.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Of course. Like there was a lot of support. There was tons of support. Again, Matt Wilson, my ruck, and, the damn packing list is like a mile long, and, getting all that and going to Ranger Joe's and like the medics, they were great. Super supportive. And then, pre-Ranger, now I think they call it CERT, Small Unit Ranger Tactics. Then, man, they beat the crap out of you, like out at Cole Range. And so I was like going through pre-Ranger, I was like, crap, this is, I was having second thoughts. But what was so funny is maybe that's why they did it that way. Pre-Ranger was so hard. When I first got the Derby phase of Ranger school, I was like, oh, this isn't as bad. These guys are nicer to us than the dudes at Regiment were.
Probably by design, right?
Yeah.
How was Ranger school for you?
It was great. And the huge tactical advantage I had was being in Ranger Regiment, because Ranger Regiment sends so many guys that there were dudes in my squad that I went to pre-Ranger with. Oh. So we already knew how to operate. We already had our SOPs. We already had it. And you knew them, and they were like good dudes. And so they you could lean on them. As you don't, the saying goes is like, you don't get your own tab. Like your buddy gets your tab for you and you get it for him. Cause you're going to have days that you're just going to be dog shit. It's a given. And that's when you're going to need your buddy to kind of step up. And there's going to be days he's going to be. And so for me, you know, it was really cool because especially like some of the heavy weapons and stuff that I never operated, like having like the Ranger infantry dude come over and be like, hey man, this is what you need to do and whatever. Like that was huge. Or a guy stayed up, one of the guys from 3rd Ranger Battalion stayed up with me late in mountains to go over my knots because for whatever reason, dude, I can't tie a knot. I'm like, knots blow my brain. Yeah. And I was going to be like the only guy to fail the knot test, but he stayed up with me at night, and sleep's a precious commodity. And he had the knots down, but he just like, hey, this is, showing me going over. So it was just things like that, man.
That's awesome.
That was it.
What were some of the biggest challenges you had in Ranger School?
When I recycled Florida, I think everybody thinks about quitting in mountains, or they're lying to you. Like I was like, I don't really need to do this. I'm a dietitian. Why am I here? You're getting rained on. So there was that. But then when I recycled in Florida, like that was a kick in the pants.
What happened?
I messed up on a patrol. I don't know. I mean, I do remember the mess up, and to this day, I mean, it's not an excuse. But I was counting the guys back in. It was dark, whatever. And the RIs walked through our line, and I counted them instead of our 2 guys out on security who were still, and left them out there. Yeah. And so I got a no-go, and hey, it is what it is. Yeah. Hey, I learned, and going through the second time was actually kind of a gift because I can say that now. But it really dialed me in, and it made me like, okay, now, I'm going to be extra on top of everything. What
do you say to the dudes out there that are listening, either wanting to or preparing to go to Ranger School? What's what's a little piece of advice, even if it's nutrition advice?
Well, I would say for I will give a piece of training advice that I found was very helpful for me and how I approached it. Was not to, RAP week, the standards are the standards. You can look them up, what you need to do. You don't want to over-index on that. I would say make yourself as injury resilient as possible, because once you meet the standards, right, in RAP week, it's just a lot of long walks with your pack on. And what gets people is injuries, man. You roll your ankle, all the stabilities. So kind of like the workout we were doing this morning, like probably do a lot more of like stability work, tendon, follow Vern Griffin, do a lot of really invest in that, because when you get fatigued with that pack on, that's when you're going to roll your ankle, you're going to do those things. So invest in those type of movements versus just being as fast as you can or whatever, because that doesn't really matter. And then from the nutrition piece of it is, people started using this. What I would do, whenever you traded MREs, I always trade for calories. I don't care about taste. So for instance, M&Ms, hot commodity. Anybody will trade you anything for M&Ms. I would trade for, and I'll date myself at the time, the dairy shake. Because I went from 220 calories to 400 calories. I just gained 200 calories.
What a hack. Most people wouldn't think about that.
Yeah. So that was the advantage of being a dietitian. Yeah. So I would make that. I probably never ate M&Ms in Ranger School because I would always trade them for a higher calorie item.
Super smart. Dude, that piece enough was probably worth it for somebody out there. What was it like building trust in the regiment? I mean, obviously you come back, you have your tab, so you've hit the wickets, right? But you're still trying to, cement your place. When did you really start seeing that take shape?
After earning the tab, that was big. That helped because they were proud. The instructors, I remember, one of them, my Master Sergeant Regan, it was like, hey, I got a dietitian through Ranger School. He was telling somebody that was kind of, they were, I was one of theirs. They got through.
Yeah. Cause they're not lowering the standards for you, dude.
Right. And it was cool. But I will tell you, again, back another Ranger story was, so when I graduated, I was the first dietitian to graduate. So the chief dietitian flew out and was there at my graduation out on Victory Pond. It was a big deal. Were
you the first dietitian to get through?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they did a big story. It was you're kind of like, oh yeah. And so that medic who would always steal my stuff and play the practical jokes, Guapo, I get back and he goes, congratulations, sir. You just accomplished what every PFC and Ranger Regiment does. And walked off. And it was just but it was so good because it was oh yeah, it's no big deal, man. That was a Friday. What, and so it was a good reminder of yeah, you didn't really do anything. Yeah. Just because you're the first dietitian. Okay.
Yeah. I remember my best friend telling me, dude, he was a 275 guy. he actually got a little bit of break when he went to Ranger school because, you just get smoked in the regiment. And so I remember him saying like, when he went to Ranger school, he wasn't saying it was easy, but it was almost a break because those guys in the line companies just getting broke off.
Yeah, I didn't get like that, but it was good. Yeah, once I got back and then was able to kind of work with the guys and stuff, and they saw, and ultimately, right, like I asked a lot of questions. I would go to a lot of trainings. I would go to like any jump or anything that was going on in Ranger Regiment. I would go to. Like I'm constantly out of my office, and I think that was the biggest thing. Building trust, doing jujitsu with the guys, right? Training with them. I would go down. Probably for my health detriment, would go down to 3rd Ranger Battalion in their fight house in the morning and like do boxing and do things and just be out there and be about, and like that's you just
people
get that.
See you.
Yeah, you get that street cred.
Let's talk about the RAW program, the Ranger Athlete Warrior program. You were definitely a part of that team that created that. Take us through the genesis. Whose idea was it? What was the vision?
So, and this is pre-me. So I'll tell you what I know pre-me. So it was at the time Colonel LaCamera, later General LaCamera. I think he looked across regiment and would see, hey, if a squad leader was a runner, they ran. Squad leader was a lifter, they lifted. But they had the same kind of combat mission. So it was looking to kind of bring something and a standardized kind of training protocol that was best for Rangers. And I think he got Matt Wilson because Matt's one of the fittest dudes, and it was Ray Sterling, one of the PAs, started. And as they were doing it and kind of searching and looking, they got Danny McMillan he was a physical therapist, really smart in this area and had done research, had, been at West Point and all like that. They brought him in as the physical therapist at Regiment to stand up and birth the RAW program. And so Danny doing that was like, all right, I need somebody to do nutrition. I need to get an occupational therapist to create a team because, the RAW was performance nutrition, sports medicine, the physical component, and mental toughness. And so I, did the performance nutrition, Danny did the sports medicine, Rob did the mental toughness, and we all kind of combined to do the physical component, the physical training.
What a cool thing. I think that really kind of spread through the special operations community, which is something just super unique, right? And it makes sense. Mike Burke was on the podcast, longtime 275 guy as well, ended up being a first sergeant over there. And, essentially, you start looking at JSOC, which Rangers are part of JSOC. I mean, they're dang near tier 1 athletes or D1 athletes, in the military. And it was cool to see, to go back and hear how the military started treating them that way, right? Because, I mean, you're putting people through physical feats that, they're pretty tough, right? And so you need, you're invested in these people and you're spending all this money for training. But it was really cool, and it's really cool as we were podcast prepping to hear how they were investing in, recovery, mental health. And this is, so what, we're talking, 2006 maybe?
Yeah. This 6, 7. So early on, this is all novel. Treating, the term tactical athlete was relatively new in that entire concept. But I do want to point out too that it wasn't hey, let's everybody do RAW. There was some pushback. Not everybody was a fan initially.
Sure, especially older guys have been in there for a while.
Yeah, and we went through iterations and we learned. And I think that's the biggest testament to Danny. He's a very adaptive thinker. So, he had the degree, he had all the things, but he also knew he had to win the hearts and minds of the Rangers. So, we would try an exercise that on paper or in the science would be great. And Rangers nah, we're not doing that. And it's okay, all right, let's switch our approach.
What do you think helped you and your team get buy-in from the regiment?
Well, one of we were out there doing it. We were doing the damn thing. We put our money where our mouth is. We were out there training. We were out there, we weren't behind our desk. But then the other big piece of it is the regimental surgeon, Colonel Russ Coatwall was our boss and was extremely supportive of that. And then the regimental commanders, and the one who, really, helped us out because we were forming the RAW assessments then, was now General Clark, Rich Clark, because when we came up with the RAW assessments, which was the test, right? He was you know what? I'm going to go and do it with every company commander. So when the regimental commander shows up and is hey, we're doing these assessments, boys, and doing that, it set the tone, right?
Yeah.
It set the tone. And the fact too, that he can throw down, he's fit. And so those kind of, key pieces really got us going. And then when we started identifying champions, so, it's not about selling battalion commander, command sergeant major are important, but it's not about getting them sold. It's about getting that E5 who is the fittest E5 ever. Like, I'll give you an example, 275, you mentioned 275. There's a guy, Mike Chapa, who at the time was there. And Chapa looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like that's what he looks like. And everybody looked to him. He was an E5 or E6, but he's the fittest, one of the fittest dudes. So whatever he did, everybody wanted to do. So we got him to do raw. We convinced him, we, really sold him on it. And then it's oh, he does it? Well then, and so it was things like that. He was one of our big champions. And there were other guys at 375, other guys at 175. And so that was what really identifying who are the Rangers that all the other Rangers look at and are I want to be that guy. And then talking to them and being hey, this is why you should do this.
And so you were identifying those key peepers within the battalions of the companies. That's cool. How did you guys do that? Did you get, company buy-in or?
We traveled a lot. We did a lot of TDY. We would go out to 275, go out to 175, and you go out there and you have these events and you see people and you see them training, you see them moving. We would do these raw events and you'd quickly identify. And then a lot of them would self-identify too. Like Mike, for instance, he would come over and ask questions, ask nutrition questions. I mean, he was into performance. There was a guy at 375, he's out now, Aaron Santana. Same thing, man. Santana was just he would ask all these questions and stuff. And then what was cool too was about them is they had some awesome thoughts. To this day, I'll say this about Santana, he never got his degree in kinesiology or anything like that, but he thinks that way and he knows movement and he knows biomechanics. So he would say things that would make me go, oh shit, let me rethink that or re-look at that. Or he would discover a training program. And I remember he was out in California and trained with this guy and he brought it back and was showing me some of the stuff he's doing. And I'm man, that's really smart. We need to incorporate that, So there was a lot of that also going on, learning from them because again, they're the people doing it every day. So if they're hey, I do this and this helps me, you need to listen.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, man. A lot of people think of the Ranger Regiment, a bunch of knuckle draggers, and they have that esque about them. But man, there's some smart dudes in the regiment.
Oh yeah, brilliant,
deep thinkers, leaders. And that's cool. So can you kind of dive in? You mentioned what your team made up of. You had a dietitian, sports medicine, mental health. You had an occupational guy.
Mm-hmm.
What was it that you guys were doing? If you could kind of break that apart as far as what the raw program was. You've mentioned that you guys traveled to different places. What was it you guys were traveling and teaching?
Yeah, so the model we leaned on really quick because at the time you got to think again. This is before strength coaches and all like that. As now that are out there in the military. So there was none of that. So it was just us. And so you had the units spread out. You go from Columbus, Georgia to Savannah, which isn't too bad, right? But then all the way out to Fort Lewis, Washington, out to Seattle. So we're spread out. So the 3 or 4 of us can't do everything. So we incorporated it quickly, a train the trainer model. And so we would basically go out to those units and do a raw university of 2 weeks of training where I'm going over to teach them the basic nutrition so they could give their guys nutrition information. Again, you're not a dietitian, but let's get you going. Danny's teaching them basic pre-sports medicine stuff and stuff to identify when to go to the physical therapist. Rob's teaching them some mental, toughness expertise and exercises and things like that. We're teaching them how to periodize a program, how to design a program, different exercises to do to teach. Whether they want to do a power clean, okay, how do you teach it? How do you, break that down into different components? So we would do those classes and train them up. And then what we learned is we would bring in other partners because, the saying I'll use all the time is sometimes it's hard to be a prophet in your own village. So we were like mom and dad, right? In Ranger Regiment is the human performance people. But Rangers looked at outside human performance people. At the time, Jim Jones was huge or emerging with Mark Twight, he was a great climber. So we started looking at some of the stuff we did. We went out to Utah. We trained with Mark. And at the time, Rob McDonald were out there. And we're like, all right, these guys make sense. We like what they're doing. We like their philosophy. So we made them part of the raw program. So after Rangers trained with us, they would go train with Mark and Rob. we would bring them to the battalions and they would do a training exercise with them. And then we were looking for another partner, and we found at the time Athletes Performance Institute, which is now morphed into Exos, Mark Verstegen. They were in Florida. They trained a lot of their Olympic and like NFL athletes for the combine. They did a lot of deep training. So we identified them as a partner. So we would then send Rangers there to get training. So what we would do is we would do the initial training. Mark, Dwight and his guys would do kind of the follow on. Then we would do Athletes Performance Institute. And then that kind of created our master raw trainer. And so we had those guys out there that could either, refer to us if they had questions or anything, or implement the raw training at their unit.
Without diving into your entire presentation, which you may or may not even remember, but what were you specifically teaching on the diet side of the importance of nutrition, et cetera?
Yeah, it's funny. I think my slides are still up on the Ranger website at Benning. So yeah, if you find them, a little embarrassed they've been around that, but kind of showing what's going on today. I remember one of my opening slides, I would have the ingredient list of like the chicken nuggets at McDonald's. And I mean, it's this long, and I would have like a picture of a chicken. I'd be like, does that look like chicken to you? And it was basically trying to talk to people about, okay, whole food, eating, where does your food come from? Reading labels, just those really nutrition basics, learning the macros, how to plug in what macros based off of your activity. And then, hydration was a big piece of it. We talked about that. In terms of monitoring hydrate, weighing yourself before and after events, drinking 16 to 20 ounces of fluid for every pound lost, so you're rehydrated for the next mission or the next event, when to use electrolytes, all like that. And then supplements. Like supplements was the sexy topic, everybody.
Yeah, that's where my brain was going. What was the craze back then, or what were you guys finding work that because I remember at one point, like JSOC was pretty tight on what you could take, even on, not just talking about steroids, but like just in general. I know at the unit, especially during my brief time over there, they couldn't even take anything without it getting approved.
Yeah. Certain schools there were when you were at regiment, there was no limit. I mean, in terms of like obviously legal things. I was at the time of what was it? NO Explode was hot. The pre-workouts, but then.
Yeah, we were just talking with one of my podcast guests, like Jack 3D when that came out.
Yeah, the Jack 3D.
It's pretty much meth.
yeah, and the DMAA. So a lot of it too was like supplement safety, because you had the pro hormones were very prolific.
Oh yeah, man.
And so guys would take those and they'd have liver issues, or they would get gynecomastia, the fatty nipples, and so. I did a whole education campaign on that and teaching people how to read a label and say, okay, if you see 17 in the alpha symbol, that means it's 17 alpha alkylated. It's trying to bypass the liver. You need to put that back. That's not a dietary supplement you need to take. But then realizing that if you say, just don't take supplements, that's a poor strategy. So it's like, all right, hey, let's talk about creatine, right? We're talking about creatine then. That was sometimes it was tough educating commanders, because there were commanders that were like, well, I don't want my guys taking creatine because it dehydrates them. And even at the time I was like, well, sir, there's 2 studies that show it improves thermoregulation and stuff, so I would, kind of do that battle, both educating the guys, but then sometimes the senior leaders. Okay, Beta-Alanine, that was with the buffering capacity and some of the stuff, that's shown with that. Caffeine. That was a big one. So just, okay, saying these are the supplements you need to stay away from. This is what you need to look out for, but this is what I would use.
And what were the things back then that you were saying, hey, I think these are beneficial. These can help you. Knowing the Ranger mission, which I'm sure you got super educated on. What kind of things were you? I wouldn't say pushing, but what kind of things were you kind of encouraging supplement wise back then?
Yeah, I mean, one was just like, kind of recovery shakes and bars. We had access to those. So using those because, Rangers, when they were going hard, they were always in a caloric deficit. So closing that caloric gap was important.
Yeah, those metrics bars were like 400 or 500 calories.
So keeping them fueled, right, was kind of step one. Step two after that, we did creatine, omega-3 fatty acids. A lot of there's a guy I was able to meet while I was at Ranger Regiment. Is that guy by the name of Colonel Mike Lewis. He's done a ton of research with omega-3 fatty acid and like suicide and traumatic brain injuries.
Really?
So he was phenomenal, educated me. So we We really pushed omega-3 fatty acids.
Like in a pill form?
Yeah. Yeah, or oil. You could do like, cod liver oil too. I mean, but he's a lot of different papers. He showed some fascinating stuff. So we're really pushing omega-3 fatty acids, creatine, caffeine. It's probably the most researched ergogenic aid. I mean, carbohydrate beverages when they were running and stuff, nothing fancy there. The Beta-Alanine we talked about for the buffering capacity, and then beetroot juice for the nitric oxide. We also talked about, and that was kind of the big.
A red beet mix in the morning, man,
yeah.
which seems to have helped. There's a lot of studies done on that stuff.
Yes, yeah. And then especially like you think of Afghanistan, like the mountains altitude, nitric oxide. If any way to increase in nitric oxide at altitude, that's going to help with performance.
Super cool. You had to kind of change some of the architecture at the regimental DFAC. What was that like? Because I remember you telling me when we podcast prep, like the last thing you want to do is you never want to take anything away from Rangers.
Yeah, no, it was great. And, there was a guy, a master sergeant at the time, Justin Seipel, who was just phenomenal. He was over their dining facility. And again, just being so fortuitous in linking up with him and him being so open to being like, hey, what do you want to do? Like, let's do it, right? That mentality. And so, choice architecture, right? If you put the good things at the front of the line and put the not so good things at the back of the line, naturally people fill up with the good things and they don't, so you're not taking away, you're not, and so that was a lot of fruits, a lot of vegetables, a lot of good protein sources and having those out there. The famous story that I get beat up over is like the tater tot thing. Cause I was very, I wanted to be extreme. I wanted to get this as tight as possible. So I was like, hey, pull out all the fryers and let's put in air fryers, just air fryers. And probably should have stopped there. But then I was like, yeah, instead of tater tots, which a lot of Rangers loved, let's go sweet potato tater tots. And at the same time, we're going to stop frying them. We're going to do them in the air fryer. And that combination almost did me in.
Really? What was our riot?
Well, no. Well, so I was smart. I was strategic. I did all this. And then I did a deployment to Afghanistan, like right away.
Yeah.
So I was gone, right? So I was gone and, I'm doing a rotator. I'm getting a rotator back. And, one of the first sergeants from 3rd Ranger Battalion's on it. And we hadn't met. And he's like, oh, hey, sir, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, I'm the dietitian or whatever like that. And he had smiled when he asked me. And his face just starts to change. He's like, you're the motherfucker who took away the tater tots. And I was like, this is going to be an awkward ride back. But yeah, it was. They were upset about that. So we eventually brought back the regular tater tots.
That's funny, dude. What kind of supplements did you find that the Rangers were taking that you thought were dangerous? I remember you mentioned when we were podcast prepping, like, going through dudes' wall lockers and.
Well, what we found it was deployed, and it was again, hopefully the theme of this, one of the big themes is collaboration. In that one of the other medical providers, the surgeon at the time, had been seeing guys come in with elevated liver enzymes. And then he was kind of curious and saw they all were taking, they were taking supplements, but not all the same supplements. So he reached out to me. I was in Iraq at the time. I was like, hey man, this is what I'm seeing. Can you help me look into this? Do you know anything? What do you know? And so I started investigating. And what I found is they were all taking different supplements, but it all had the same active ingredient. And it was something called Superdraw. And it was basically a weak oral anabolic steroid that, it was being marketed as a
back then, man.
Supplement. It was the Wild West. It wasn't
Dial 4 and
right.
All that stuff,
yeah. It was the Wild West. So it really wasn't on the Ranger. Like they didn't know any better. And so, but the thing is companies would call it all these different things. So it was hard to pin down what was causing it, because you would come in and you're taking Caged XO and I'm taking Jack 3D. And so it's like, oh, well, they're taking two different things. But as probably now with supplements is like, you can call it whatever you want to. Like a lot of the times that name's trademarked, but the ingredient on the back end, what matters. And so when I started tracking all that down, I'm like, oh, this is all the same chemical compound. And so once we did that, we figured out what it was, and I was able to educate people on it and why that was happening. And we even did at the time, SOMA, Special Operations Medical Association, me and that surgeon did a presentation on it just to kind of educate, because you could just, you're ordering those things off Amazon. Nobody knew better.
So you had a previous deployment before, and then you ended up deploying with the regiment. How are those deployments different, and kind of what was your role down range versus, back at headquarters?
Yeah. I mean, one, it's just like, it's so night and day in terms of, so you deploy with the cash at the time and everything's a big deal. Like travel, air travel, like to coordinate to get on an aircraft to go from one location to the other. It's like you're moving mountains almost. It feels like that. And then like you get to Ranger and it's like taking a taxi. It's like, oh, there's a, I remember my first deployment with them was back in Iraq. So it was very kind of surreal, being back there from that other side. And I remember, there was something going on in Baghdad we were going to do. And I wanted to I asked my boss, like, hey, I know the 2 dietitians at the hospital. Could we swing by? And he happened to know the physical therapist. I was with Danny McMillan. And he's like, yeah, let's just like, we'll go by the cash and tell him hello, whatever. And like, we just like hopped on like a British Puma or British aircraft, just hitched a ride and just like landed and walked over and said hello and whatever. And then like went back. So like the freedom of movement was just mind blowing, from a big Army medical guy. But then obviously, what they were doing was very, very serious business. So that was, them being at the tip of the spear and being engaged like night after night. Like that was very eye-opening of like, wow, this is what these guys do. And again, not that I didn't take like nutrition and everything like as serious as possible, but it really made it drive in like it made me really think, okay, what possible advantage could I give them? Right, that could maybe help them come home. And what we did while we were there is we would just go out to where they were at, because we found when you're deployed, it's like you're either doing the mission or you have downtime. And so it was more convenient for Rangers to get nutrition training, do nutrition counseling, do the raw training, do all that when they were downrange than they were stateside. And so that's what we did. So I just traveled around and did a lot of nutrition consults and did a lot of training.
I know the unit has, they're a very forward-thinking unit as well. Did they have something similar to this, like in the unit? Did they have their own dietitian in the unit? And did you like interact with those guys? And
different groups have their dietitian. I mean, around, I'm gonna hopefully get my date. Somebody's gonna be like, it was this date, but I think it was like 2009, 2010. Like Thor 3 stood up, and once that happened, they started hiring civilian dietitians for the different special operation groups. But I mean, really, the group to get credit for our human performance is the SEALs. Like that's who we went to and like to consult with. I mean, they were before anybody. I mean, that they were doing the thing.
Were you learning from them?
Yeah, we talked to a lot of their guys. I mean, that was part of the groups we talked to. I mean, the other thing we did with Raw that was really cool was we're like, all right, what are the best people in the world like doing? So, we talked to the SEALs to see what those folks were doing and how they practiced, which was really good too, because they had a population kind of, similar to ours. But then we went out to the Olympic Training Center. What do they do? What are they doing? How do you do things? We went to the University of Georgia. I still knew the strength coach at the time. That paid off. We went, everything they do, they were, and what was cool about like, being Army or whatever, everybody was like, why we weren't competition. So performance organizations were very open and would show us all the things and, we could go.
Were you dialing in some of the requirements based on like different unit missions within the Ranger Regiment, or was it just kind of, was that too hard and you needed to make something that was kind of really good, but it could still be applicable across the regiment?
It was more of that. It was more genetic. I would get chances to dial things in. Maybe if I was like downrange and they're like, hey, we got this going on. How would you hydrate or do for that? Or, guys going to certain, assessments or selections, like working with me about nutrition to be like, okay, now I know this. Let me add that. But I would say like the basic raw stuff was very like general. Right. Just the basics. You could kind of scale up or down.
Did you guys design specific workouts? Could guys come and reach out to you for like specific diet plans? Or?
Oh yeah. So I could do specific diet plans. That we do that. We did workouts, and for a while there, we did like the raw like workout of the week or day. We would put those out because you get to think at the time CrossFit was like the hotness. This is like.
It was the religion, bro.
Yeah, prime CrossFit time. And so, again, we would structure smart CrossFit workouts that weren't getting injured. Like one of the basic things we talk in like programming, I always remember, I'd be like, all right, do your most complicated movement first. And then as you get fatigued, if you're doing this in a circuit, the movements should get dumber and dumber.
Yeah.
And so I remember like structuring a program for one time to show a guy, I was like, yeah, we're going to do squats, da, da, da. And we ended up on a row. Like that was like the last exercise in the circuit. And I'm like, why? Because you're going to be hard to hurt yourself on that rower, whereas on the squats, if you do that, so just those basic like little tweaks, we'd always be like, all right, like you shouldn't be breathing hard and doing overhead squats because your body has to choose between stabilization and breathing. It's going to choose breathing, so just
point.
Little things like that.
Yeah, I used to watch those guys doing those kipping pull-ups, man, and that rotation on the shoulder, and I couldn't just help but watch it. Like
it's like putting your shoulder in a Kimura, right? Every time, like a lot of it.
And so many of those dudes were getting injured.
Yeah.
Were you guys seeing that in the regiment as like CrossFit was really gaining?
Yes, you would see, guys. I mean, there was a joke. There was one big, strong Ranger we had who could basically do anything. He's like bulletproof, but he got so many people hurt training with him that the physical therapist threatened to like make him like a code, like just put his name down for the injury because, he could do things that other people couldn't. So people would think they could do it. So we would see some of those injuries. I will say though, some of the like smartest guys, when we talked about those, kind of people who were raw advocates. I mean, there was like one guy who was like really, really into CrossFit, but he was really sharp and he was smart about how he did it. And he was really fit and he could, and so.
I mean, CrossFit was hard and it produced a lot of athletes, but I think what happened is and I wasn't a CrossFit guy, so don't kill me if I get this wrong, all you CrossFit Nazis. But, it was one of those things that grew very rapidly. And what I would hear from friends is it really depend on, the box that you went to and how well they were training people on the compound movements versus, just going out there and it's a competition. You're not getting a lot of instruction, especially as someone new starting CrossFit.
Go fast, go hard.
Yeah,
no. I was, my wife did CrossFit and she liked it and whatever. I've just always kind of trained myself. But like we were lucky when I was in Natick, like Ben Bergeron's, like New England. I never worried about her getting hurt there.
Yeah.
Like I was like, yeah, you're getting that guy. But she has worked out at other places where I'm like, she's like, oh, my knee's sore. And it's like, what did you do yesterday? Wall balls. What did you do the day before? Some squatting move. It was like they had done squatting movements for like 4 days straight, like the exact same movement pattern. I'm like, that's interesting. Maybe change that up.
Yeah. Where did your knee hurt?
Yeah.
Best Ranger competition. Did you ever have any involvement with that while you were there?
We did. We did. We did a lot of the testing for that. And luckily, when we were there, the group, like we had in 2007, a winning team. And since then, I mean, it was exciting because we were just getting involved in doing that.
A general?
Huh?
You had a general on one of the teams?
No.
Oh, I thought you said 07.
Oh, pardon me. The year 07.
Oh.
Yeah. The year 07, I believe, is like when we first kind of got involved in the team. They ended up having the winning team. So it was cool. But yeah, it was great, like seeing that. And I mean, obviously pushing yourself to limits. And then what's kind of really, really been cool since then is the guy over the Raw program, Nick O'Brien. He's just producing monsters, like just producing absolute monsters. Like you look at like how often Regiment now wins or has top 5 guys, and Nick, and he might have it out there kind of public too. Like I've seen some of the numbers. Maybe it was last year he sent me like what the average ruck times and 5 miles for like their BRC competitors are. It's insane.
Obviously the program didn't stay stagnant when you left. Did it continue to improve?
Yes.
And that's what you and I were talking about last night. Like it's a kind of a cool time to be alive as science and medicine have kind of, really made leaps and bounds on, we're going to get to the point where we talk about your gum and one of the ingredients in your gum, something I'm not even aware of, but I can tell you, and look, man, I'm not pushing this gum. I don't get anything out of it, but I've been chewing it and I've noticed like I'm steady the whole time. And that was one of the things that you talked about. What other kind of things did you see, continue, as far as maybe diets, whether it's diet, nutrition, supplements, that continued to get better even after you left?
No, I mean, the biggest thing, so, as I was at Ranger Regiment, again, when we were doing the Raw program, we were like borrowed manpower from the Army. The budgeting, all like that, like, again, thank goodness that we had great leaders like Rich Clark who were able to buy me bod pods to do body composition and do things. But, you know, it was coming out of regiment's normal funds to buy exercise equipment and build all those things. But then Thor 3, tactical human optimization, rapid reconditioning and recovery, I think it was, you know, got stood up in special operations. And then there was like dollars getting, you know, put behind it to hire strength coaches and things like that. So, you know, we were able to hire a guy, Dr. Travis Harvey, out of West Point. He was great. It really helped, you know, kind of while I was there, like, solidify the raw program, looking at data, looking at metrics, all like that. And then he left and went down to SOCOM. And then they, you know, they hit a home run. They got this guy like Nick O'Brien, who I still think is one of the, like, I know a lot of the strength coaches in soft, but I mean, Nick's one of the best who you don't hear about because he doesn't.
He's doing the thing, man.
He just does his thing. He's not gonna, you know, you're probably not gonna get Nick on a podcast. You're gonna be hard pressed to get him on a stage to talk about something or whatever. But what he's gonna do is he blends strength conditioning with I should say strength with conditioning, like in a true format where you're gonna get the strongest and like fittest. Because one of the challenges when they first stood up Thor 3, I'll go back a step, was they were getting all these collegiate strength coaches who were coming from football. It's a different sport, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and they were out of shape. They were big and they're just like, oh, just lift heavy. And as you know, that doesn't work.
Not when you're flowing through a house or walking up a
right,
mountain.
right. And so where Nick like really was unique in terms of like, you know, he's lean, he's wiry, but you know, he'll deadlift 400 pounds and then go run, you know, a 12-minute, you know, 13-minute 2-mile. Like he, you know, he can put those, and so he can program those together without overtraining and stuff. And so really under that, he's created these monsters. And now they have dietitians. They have civilian dietitians there, which gives them consistency. They have Megan Rippinger. So they just got their second active duty dietitian. It took them a while. So she's there running the program. And then, you know, POTF as a whole, preservation of the force, family and fitness at SOCOM, they've really invested and grown. And so like that program has just really grown and blossomed and is now great, which transitions to the Army kind of H2F.
Were you guys focusing on recovery at all back then? Because I think we've, you know, obviously the science has come around a lot about recovery, especially sleep. We're going to talk about sleep heavily here in a little bit, but were you guys seeing those things back then or? Yeah,
I mean, Rob Montz, our OT, was talking about sleep. He was talking about sleep before it was cool, you know, and he talked a lot about it. And then, you know, we had the compression stuff and, you know, pushing that and different things. And then like there's a guy, Dave Meyer, who's a physical therapist, and I think he still works there. To this day, he does a pool workout with injured Rangers that I think is like the greatest pool workout ever. I would go and do it just because it's great. Like you would get conditioned, but you're not beat up. But he would do it with guys. Guys would get hurt running. They would be with Dave like 8 to 12 weeks just doing pool stuff. And it's like a lot of run. It's not swimming. It's like a lot of different movements in the pool. They would come back running faster after not running for like 8 weeks. It's the wildest thing.
Yeah, I got assigned to Special Operations Command in South America for a couple months, 3-4 months. And I was living at a hotel, and there was a Navy SEAL. And he was like, yeah, have you done a pool workout? And I'm like, dude, bro, that's nothing. He designed a pool workout that I did at that hotel, and I've never been so smoked. I mean, you know, working out in a pool, it doesn't get the credit it deserves.
No. And what you'll appreciate too is like what I loved about it is it was a day that I could get smoked, but then I didn't feel like I'd like been in the grinder the next day. Like I felt recovered because you're not getting that pounding like in the pool.
That impact,
yeah, like you do when you're running. So
we did a lot of pool workouts, me and the kids during COVID, man. You know, when they were shutting everything down. You know, Laird Hamilton's got some wild programs that you can do. If you guys are ever looking for something to, you know, you want to do something different, go look up Laird Hamilton's pool workouts, dude.
Yeah.
You'll smoke yourself. There's another Marine guy, I can't think of his name. It's got a unique name. They've designed this whole underwater sport network. Super cool. So you did 5 years at the regiment. Any other wild stories I didn't ask about, or anything that was really kind of imprinted on you during your time there?
No, it was just it was such a gift, man. Like it was a gift early in my career, and I should say it was a gift and a curse because it was early in my career because I had just made captain when I got to Ranger Regiment. And so then, I'm there 5 years. And then it's like, I'm planning on doing 20 and I leave. And I'm like, man, I was at the pinnacle,
that was the pinnacle.
There was a little bit of like depression, like about leaving it. But it's such an honor. I can't say enough great things about the unit. And then the other piece of, like, I've met some famous people. I don't get starstruck, but like I was starstruck by like the guys there, not to, sound cheesy, but because, they were like heroes, man. They were, guys out there doing the thing. So to me, just to be part of that history is like, even though I was the dietitian, is awesome.
Yeah, we can see it kind of in your gum brand and everything. It's cool. It leaves an imprint, I'm sure. Why did you leave and what was that decision?
Yeah, it was time. No, it was, so, you hit a point military wise, you got to move. And
especially on the officer side.
On the officer side. And I had been eyeing this long-term health education and training. I knew I wanted to go get my doctorate. Again, credit to Danny McMillan. Danny McMillan had his doctorate. And so he had kind of coached me and guided me through that. So I was like, hey, I want to be like Danny. I want to go get my doctorate. And then Russ Coatwall, the regimental surgeon, had went to A&M, and he's like, hey, I'll write you a letter of recommendation anywhere you go, as long as it's Texas A&M. And
what a good school too, bro.
Then I mean, like, again, like all like fortune, right? So there's a guy, Dr. Rick Kreider, who is like one of the main, leaders in kind of exercise, sport, nutrition, and he had been at Baylor. And so the guy, Dr. Travis Harvey, we had hired, I'd worked with, and talked great things about Dr. Kreider. He had just left Baylor and went to A&M. So it was like everything. Like, I had my regimental surgeon being like, all right, you need to go to A&M. The guy I wanted to study under had just went to A&M. Like it was, so like all roads led to the Aggies. So there was no other school. It was super like, cool. Right.
Yeah, it wasn't until you and I were talking, and probably because I wasn't an officer either, but I didn't know the Army would go pay you to get your PhD. So how cool is that? It was a 3-year program, right?
It's unbelievable. It's one of the best programs in the military. If you're medical, you can do long-term, health education training, do it. It's competitive. You got to put together your packet and, show you can get selected from a school, do the GRE, do all those things. But if you get selected, what a gift.
Yeah, cool. But it's also really cool to hear that DOD's investing in their workforce, right? Because it's, they're still going to get something out of you.
You owe 2 years for every 1 year.
Oh, really?
Yes. And then for us, for the dietitians, like there's assignments we need PhDs. And so then you're going to be in those assignments. You're going to get utilized. The military is going to get their money's worth, but it's great. It's a win-win.
Yeah. Why Dr. Kreider? What made you really want to study under him specifically?
Because of the work he had done with creatine. He was one of those names that, as a dietitian and doing performance nutrition, you would see like his papers. It's like Kreider. And then he also had a guy who worked with him, the late great Dr. Mike Greenwood, who had also done a lot of stuff. And so he was also with Kreider at A&M to include Chris Rasmussen, who was his lab guy at Baylor, and I think at Memphis as well, also followed A&M. So it's like this group was like the group that you would see those names, and so to go be a part of that was just exciting.
So you got your actual doctorate in dietetics?
No, kinesiology. And so that was a little different too, because, again, people are like, well, why aren't you getting your doctorate in nutrition? We should do nutrition. And so I explained to them, I'm like, well, if you're going to do, at the time there wasn't a lot of performance nutrition programs, and Kreider ran the exercise sport nutrition lab in the name. And I'm like, although it's kinesiology along with like how supplementation impacts physiology, which is really what we need to get after in the military and things like that. So I kind of sold them on, okay, I'm going to go get a kinesiology degree, but it's focused on this exercise kind of sport nutrition.
Yeah, and I can imagine that just makes you a powerhouse having, both a nutrition background and, a sports science background. Can just really gives you the opportunity to dial in and help and kind of shape and shift people's mindset on nutrition and training at the same time, which is, we all know now those are so co-aligned.
It was great because it made me take, I knew nutrition. So you can certainly take more nutrition courses. You can always learn about nutrition. But then I was learning about like cardiac exercise physiology and other things that we hadn't really touched on in my nutrition degree. So that was what was really nice about being at A&M, is like getting exposed to that.
This is kind of when your creatine like obsession began. What really drew you to the creatine research?
It all started as creatine. Probably like a lot of mid 40 folks listen to this, is like high school, right? Creatine kind of came on the scene. It's this like super supplement. And I remember taking it and like gaining weight and getting stronger. And why is that? And you read about it and you follow it. And the research just kind of over the years have gotten better and better. And so, again, Dr. Kreider was at the forefront in America on doing that research. And, and he'd done other dietary supplements as well. So I just, that was just like, all right, this is the place to do it.
Yeah, we're going to dive into creatine here in just one more second. What was that transition to PhD life from the regimental life and that culture shock? You're going to, basically, super soldier school to now you're back in college with, a lot of younger kids. And
yeah, it was just, at the time of my life, it was challenging. I'm not going to lie, like adjusting back to school a little bit. But it was, once I found my rhythm, I would say that like that first semester was a little rough, like, okay, but then once I found my rhythm, it was great. And the other good piece about like Dr. Kreider's lab was like the lab mates were awesome. They were fun. And I had this guy, Jeremy Carter, who we both became doctoral students together. And then he later like went and joined the Marines and went, but it was just great. Like with guys like that, because they were curious. So I would ask about, he would help me with a lot of the classes because he had just went like straight through school. Like, so he had went from bachelor's to master's where I had a big break. And so helping me study and prep and all like that. And then, he would ask me about Ranger Regiment or, the Army. And so kind of that back and forth. So it was a good time.
Did you interact at all with the Corps Cadets on, or were you just mainly just straight up?
A little bit. I did like a nutrition class and, for them and things, but it was, I wasn't there to do ROTC or anything. Yeah. So it was.
What did you do on your summers when you didn't have school?
Classes.
You took school year round?
Yeah. So just so people understand, most PhD programs take 5 years. Oh. They take 5 years. And that was one of the things with going to do LTHET. I had to talk to a lot of people, and there were some programs that'll be like, we're not going to get you out in faster than 5 years. And it's like, okay, can't do it. Because a death nail kind of for your career is if the Army sends you to school to get your doctorate in 3 years, you don't get it in 3 years, it's not a good look. So I'm taking classes. Like I'm constantly taking classes or working on your research or in the lab.
What was your dissertation about, or, what research did you do? Any major finding type stuff?
Yeah. So, at the time, again, so I was in school 2012, 2015. So when I first got there, 2012, like suicides were an issue. There was the guy, a Ranger who I knew really well, had committed suicide and stuff. And so that kind of had stuck with me. And, I was like, kind of like, well, what can I do? Like, you feel kind of helpless. You're like, well, what can I do? And so remembering Doc Lewis's work with omega-3 fatty acids, where he had shown, it's a really cool study if people want to look it up, or we could put it in the show notes. He took like 800 service members who had committed suicide versus a matched 800 service members who had not, and looked at docahexanoic acid. So that's so omega-3s, you have EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, and DHA, docahexanoic acid. So EPA and DHA. And DHA really seems to be important for the brain. Your brain's made up a lot of it. And what he looked at was DHA in the blood levels, and he found those in like the lowest quartile. So those with the lowest DHA levels were like 64% more likely to be in the suicide group.
Oh, wow.
And that's without, all the other lifestyle factors. And so, again, and then I started looking at other like research and like, countries, and the countries that take in omega-3s tend to have less depression, less suicide. The outlier, Japan. That could be culture. That could be, but you look at like a lot of the Norwegian countries and things like that. So that kind of got me going down that road, and I stayed in contact with him, and he was very supportive. So I was interested in omega-3s. I was also interested, kind of related to that, was like vitamin D. So I put together this plan where I couldn't look at depression because that would be a clinical diagnosis. But I used the PHQ-9, which was this patient healthcare questionnaire that you use for depression, and I called it mood. I'm looking at your mood, Asher, of like whether you're you're in a bad, not a good mood, a depressed mood, or whatever mood. I couldn't diagnose you because that brings up a whole nother thing. And then I took blood samples and I looked at omega-3 and vitamin D. And then I also looked at fitness because physical fitness has a lot to do with his exercise and things. And so I kind of...
You talk about the correlation with like physical exercise with mental health?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Big.
Yeah. So we know that's tight. So I knew all those things. And so I had, at the time, their fitness scores. They took a fitness test. I drew blood. We looked at omega-3, vitamin D. And then they did this, this questionnaire to look at the depressed mood. And we were looking at these other variables and how that compares. Oh, and then physical activity. They're self-reported, like how active they were and things. And so, we basically kind of created this algorithm that we could predict like who was depressed based off those numbers, with about over 70% accuracy. And what was exciting about that was it was not a questionnaire or not a person coming to you and saying, I'm depressed, because that guys don't do that. Like they just don't, like, especially in special operations, like they're not going to say anything. They're just going to, do the deed. And so what I was trying to find was kind of a silent indicator that you could get these labs on these people. You have their fitness data, and you could say, okay, this person's at risk, so you could get them extra help. So that was.
Where were you getting your test cases from? Or
Fort Hood.
Oh, really? So you went to like a military installation?
Yeah, that was important. Yeah, and again, like this is where it was a pain in the ass, but it was worth it because. You got to go through an institutional review board. Because I was using service members, I had to go through the Armies and A&Ms, which was an extra. Because, Dr. Kreider, and probably looking out my best interest, was like, why don't you use the Corps of Cadets? And I was just like, they're not the same.
Yeah, no.
They're not like one of the people in my survey, he'd been deployed 5 times. I needed that to see that kind of that stress and that background and that, I didn't need some college kids who maybe the Corps Cadets the most stressful thing they've had in their life, right? So we did, service members for 1st Cav Division, and 100 of them, and so we found some interesting results and we published it, and
What was kind of the bulk of your finding, if you could summarize it in a way?
Yeah, it was that there is a relationship between your physical activity, your physical fitness, and your omega-3 and vitamin D score, levels and whether you reported a depressed mood or not. And that was the biggest, finding. And you could still use that. I think that could still be used as a screener. Nobody picked it up and did, but I think there's more threads to pull on, especially the fact that, and I'm not a psychologist, and I realize there's so many factors that go into suicide, but I've always kind of been of the mindset of saying, we're doing suicide prevention is not like the best way to go about it. It's more of like, how can we make these people as physiologically resilient as possible? And then it sorts itself. Yes, you're going to have mental health. Yes, there's a whole other component. But besides just like over-indexing on that, why don't we do the other things that we know is going to make them more resilient?
Yeah. Well, it's like when you go see a psychiatrist, they're not asking you what you're eating, bro.
Right.
Or what you're putting in your body.
Right. Or exercise, or like all those things. And I mean, there was just a paper, I haven't got to read it yet. It's on my my laptop I just pulled up, that is like this big like umbrella review of exercise, and like it beat a lot of depressants. I was able to skim it, that you're getting prescribed, right? So like, exercise might, beat what Zoloft in a trial or whatever. And so again, it's not, I feel like we're not looking at that. We're focusing so much on the mental health thing, which again, we should, but I think if we're really
missing the external factors, man.
Right. If we really want to move the needle, it's like, let's make people as healthy and as fit and as resilient as possible. Like, let's focus on that.
Yeah. What a
Even the marketing, I think, would be a little better than saying suicide prevention. I don't like that term. It's just, to me, it's like, you're already like, the problem's already there.
Yep.
And I'm not saying you're ignoring it. You're just saying like, no.
Well, it's more problems based than solution oriented,
right.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
What kind of things were you seeing on the vitamin D and the DHA side as far as dosages that were important, where you saw maybe improvement, or because I think I'm always trying to give solutions, and you're a great person to have on.
Yeah, For both, I love blood tests. I'm a huge blood test fan. When you come to me, I'm going to, get you to do blood tests because it's objective data, right? So vitamin D is a fat soluble vitamin. You need to respect it. It can build up to toxic levels, which can cause, your body to calcify tissues that shouldn't calcify. With that being said, most people can get away 2,000 to 5,000 IUs will cover the basis for most people. But why I like to say get it tested is if you were in the tank, if you were at 10 nanograms per deciliter, you are deficient. You might need 50,000 IUs, right? You might need a higher dose, but you wouldn't know that unless you had the blood test. And the blood test is relatively cheap. Very rarely you can have somebody push back. So any service member or any, person, when you go to your physician, just ask for it if they're not doing it. 25 OHD, get it. Also D3. This is another thing I'm going to tell on the Army. I had checked recently, within the last year or so, looked at the formulary. Half the hospitals are prescribing D2, which will do nothing for you.
Really?
So if you go on the pharmacy, and any providers that may be listening to this that are at DoD facilities, go do it. Go to the pharmacy and see what they prescribe for vitamin D deficiency. And a lot of them will do D2, not D3. Probably because somebody ordering it wasn't thinking, they're like, oh, vitamin D, it's really, really cheap, and get it. But no, you need D3.
I've seen a lot of it. I can't remember the research on it, but the D3 K2.
Yes. So with the K2 is very important. It helps make sure the vitamin D is going to do what it needs to do within the body. And that calcification issue, there's even some theory, I think it was in a Holic paper or whatever, that if you have enough K2 on board, you'll never kind of OD on vitamin D. Don't put that to the test, people. But I'm just giving you, that's kind of.
But I think this podcast can give people enough to go research on their own.
Yeah. So there is that. And then for the war fighter, I'll say this. So at one point, I was the guy that reviewed MREs, the vitamins, minerals. And one of the things the MREs is no secret, you don't get your daily value is vitamin K. Now, why is that important? What do you need to clot if you get shot? Vitamin K. Now,
I didn't know that.
Will you go, the MREs are only supposed to be used for 21 days.
We just had a guy on that was at Restrepo in Afghanistan, and they ate him for 16 months, man. He ate 1,200 MREs.
So that would be a guy I would worry about vitamin K, right? So I think there are those situations, and so it needs to be addressed. I don't know what combat feeding is doing right now. There's some great leaders at combat feeding, but that's definitely something that, how to get greens to guys. And that's something we can talk about later. I looked at as where there's microgreens, you could kind of grow on a Coppet outpost or whatever. But that is an issue because if you just have to do those kind of processed foods that are out there, they're very low in vitamin K. And so it would take a while, probably a few months, but eventually if your K drops low enough, I would worry that, okay, now you get shot. Besides not being optimal, but you get shot with that clotting factor.
I never even considered that.
Yeah.
And blood tests too. I mean, even if you don't even want to go to your doctor, I just ordered one from a company called Rhythm. I get no affiliation. I think they're actually Australian, but I don't know. It was $70, man. And you can get all kinds of different lab tests done. They ship it to your door. You do it at your house and you can ship it from your house. So there's really no excuse, man, to get your stuff checked. Obviously you want to go see a doctor.
Yeah.
That's the preference.
Well, is it that dried blood spot test? So you're putting it on a card and shipping it out?
No, man. You actually, you fill a blood vial. So it goes on your arm. You click the button. It fills a vial, yay big. And then you wrap the vial and you literally ship your blood off and you have your results, I think, I don't know, it's 96 hours.
Yeah. No, there's so many different ways to get it. And that's great. What's nice with the vitamin D and the omega-3s is they can be used by a dried blood spot test. So it's literally a finger prick and you just dot on a card and ship it off and you can get your levels tested.
And then what about for DHA? What kind of, Oh,
the dose, the EPA, DHA, I do a combination of, 2 to 3 grams a day baseline. Now, if you're if we have any breachers listening to this, right, and you just did a breaching course, I would go and I could give you a protocol of, maybe start out at 8 grams a day and titrate down. I do that with my fighter. Okay, you just had a UFC fight, you got hit in the head. go high and then titrate down.
Why is that?
Because based off of, again, Dr. Mike Lewis's work, that's, kind of when an insult has been given to the brain. So think about, like, we worked out today, we did our legs, you work out your muscle. What do you want to eat typically?
Junk food, bro.
Well, protein, right? Yeah. Like to build it up.
You want to eat,
because it's made up of protein, right?
Yeah.
So your brain has a lot of docahexanoic acid in it. So it's made up of it. So that's the building blocks. So whenever you get an injury to your brain, it seems that the brain uses and churns through more DHA. So by having that on board, you can help the individual recover more quickly. And he did, it's hard to do that controlled. They've done a ton. Like the animal research, if you look on DHA, is pristine. You take a mouse, you let it run through a maze, you time it, right? Does it so fast. Boom, you give it a brain injury. All of a sudden it doesn't run through that maze, as well. You feed it, you have a mouse that you fed omega-3 fatty acids, it recovers more quickly and is able to figure out through that maze. And you can't do that with humans, right? There's rules and stuff against that. But in cases like...
Tell that to the Russians.
Yeah, they might. But like, for instance, like the Sago mine incident, if you remember when those miners got trapped and one guy survived. So mine collapsed on people, I think it was in Kentucky. It was like six guys died. One of them, there was one survivor they pulled out. He was unresponsive, whatever. And he was able to walk out. Well, as Dr. Julian Bales of concussion fame and Dr. Michael Lewis, and they could help with that case and all, they put like 20 grams of fish oil down that dude's feeding tube, like every day to help, because again, that brain to rebuild. And there's been studies with Texas Christian University where they gave their football players either a placebo or 2 grams a day throughout the football season. And one of the signs of kind of brain injury or insults, like the tau protein, and they tracked that over the year. And those that were taking the omega-3 had less tau protein. It's hard to control for hits and all like that, but there's enough.
That's good to know for, my kid plays football.
There. Yeah, no, I would definitely have omega-3. Any contact sport, even jumpers, right? If you're on airborne status, people forget you fall at 18 feet per second under canopy. You're hitting that ground hard.
DHA, EPA, that's not the same as fish oil, right?
Yeah. Fish oil, combine it. But fish oil is one you get what you pay for. So you want to buy the higher quality stuff and look and see how much EPA and DHA you're getting. For instance, if you're just getting fish oil and it's like 50 milligrams of EPA and 75 milligrams of DHA, it's not, you'd have to take the bottle. You want something that's going to give you at least, a gram in that serving size. I would look for total of EPA and DHA. A lot of different companies that do that. Now that's fish oil, but you can also, if you're like, I can't do fish, whatever, algae, that's where the fish get it from. So there's algae oils, there's krill oils, whatever's going to give you that.
That's what I was going to say. Is that good too?
That's good as well. Yeah. Whatever's going to give you that EPA and DHA, whatever.
Yeah. And I've heard a couple different things, and maybe you can articulate this better or give me a better an answer. But I've heard like not all fish oils are created the same, and the oil is either supposed to be dark or light, and that some fish oil isn't as good and can actually be harmful for you. Can you speak to that at all?
It's all about getting a sourcing. With all supplements, I'm like NSF certified safe for sport or a third party testing. I want that. It's free of heavy metals and what's on the labels in the label, et cetera. And then for fish oil, you want a high quality, high dose. And there's a lot of different companies. Can I name companies, or I don't know?
I don't care.
Okay. Yeah. I can say no affiliation with these like Nordic Naturals. They just make fish oil. They've been making fish oil for forever. There's a company, Parasol, that is associated with the omega-3 fatty acid kit.
Parasol?
Parasol.
Okay.
I think, and they make a good high quality fish oil. Momentous makes a good high quality fish. There's a lot of good companies, but I would just say look at the label, make sure you're getting a good dose of EPA, DHA. And then the other piece of it is when you get it, do not keep fish oil in your truck. Do not. It's a polyunsaturated fatty acid, so it's sensitive to heat, it's sensitive to light. I keep mine in my refrigerator.
Great. Well, all great stuff I didn't know. I take that. Actually, I think the VA has me on a high quality fish oil because of my heart.
Yeah. So that's the interesting thing too. I didn't even talk about cardiovascular benefits. So Lovaza, which is a drug to lower triglycerides, it's just pharmaceutical grade fish oil. So fish oils can lower triglycerides as well. Yeah, so it's good for cardiovascular.
I think it's called Vasepa is what I take.
Yeah, so it might be. Yeah.
Yeah. Super interesting. Army Research Institute of Environmental Medicine.
Yes.
What did you research over there?
Yes. So, you make everybody aware there is a lab outside of Natick, Massachusetts. So, near Boston. where the Army just does great work. And it's mostly civilians, like scientists who've been there for years. And then for like me, there's 2 dietitian slots. That's one of the people, PhD slots. And I got to go there. So, I got to participate in quite a few studies. The study I ran and was looking at energy expenditure at Marine Mountain Warfare out in Bridgeport. Was doing that study. I was able to help out with some other studies as well. But there, one of the things I just again want to highlight, because the scientists there, they are not marketers. You're not going to find them on social media. They're just up there doing the work. And those guys and gals are brilliant, and they do phenomenal work. And so when I got there, one of the things I quickly realized was I was the dumbest guy in the room. Like so where I try to be helpful was kind of like a facilitator. So I knew Army, and so I could understand their idea enough that I could go to that commander and be like, sir, ma'am, this is why you need to do that study. This is how it's going to apply. Or when they design a study, if I'm like, I would ask them to so what? I'd be like, if you're designing a study, I'd be like, Asher, how does this apply to Ranger? Or how does this apply to the Rakasans or whatever? And if you couldn't connect the dots, or we couldn't connect the dots of like the warfighter, my lens was, is it going to make them more lethal or harder to kill? If we can't paint that picture, nobody's going to want to do the study. And I question if the study is worth doing.
Do you think that was probably some of the biggest, or the answers you were looking for the question, to your point?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's ultimately, that was the lens I try to approach anything. Be like, all right, is this going to make, again, better at eliminating threats? Okay. If I can draw that line, then the study's worth doing. Or on the other hand of it, is it going to make them, more resilient to disease, or more or less likely to get shot, or whatever like that? Okay. Then this is, like with the Marines, what we were trying to do is, optimize kind of fueling in the mountains. And it was challenging. And I'll tell you, it opened my eyes to winter warfare. Holy smokes. It requires a lot of energy. And it's challenging, like in terms of equipment and everything. I mean, while I was up there, it snowed so bad, it shut down. Think about that.
Yeah.
Winter warfare, the snow shut it down. It's so.
Any studies that surprised you, or any findings that completely changed any thought process or patterns you were having before you got there?
I mean, I'm always fascinated with like the energy expenditure gap of, it's really hard to close. Like when war fighters really get going hard, like doing the tasks or doing the thing, it's like it's a challenge to get them to eat enough. And then, I got a good study that, it wasn't mine. It was Dr. Lee Margolis, that, a ration given isn't always a ration consumed. So Lee, he's another one of those brilliant scientists up there, did a study in Norway out in their, winter training. Like who does better winter training than Norway? And they're burning a ton of calories out there. And so he saw they were in a caloric deficit, and this is what the rations were providing. So he's like, all right, I'm just going to give them like some bars and some supplements to supplement that, redo the test, and we'll close that energy gap, better performance, better thing. This will be done, right? When he redid the test, guess what the guys did? They just ate the bars and the snacks, and they didn't eat the rations.
Oh, dude.
And they were still in a deficit. So it's still, then it's like, oh man, these guys, they get a vote. And then
you think that was lack of education on their part, or
potentially? And then, there's challenges. I mean, one of the things I saw at Marine Mountain Warfare, I saw guys more dehydrated than I ever saw at Fort Benning during the heat. And what I figured out was, okay, how are those Marines getting water? They got to go outside their tent. They got to take snow. They got to put on a jet boil. They got to melt it. They got to pour it in their thing. It's effort. It's all these other things. And you get tired, you get lazy. And so those guys, I mean, their urine, we were collecting their urine. It was like almost gelatinous. We're like, man, you got to drink some water. So it's like, yeah, there is a little bit of education and understanding the environment in that piece. The other one I will say, now that I think about that surprised me, a study I got to be a part of, was with a good buddy, Will Conkright. We went over to Afghanistan, and this is like 2017, with one of the SF groups, and traveled around and looked at energy intake and food intake and things like that. And again, it showed like in Afghanistan, some of the capabilities that I thought we had nutritionally that like we briefed that like we don't.
Really?
You know,
like what?
So I mean, there was like this MRE that was like, you know, you could like, it was one of the heat and serves, you know, pull tab, you know, it works really well. But it was kind of, I guess, a notional go to war that wasn't being sent out to the guys and out in those units. Cause you know, the groups, they really are out there. Like, what is it? Is it Momad Valley? It's near Pakistan. I mean, there was one location, they had to have like all their stuff airdropped in. So they're eating MREs and Pop-Tarts. And I mean, it's not the best food. A lot of them are losing weight. So that really opened my eyes. Cause I mean, this is 2017. I thought we had nutrition figured out. And so seeing that, I'm like, we do not. We still, before the next, if we ever had a battle where, our air superiority was questioned, it would be challenging. We would have to really, think. I mean, I think we would have processed calorically dense food. They just came out with a new combat ration that has more calories because they've upped the fat. They had to up the fat to just make it calorically dense so you didn't have to carry as much weight. But again, that's only going to be good for so long. I think we need to look at like, are there sustainable microgreens, growing stuff on where you're at, like things like that, those type of solutions, down the road, we need to consider if we're going to keep people healthy.
The metabolite study with Dr. Emily Stein and Dr. Jesse Stein, 130 metabolites for nutrition.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that work.
Yeah. So, there was a couple different studies we did, and that was when I was at West Point. We did one looking at with the cadets when they were out in their field training, and Dr. Phil Carl actually led that. Jesse was definitely involved in that. But he was looking at like gut microbiome and some of these other markers. And it's just, you identify these pathways and then understand what's going on during stress and when you're in a caloric deficit. And then you can maybe figure out like how to action on these pathways. So some, it's going to be kind of disappointing. Like we just don't know. But then an interesting study that we're still, papers are coming out about, we did with combatives, and we took salivary measurements, before they would go and do their fights, their end of the year fights, and looked at, cortisol and testosterone and some, mood. And there were some interesting findings out of that in terms of like, I remember, and hopefully I'm not butchering this, was like guys, because we had guys and gals. It was like guys when they fought or did, what they had to do, at the end, because there was open hand strikes and grappling like jiu-jitsu. Their like anger level or anything like that, like didn't really matter. Like it didn't move. Like it'd be like me and you're like, all right, dude, we got to fight each other or whatever. But for the females, it was different. Like there was more anger. There had to be more anger, like could actually be more successful if they had a little more anger. And then also there is like this optimal stress response as well. People sometimes, cortisol gets like a bad name. People, cortisol, it's bad or whatever. But it's like, no, cortisol was predictive up to a point of like that stress response of how people did in fights. Like you need to have that fight or flight response. So it was, it's pretty interesting. There's more stuff to come out of that.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Creatine, I wanted to give creatine its own little space, just because you did so much research on it, and it's something that I take regularly. And there's been some new studies and finding about creatine even in the last year or two. Creatine 101, for someone who doesn't know anything about creatine, can you explain what creatine is and what it does in the body?
Yeah, creatine, we get it from food. Like we're all consuming it. So I think that's one of the things that kind of firstly to level the playing field is understand, like every time you eat a piece of, chicken or meat or whatever, you're getting, some creatine. When we found out that it was beneficial, it was a guy, Dr. Roger Harris out of the United Kingdom, when he gave people creatine, he found that they got stronger, they were, they got more explosive and they gained some muscle mass. There's some different, factors. It can help with ATPs, which ATPs, give you the energy. So like when we're lifting weights today, so you can get a few more reps, which can help you get stronger. It can help, more fluid go into the muscle, which can expand it, which is part of that weight gain. But it can also help with muscle growth and some of that signaling as well. So it does all those things, which we knew and have been really well accepted. So based on that, a lot of strength and a lot of power athletes used it. Endurance athletes, not as much because you have to weigh the weight gain, right? You got to carry your own engine and run with it. But huge with football, huge with those kind of sports, throwing sports, et cetera. And then even the military, like when we look at like rucking, carrying capacity, things like that, could be a benefit. Where we've really seen a shift, I would say recently in the research is like the cognitive stuff.
Oh yeah, man.
And that's really where it's gotten interesting is now there's been studies with sleep deprivation and man, I can't think of, I need a piece of the gum. Now think of the author who did a paper recently. It was like, 24-hour sleep deprivation. And you either got, creatine or placebo, and they did like reaction time, word recall, this whole cognitive battery. And it was like every test from reaction time to word recall to, different matching, everything. The creatine group did better after sleep deprivation compared to the placebo. And why is that? Is creatine can be used by your brain. So it could also help now with traumatic brain injury. So I can tell you like all my friends who work in Division I athletics, like with football, everybody's like kind of standard of care. If an athlete gets a brain injury or concussion, they up the creatine dose.
Really?
They put them on it.
How safe is it as a supplement?
Extremely safe. Extremely. And there was just a position paper, Dr. Kreider, of course, headed up. He put out through the ISSN. I mean, there's been studies with kids. There's been studies even with like renal patients. It's one of the most, again, well-researched aids that are out there. Caffeine probably has more research just because caffeine's, been talked about for so long, but creatine, extremely safe. I mean, now I give people the example. I'm like, I've got my 77-year-old mom on creatine. Like she broke her leg. And so I put her on that, but then just the cognitive benefits. Now with the cognitive benefits, and you and I kind of talked about this, the dose is higher because the average dose is 3 to 5 grams, right, per day. For the 24-hour sleep study, I think it was 0.3, was it 0.3 grams per kilogram of body weight? I'll have to look.
Yeah, because they were giving like 15 to 20 grams, right?
Yeah. So for somebody, my body weight ended up being like 20 to 25 grams. So you need more creatine to get kind of through that blood-brain barrier.
Are you taking that at one time or spread out doses throughout the day?
You can do either. For me, I'll do it like the study. It'll depend. So if I'm traveling, like we like to do, and you land and I got to give a talk and I didn't sleep well last night, I'm doing it all at once. I'm doing it all at once, and I'm doing it about 4 hours if I can. So if I'm giving a talk at noon, let's say about 8, I'm slamming the creatine because that was kind of the peak in that study when they showed it was 4 hours after taking it. Because again, it takes a while. Because from my understanding, and one of the better creatine researchers might correct me on this, I think it's like your muscles kind of uptake it first, and then it takes a while for your brain to, because you have receptors where your muscles can take it right away. Your brain, it takes a bit to get it through there.
There was that whole thing for a while where they were telling you have to take creatine with juice because you need some kind of sugar
insulin
spike. Is that true? Is there any?
No, you can take it without. I mean, insulin definitely help, but no, you don't need it.
What does creatine actually do, or how does it work inside the body? And then also, I'll have a follow up about creatine monohydrate versus HCl. We talked about.
Yeah. So again, it can give you more of that phosphates, produce more of the phosphates, so you can quickly replenish those ATPs. There is some talk, and I'm not as deep in this research about it being like a myostatin inhibitor, like which can help with muscle growth. Like, have you ever seen like when they knock out myostatin in animals? Have you ever seen that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. If anybody go search, like put out like myostatin knockout like dogs and bulls. You get like the blue bulls, those super muscular. So like myostatin basically is the governor over our muscle growth. And so creatine might help inhibit that, and you get a little more growth from there. But then from the brain, I mean, it can be a fuel source, which one of the things that happens when you have a traumatic brain injury, one of the mechanisms that kind of messes things up is it messes up the glucose use, which our brain runs off of glucose. And so when you mess up that, now you're not getting energy to something that's injured, so it can't recover as quickly. So one of the theories is creatine can actually go in and provide that energy source for repair.
Wow. So would you recommend like sustained use during that injury period?
Yes.
And then what about like what age? I mean, obviously you're not going to give this stuff to like newborns and infants, but like what age Let's caveat that out there. I think parents, do your own research. Concept.
Yeah, talk to medical professionals. Not medical,
right? We got to.
I'm not. Yeah.
But what what have you seen or?
I feel comfortable. I don't lose any sleep with teenagers. I am not saying that because I certainly would have some colleagues who would say, hey, 9, 10, kids. But right now, like teenagers, but then as far as like what do you go up to? I think geriatrics. And also, if we go back to where creatine comes from, especially people with poor diets who don't eat a lot of meat, who don't eat a lot of like animal source, things, creatine is extremely beneficial. I'll give a quick example of one of the officers I worked with. She was a vegetarian. She was, with me at the graduate program in nutrition, and I got her to try creatine. And man, like her deadlift went up like 20 pounds, medicine ball throw, like everything. Didn't change her training, it's like rocket fuel, especially if you have a poor diet or you're not eating a lot of meat or you're a vegan or vegetarian and you give them creatine, it's like, wow. So
the whole late loading versus maintenance, is that actual thing?
If you have something coming up that you need to be ready for within like a week or 2 weeks, it might be worth loading to kind of get up there quicker. Otherwise, the 5 grams a day for 30 days, you'll reach tissue saturation and less likely to lose, some in your urine. But the loading of the bigger doses is like, I have a specific event or like the cognitive benefit. I'm looking for that.
But is 5 grams a day, is that kind of the normal baseline?
Yes. Yeah. And if you look, most people 3 to 5, I say 3 to 5, because like if you're a 110-pound female, you might want to go a lower dose if it gives you gastrointestinal kind of problems. Man, I remember the dosage, but if you look at the International Society on Sports Nutrition paper on creatine, they have the actual dosing on that. And again, I think that might be 0.03 or 0.3 milligrams per kilogram a day. And so you can dose for weight.
Timing, does it matter when you take creatine, pre, post, before bed?
I don't take it before bed now. And why is because of my logic is if it helps you be more alert when you're sleep deprived, maybe there's something there that could affect your sleep.
Ah, that makes sense.
So that's my life. So it's one I definitely do in the morning.
Creatine monohydrate versus like everything else.
Crealkaline, creatine alpha ester. No, it's creatine monohydrate. That's all you need. And again, Dr. Kreider has done a lot of that research. We did, I think it was Andrew Yagam did a paper when I was there or right before I got there and it was creatine hydrochloride. And yeah, it was creatine monohydrate was better. So you just need the monohydrate. And then if you're looking at, supplements, I really like, if you can find Creapure on the label, that's the German-based creatine. There's, Chinese creatine and stuff. And I'm not saying it's all bad, but I will say this. If you look at any of the like lab results when creatine monohydrate has either been found to be tainted or had stuff in it, it's always been the Chinese creatine. The German creatine has never failed.
Good point. So Creapure, and that'll. I've never seen that on a label. Is that like a company or?
Yeah, you'll see it on a label. It's just they are a company, but a lot of supplement companies buy the German creatine. They get the German creatine.
It's good to know because we're about to.
Yeah. No,
I'm about to start selling creatine here before too long. Some myths and controversy about creatine. The kidney myth. What does the research actually say?
No, it's. There's now even some papers where they gave creatine to renal patients. So there could be some benefit there. Again, I say all this, I am not a physician. If you have renal disease or whatever, talk to your urologist, whoever you're working with, right? You guys are going to have to make that decision. But you can, certainly look up, and we can put some link in the show notes to papers where they've done creatine in patients with renal disease.
The cramping myth, you kind of dealt with this in training pipelines. Yep. What's the real story as far as creatine and cramping?
It could actually help with thermoregulation. We thought at one point that it would make you more susceptible to a heat injury. There's been at least 3 studies that show it can be preventative. And why is that? It kind of makes sense. It makes you retain more fluid. You can hyperhydrate on creatine. So taking creatine, as long as you're, again, drinking plenty of water, then you're fine.
Dehydration concern?
No. Again, as long as you're drinking enough fluid with it, there's no, now it's got me thinking about drinking. There's no concern with that. Again, like it could be potentially beneficial.
What about water weight? I mean, that's a big thing you've heard, is that most of the creatine,
yeah,
I mean, maybe that's old science, but it was like you take creatine, you're not really gaining weight, you're just getting water bloat.
No, I mean, you're definitely retaining more fluid, but there is some muscle gain with it. But that's part of the consideration for the athlete, for the individual. For instance, if you're really close on your 5-mile run time and you're trying to get in a regiment, would I put you on creatine? About like, because I'm like, oh, that weight gain, and you got to play with that or know that. Or even like with the fighter I work with, like he's going to come off of creatine like the week he's making weight or right before it, So there are situations where, you need to look and see the beneficial for you.
We talked about this morning, creatine gummies. What's your thought process on them, and why don't you really recommend them?
Yeah, I'm still, the moisture thing, creatine and water. And I had to look this up, and it takes a while. We're talking days of creatine sitting in water to break down to creatinine, right? But in a gummy environment, you're always going to have some moisture. And so I just wonder with that creatine, I haven't seen anybody that's convinced me like we're able to encapsulate it or whatever to where it's pure. And the fact you add that to the fact that there has been some consumer lab results that have shown creatine gummies not containing it. So for me to be on the safe side, I'm just either going to use the powder or like the chews, like a hard chew. They make it like kind of like a Smartie. Mm-hmm. There's some companies that make it in that form. That's fine.
Creatine in liquid. Why does it break down, and how fast do you need to drink it?
Man, I don't know the actual chemical reason, like why it breaks out. This is one I just know it does. I mean, like I said, it's going to take a day. But I would say, hey, mix it. Don't leave it in your refrigerator. Like, know you're going to drink it within that day, and most people do. So it's not like, hey, I got to drop my creatine and drink it in really quick. Now I will throw out heat can also speed that up. So I don't think a lot of people are putting in their coffee or tea, but if you are, then you would need to drink it more quickly.
Vegans and vegetarians. I think you told me previously that you said that they respond like jet fuel.
Yep.
Why is that? Because
it's extremely low in their diet. Like it's basically non-existent because you don't get a lot of creatine from plants. You get it from animals. So you're really, and I'll tell you another supplement they'll respond really well to, Beta-Alanine, the same thing. Because Beta-Alanine, you're getting, it increases carnosine. So you're getting carnosine, like the food you eat. Again, the meats and things like that. So they're going to have extremely low Beta-Alanine and creatine levels. So if they supplement, it'll really see an effect.
Women and creatine, same dose, same benefits. Any differences?
Yeah, same dose. Same benefits. I mean, there's no reason, and I'm really excited too because I feel like that shift with women and lifting weights. Like now, every woman knows she should lift weights. Right, like we've turned that corner.
Yeah, it's so weird, man. I mean, there was this idea that if women lifted weights, they were going to look like a dude. But
that was right. Like when we were younger or whatever, it was very like if you went to the gym, I remember it's like all the guys are lifting weights and then the girls are doing cardio. But now that's come. So yeah, females should certainly use creatine. Like,
I think we talked about the TBI and concussion protocols and older adults. Your mom, you mentioned your mom being on it. Do you put her on a higher dose, like 10, 15 milligrams?
No, I got her on just 5 grams a day. She's a little smaller, but for her, it was, the cognition, 177. I want to keep her sharp. But then 2, she had a really bad shit. She fell and, shattered her tibia, shattered her fibia, and was recovering. So I needed to get her strength back quickly to kind of, and it really, she says like the doctor was impressed how quick she came back, and she gives a lot of credit, and also knew her diet. I'm working on it. She doesn't always eat she doesn't like to eat meat, and one of the things when people get older, their appetite goes away because you don't have your taste buds get desensitized as you age, and so this is a problem with the geriatric community. So again, I know I can either try to get her to eat more chicken, which I do and all like that, or I have her dose on creatine, and I know she's, kind of covering that base.
Super cool. I kind of just want to shift a little bit, just talk about supplements in general. It's not too often we get somebody of your stature, and I think I was telling you our analytics are pretty high for males, and a lot of dudes working out and either transition into a healthy lifestyle or are already living a healthy lifestyle. So, what's kind of your personal supplement stack, or what do you take daily and why?
Yes, I like vitamin D. Obviously, I do D3. Anywhere, 2,000, 5,000 IUs, and that's why.
Vitamin D, that's fat soluble. Are you taking that at night, or are you taking it during the day?
I'm taking it during the day, like with a meal. Yeah, I like to take it with the fat to get that in. And I like to take it regularly. If somebody is deficient, I will say, and your doc's like, all right, I'm just going to give you a bolus dose every couple of weeks. I've seen that protocol. I don't like it because vitamin D, if you look at how it acts in the body, it acts like a hormone. I would rather take a smaller dose consistently than just like a bolus dose one week and a bolus dose the next. So if anybody ever gets put on that, I would push back. But again, for the cognitive benefits, for the muscle benefits, I take creatine, obviously, for all said, now probably more for the cognitive, because I'm not trying to do any like lifting PRs really, but really for the cognitive benefits. So I take creatine monohydrate at 5 grams, but we'll go higher when I'm sleep deprived. I'll go up to, I'll be in that 20 gram range. Omega-3 fatty acids, I take 2 grams of that for the cardiovascular and the cognitive. Then after that, it depends. I like, I haven't been using it as much, but I've been using magnesium glycinate at sleep, like 200 milligrams.
Oh, I'm on that, dude.
Yeah.
That and, magnesium L-threonate too.
Yeah. Yep. That's great. So I'll do that. And then after that, it's protein. I mean, there's other things that'll sometimes like rotate in.
Are you doing protein powder or collagen or any of that stuff?
Yes. So I'll do, I'll do a collagen peptide on occasion, and then this is another thing careful to point out to people. Never count your collagen as your protein, because collagen is extremely low in leucine. Leucine is what you need to make that trigger. There's a leucine trigger to say, make more muscle, kind of. And so you get that from, chicken, from beef, whey protein, very rich in leucine. But what collagen is high in is glycine and proline, which isn't as high in whey protein, which is really high in your tendons and your joints. And so that's where the collagen, I think, can be of particular benefit. Even, the glycine, maybe with sleep, it could help with sleep. The other piece with collagen supplementation that I don't think gets talked about enough is skin. There's more research to show that it helps with like skin hydration and skin elasticity. Like it's pretty compelling compared to the tendon stuff. The tendon stuff, people's joints and stuff tend to hurt less, but as far as like mechanistically, like pinning it down, it's a little hard. But the skin stuff, why I say that is a lot of people like it's like the women like trying to look younger, they think. But a lot of my guys like if you do any combat sport where you get punched in the face, you should be taking collagen. Because cuts can be career ending. Cuts can end a fight. So anything that can help your cuts heal up better, heal up quicker is going to be a benefit. And so that's why I also like the collagen for the combat sport athletes. Like boxers, I don't think a lot of boxers take it, but if you were a boxer or you're a boxer listening to this, I would be taking at least 20 grams of collagen a day.
Dude, great insight. Pre-workouts. You take any pre-workout?
I don't. I used to. I would take, so like anybody else, I would take what was out there, right? And then I'm like, all right, well, what's the active ingredient? Caffeine. That's the main, right? Caffeine. So I went down this whole journey. I got pure caffeine anhydrous, which again, I don't recommend because you got to be careful on the dose. And the only time, or most cases where people die of caffeine overdose is somebody bought pure caffeine anhydrous and they mess it up. Because you're not going to drink, it's hard to drink all that many Monsters or coffee because the lethal dose of caffeine is like 10 grams for most people, which is a lot. Not a challenge to anybody listening, but so you've got to respect it. And so I would do that and I would dose that and kind of play with that. But then from the first strike ration, it had the caffeinated gum in it. And what I really liked about it was you get transmucosal delivery. So when you ingest your coffee or, your pre-workout, where do you gotta wait? Like 30, 40 minutes, for it to go through the gut. And it depends, do you eat anything? Is there anything fatty in there? All like that. Whereas I could bypass that by chewing my caffeine and getting it in the system. So that's what I went to.
Explains the gum, dude.
Yeah. This all started.
That gum hit me pretty quick, probably less than like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. So this was 2010 when I started on the gum.
Yeah. Pump products, nitric oxide boosters, beet shots. Do they work? Would you use them?
Yeah, I think, so the nitric oxide, what was really big was arginine, right? The amino acid that gets converted to nitric oxide. Arginine gets converted to nitric oxide in people that have some sort of like endothelial or vascular dysfunction. And it shows that it works. You give them arginine, it works. People who are healthy, it doesn't seem to be as effective. What could be effective is citrulline. L-citrulline could help with it. But then also the beetroot juice and the beetroot powder, very effective. I mean, so much so, I had, one individual I was working with, they had high blood pressure. They're on high blood pressure medication. I was like, hey, have you thought about beetroot juice or powder? Nitric oxide can help with blood pressure and all. They started taking like the beetroot juice and powder, and like they're talking to the physician about getting off the blood pressure medication.
Wow.
Again, not saying go do that, but that's how much their blood pressure dropped. So the beetroot juice, it's a powerful thing to use. And, if you're going to altitude, it can help with that. But then any cardiovascular activity can help with. And then, for men, for, sexual health, if you don't want to do Viagra or Cialis, you could try like a beetroot juice or beetroot powder for better blood flow.
Because it's vasodilator.
Yeah. Now, you got to be very particular because where the beets were grown and how they're processed. I like, the brand totally slipped my mind. It's like Elite Beets. I'll see. Maybe I'll have to look it up on my phone. But they do a great job. They have a guy, Dr. John Alvey out of the University of Texas, who tests the products for the amount of like nitrates in the products that you're going to get that response. And so I would go with that. And then the other piece with beets is probably more than you want to know. But if you use mouthwash, stop using mouthwash when you do your beetroot juice or beetroot powder.
Why is that?
Because it kills there's a lot of bacteria in your mouth that helps convert it to that nitric oxide. Like that's when the process starts. And so if you're using like an alcohol-based mouthwash, you're killing that. And so you're not going to get a good response.
Yeah, I've actually heard that before. Training fasted versus fed. Does fasted training burn more fat? Is there any science in any of that stuff?
I mean, certainly, as a substrate, you burn more as a percentage, but does it matter? Probably not. And then it's like, well, what's your purpose? What's your goal? If your goal, is to run the fastest 5K you can run, I would train fed, right? Because carbohydrates is going to help you do that, right? Your fuel. If it's just like, I wake up in the morning, bro, I'm not hungry. I'm going to get a coffee. That's my time to hit the gym. Okay. Like I'm not, hey, let's get some protein in afterwards so you preserve your lean muscle mass. But I'm not going to get worked up about that.
I got kids that play a lot of sports. We're doing tournaments on the weekend. What do you say as somebody who worked in the Ranger Regiment? I mean, obviously I'm not comparing my kids to the Ranger Regiment, but it's extended athlete stuff over a multiple day period. What kind of nutrition are you recommending? Just whether it's a UFC fighter or, the high school kids they're going that, what type of nutrition maybe before or in between games? Any ideas on that?
Yes. So, again, it doesn't have to be complicated because really for especially the kids, like moving like that is like just get them enough fuel. So applesauce is great because it doesn't go bad. It's quick hit of fuel. You're getting like 15 to 30 grams of carbs. You never want to go more with those kids. They could probably handle 60 grams of carbs an hour, 30 to 60 grams of carbs an hour would be what there's some, elite athletes do 90, but I wouldn't do that. So what does that look like food wise? That could be a packet of applesauce. That could be, a packet of applesauce with a bagel and a half. It could be a bagel with some honey. It could be a banana, fructose sometimes upsets people's stomach, the sugar in fruit. For me, I don't have a problem with it. My kids don't have a problem with it. So my son can crush a banana and go play soccer, and he doesn't,
No.
So it's just to throw something out there. If you do, you give a kid a banana and they're like, oh, my tummy hurts or whatever, maybe so then you switch to a bagel or whatever. So find those things that they like to eat and they're gonna eat, and that it's pretty easy to digest.
And then for the adult, maybe who's a tactical athlete or doing or a lot of cops and firefighters, man, on their training days, they're doing either housework. Firefighters are up and they got a whole day of training running in houses up and down stairs. I hear you on the carbs. Anything on the protein side, or does that really matter when you're just trying to find calories for fuel source?
No, I mean, so the carbs like to fuel like the event, but then like the post kind of event or even intra event, like that's where I want some protein, and especially older individuals where we're really trying to preserve lean muscle mass. And there's even some literature that as we age, I mean, think like when we get past the age of 40, that our sensitivity to protein actually goes down. So we need a little more to kind of trigger that, a little more leucine to trigger that. And so with those individuals, yes, chocolate milk post-workout. I mean, that's the easy one. Essential amino acids I get excited about because they provide a very easy way to get in, what your body needs protein-wise without a lot of calories or a lot of volume. So for somebody trying to lose weight, you could use it. Or for somebody like my mom who's not really hungry, and I can give her, 12 grams of essential amino acids, which is for her, it's like eating like 20 grams of protein or eating that, a 6-ounce thing of chicken. But she can drink it and it can be in like a berry flavor and not think anything, but that could be her beverage. So that's another area I would say, like kind of with those older adults to consider, is like a carbohydrate, then maybe some essential amino acids, but certainly you can eat food as well if it is convenient.
Yeah. I didn't really ask you a lot about it, but I kind of wanted to go back. Beta-Alanine, you mentioned it. Do you take it? What is it? What does it do?
So Beta-Alanine is a amino acid buffer that it combines with histamine in the body to increase carnosine levels in your muscle. Carnosine is like when you're going hard and you're producing all the hydrogen ions, kind of the buffering capacity is that carnosine. So by taking in Beta-Alanine, it increases the carnosine. That has been shown to be effective. So if you have to do repeated sprints or sort of things, Beta-Alanine could be a great benefit, or repeated swims, or any of those type of repeated, like hard, high heart rate activities. There is some research coming out of Israel with the IDF. They're looking at they've done. There's a guy, Dr. Jay Hoffman, who's done a lot of work looking at some of the cognitive benefit stuff, which is pretty wild. Like he did this animal study where he took it might have been a mouse, rat, whatever, rodent, and introduced it to a predatory scent. So apparently, like if you want to induce like PTSD in a rodent model, like make it smell cat urine, freaks them out, right? So we do that, and then they were able to sacrifice and look at the brain and look at like all these things that happen in the brain, kind of like with a human. And then they were able to do it feeding them like Beta-Alanine. And the response was like less stress. Like they had a robust protective response. Something called brain-derived nootropic factor, which is protective in the brain, increased when they gave them Beta-Alanine. And since then, they've done some like runs where they've had guys, do shoot houses and other things with like cognitive tasks with Beta-Alanine, because there is some, talk about it getting it past the blood-brain barrier, kind of like with creatine. So I think there's more to the Beta-Alanine story than just the buffering capacity. You'll see, as of right now, if you look in like the literature, that's why people take it. Like they're, 400 meter runners or 800 meter repeated sprint or things like that. They want to take Beta-Alanine. But
before the event, or
before the event.
Okay.
Yeah, you can take it acutely or chronically. But
where do you what form does that come in? Is it a powder?
Powder. A lot of times a powder. Yeah. And it used to be in a lot of the pre-workouts. Remember those tingles you would get from taking the pre-workouts? That was from the Beta-Alanine.
Wow. Do you take it ever regularly?
I used to take it. I don't take it as much. Just now having this conversation with you, it makes me think I need to go back and look at the literature, because again, the cognitive stuff was coming out. So it wouldn't surprise me if like 2 years from now, if, you and I, talk again, I'm like, hey, man, beta-alanine's become like the new creatine. So I could, see it.
If you're serious about buying a home, refinancing, or just want to know if you can put yourself in a better position financially, listen up. I want you to go check out New Wave Lending. That's NUWAVE Lending. They've got real experience helping veterans, military families, law enforcement, and hardworking Americans, and they've built a dedicated team specifically for our Vanguard Wall listeners. That means real people, real answers, and no getting passed around like a transaction. If you bought a home in the last 1 to 4 years, rates may have moved enough that it's worth running the numbers. And if you're planning to buy in the next 6 to 12 months, they can help you get fully prepared before the right house hits the market. They'll break it down straight, real costs, real options, and whether the move actually makes sense for you. They also built a dedicated landing page just for our Vanguard Wall listeners. So click the link in the description or the show notes and get connected directly with the team taking care of our audience. New Wave Lending, trusted people, solid guidance, and a team built for our community. I kind of skipped it just a tad, but I just want to talk about, I know you're not a testosterone doctor, TRT doctor, and that's not your thing. But I do want to just hit on it because I think you said something off camera I think is an important conversation to have as far as, one, the dangers of over-the-counter test boosters because of the 17-alpha alkaloid, which could put a lot of stress and damage on your liver. But also, can you speak a little bit about your thoughts on, testosterone, and sometimes people run to the TRT when they don't fix everything else?
Yeah, again, not an endocrinologist, not a physician, but what I've seen is, somebody, they're drinking too much alcohol, they're not taking care of themselves, and they're not getting enough sleep. And they're like, oh, my testosterone's low. Let's start addressing those issues. Let's cut back on the alcohol or eliminate it, depending, what you want to do. Let's start getting some good sleep, some consistent sleep, and let's dial in your nutrition, lose some body fat, lose that. Like all those factors are going to help. Now, again, with the weight loss stuff, I've seen some like Dr. Lyon, like her approach is, well, I'll get them on testosterone first because it can help trigger the weight loss and movement, which is valid. And I think and she's a physician and practices that. I think also a good thing for people to realize is like, where are you getting that information from? Like I would rely on her to give me that information because again, she's a physician, she's practicing. But I've seen on Instagram, an individual who I know was like a golf trainer. Like she used to specialize in like training people for golf. And now like her thing is getting guys on testosterone. And it's like, you're not an endocrinologist. You have no medical background. You have no, but like, I mean,
there's money in it. That's why.
But, right. And so there's a lot of that going on. It's not just her. There's a lot of that going on. And I was like, you've still, and we talked a little bit, like you've still got to respect it. It's still, there's consequences if you don't,
and there's a lot. I mean, there is a ton of TRT providers out there, and they're not all the same, dude. They're giving everybody a standard dose, regardless of, your weight, your age, your, extenuating, back health health concerns. And so, I tell people all the time, man, if you're interested in getting TRT, especially older dudes, like make sure you find a dude. They're testing your blood regularly. You're getting all your stuff dialed in.
Yeah. Don't go for the cheapest. I was probably rule of thumb. You don't have to go for the most expensive, but maybe that middle road. And again, like a physician that's, look their background up. Do they have a background in it? How long have they been doing it? How long have they been practicing? And then who are their patients?
Yeah, kind of transition into like, extreme athletes, extreme environments, high altitude stuff. What are some of your supplementation considerations for either high altitude or maybe, extreme cold weather or any of that kind of stuff? Or are those two completely different things?
No, I mean, usually what goes with cold, altitude goes with cold. And I think that's the most demanding environment. I mean, I remember, getting to regiment, reading Robert's Ridge and the Battle of Taku-Car and hearing, and what was really interesting was some of those Rangers were still at regiment. And, they're talking about like, we had to throw our plates because, the high altitude, it was so demanding and getting up there.
Yeah, they were like 30,000 feet.
Yeah, the physiological consequences. So two things that can manipulate nutrition-wise that people need to think about is iron stores. getting your iron stores measured. If I had a group that was going to altitude, you need to look at like iron stores and getting those dialed in. And I can't give all the numbers I used off the top of my head. I'm trying to think, but we could maybe put in the show notes or whatever, dial those in, because if your iron stores are not topped off, like you could even be like non-anemic, but you're at the lower end of the spectrum. Now I put you at altitude and your body's like, make more red blood cells, and starts pulling from there. And you don't have enough material. You're not going to adapt fast enough. So you need your iron stores topped up. And there's a couple studies that were done with the Marines where they were putting them on prenatals and sending them to altitude, and they did better. They adapted better because again, your body's going to be like, we need to make red blood cells. We need iron. Bop, bop, bop. It's going to chew through it. So optimizing iron stores would be the biggest for that adaptation. And then the other piece of it would be hydration. People drinking enough at altitude. The cold environment, like I talked about, where you're getting your water from, if you got to melt it, staying on top of it there is going to help. But then also the nitric oxide boosters, if you could do that. Now, there's a paper Lee Margolis put out that was pretty good where he looked at like erythropoietin and performance. And I think that would be a conversation if we ever did another battle up at the mountain against an enemy that's adapted there, and you had guys who are QRF that need to go to altitude and fight with combat equipment. It's like, man, why wouldn't we put them on EPO? Because we're not going to be able to get them adapted any quicker. Yeah, that is what like all the cyclists were on and doping with.
Oh, blood doping?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the old blood doping was I take your blood out, I store it, and then I give it back to you, get more red blood cells. Now I can give you erythropoietin, and it just tells your body make more red blood cells.
What is that? Is that a drink?
No, it's a drug. It's shots.
Oh.
Interesting enough, though, we go back. So salidroside also stimulates erythropoietin. That's one of the benefits from that to make more red blood cells. But so it could help at altitude, and that's why rhodiola rosea could be another thing for people at altitude. But I would say the big levers for nutrition would be iron stores and nitric oxide.
Do you have any experience or thoughts on ketones? Like there's a brand called Ketone IQ. Supposedly that was, supposed to help or it was originally tested for people doing stuff with altitude. Any experience with that?
Yes. And so this guy, his ears got to be burning, man. Lee Margolis again had done research with, ketones, and what he found is it can inhibit your ability to use carbohydrates. Like it's not as great as everybody says. And if I remember the initial studies with ketones was Dr. Dom D'Agostino out of Florida. And it was in, I think, a hyperbaric chamber because he was looking at divers, because the rebreathers that the SEALs use, because they don't want the bubbles coming to the surface, you can get oxygen toxicity, I think, build up, and the ketones could be beneficial there. Yes. Like there are certain situations for ketones that I think could be beneficial. I don't think kind of how it's being sold is like everybody use ketones. It could be because, there are some gastrointestinal side effects. If you look at the ketone research where, it causes stomach upset. Then also, what is it? Is it a ketone salt? Ketone salts don't move the needle. I wouldn't recommend those. Where a ketone ester, the liquid ketone, does. It tastes like jet fuel if you ever used it.
I have the small Ketone IQ. Again, I'm not sponsored.
Yeah.
I use but I was using that for a pre-workout sometimes. It was a Ketone IQ, and it had, I think, 100 or 200 milligrams caffeine. Pretty legit. But again, man, to your point, I think it was probably the caffeine that was more moving the needle than the ketone. But it tastes like. Well, they finally came out with a green apple one, was a little bit better.
They got the
initial stuff was
jet fuel,
cat piss, bro.
Yeah. So it's not for everybody, but I do think there is some specific use cases. I mean, for instance, people with epilepsy, right? A ketogenic diet's effective. Yeah. It reduces seizures. So now, could exogenous ketones help with that? For brain injuries, could ketones, because again, we talked about your body can't use glucose. Your brain can't use glucose a lot of times when you get a brain injury. It affects that. Well, now ketone could be another fuel source. So could it be beneficial there? So there's specific use cases, but for everybody, do you need to be on ketones? I would say no.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of caffeine. Caffeine's been a big topic. I think only weirdos don't drink caffeine. No, I don't know too much. I mean, my 13-year-old drinks coffee. I try to limit it, but even she's found the benefits. So, But it's not all the same. Doesn't always come from the same places. Kind of what's your thoughts on caffeine and sources and all those kind of different things?
I mean, caffeine, again, most well-researched ergogenic aid. It works. It's effective. If you're sleep deprived, I mean, coffee is a performance drink. If you look at even like, it's a longevity drink. People who drink coffee tend to have less diseases. And why? It's high in antioxidants. Tea as well. What sent me down the caffeine was I dealt with a lot of people in sleep deprivation or athletes traveling to time zones or tactical athletes traveling to different time zones and they need to stay awake. So we looked at, energy drinks and then there's energy powders. And the problem I ran into, again, a lot of them was proprietary blend where you really didn't know the dosage that were in there. And then I worried about like what all that polypharmacy was doing outside of the caffeine. So how could I get caffeine to them? And what I landed on was the caffeine gum. They could throw it in their pack. They can go through customs. It's not an energy, it's not a pack. You're not going to get stopped. You got it. And then they can chew it. I can get them a specific dose and they can be ready to go in 5 and 10 minutes to either give a presentation, go kick down a door, go compete, go do it. And so that's where I've landed and it's kind of become my pre-workout.
Talk to me about Salvo Gum, kind of the genesis, and then the Cylindricide?
Cylindricide, yeah.
Cylindricide, yeah. Man, I think we talked last week, you told me, I didn't even know you had that. And then I kind of looked into it. I looked at your wife's awesome website that she built you guys, a lot of information. And I was kind of blown away, man. I'd never heard of it, which is kind of, I really try to dive into supplement stuff out there. So I'm super, super excited to hear about this.
Yeah. So, again, like the gum thing, I've been chewing caffeinated gum since like 2010, like for years. And it was always a solution I would give tactical athletes, in particular, like people pulling security where you can't urinate. You're guarding a principal for 12 hours, but you got to stay awake. Caffeinated gum, right? Like there's all these use cases. I was like, oh man, there's a thing. But there was nothing I loved. So military energy gum, which they found in the MREs, it had sugar in it. And then the encapsulated caffeine. When caffeine's encapsulated, you don't get like, the release isn't always consistent. What I was finding is like when I was chewing, like some of the caffeine was still in there. So I wanted like a consistent release. And then I wanted like certain structure and sourcing in my gum. And so that's what sent me down like the gum path. And one of the products that I've been using with my athletes lately is Rhodiola rosea. It's, I think it goes back like 1,000 years. Like there's old texts like where that plant's been used, and a lot of like with altitude, making people, perform better in the mountains and things and use it. And so it's helped with like stress adaptation. So there's cognitive benefits. There's the benefit why they think of altitude. It stimulates that erythropoietin, so you get more red blood cells. So I've been using Rhodiola rosea with athletes and personally a little bit, and like found great benefits.
Is that just from a plant? Is that
from a plant? Yeah, from a plant. But the problem is it's become popular, and one, it's getting over kind of harvested, and then because of that, like the quality is getting affected by who's growing the plant. People are rushing it and whatever. And one of the active ingredients in it, like, okay, what is active in rhodiola? What's doing this? It's cylindricide. Rhodiola is only 1 to 3% cylindricide, depending on the plant. Cylindricide is kind of the thing that's the magic making it happen. So I found a company like through this, again, research that have been able to figure out how to make cylindricide through a fermentation process. So you don't have to harvest the Rhodiola rosea. So that's good for the environment. But then also it's, it has like a food status with the FDA. So it's not a dietary supplement. One of the things, you'll notice on the gum label, it's a nutrition label, not a supplement label. So that was also important, for me as well. And so, finding this, I was like, I need to find somebody to put all this together. So I was able to find somebody to put it together. And, what we landed on was the best way to deliver to get it immediate was, the other piece with encapsulated caffeine, which caffeine's like actually like kind of in the gum, like you have to chew it so long to get it out. And not everybody chews gum as long. So I wanted something liquid, a liquid version. And then I like to go natural. So we went with a green caffeine from a green coffee. So a natural version, liquid version with the cylindricide in it that I know every time I chew it, it's going to deliver transmucosal delivery. I can get that effective dose. and enter Salvo Gum. Like that's
what's the I mean, because this gum, it doesn't have a ton of caffeine. It's like what, 40 milligrams?
Yeah.
What is it that Solidaricide is doing in coordination with the caffeine to provide this like stable, continuous kind of boost?
That was based off, there was a paper, and I put it on my Instagram a few days back, I think, that was looked at rhodiola and caffeine. And what they found is like when they gave people rhodiola chronically, so the Rhodiola rosea, right, which has the Solidaricide, the active, not to confuse people, in it. And then you got, they either got a caffeine dose, or some people just got a caffeine alone, or just caffeine and Rhodiola rosea. They found there was some synergy there in terms of athletic performance and mood. And it was both in trained and untrained individuals, which is also very exciting. Sometimes you can take untrained individuals and give them about anything and they do better. So it's even, trained and untrained individuals, and even in animal models. And so what appears to happen is there is some synergy there. And why that was exciting for me was I am, from all the years of using caffeine, I usually need like 200-300 milligrams sometimes to get. And
I was literally pulled out my C4 this morning, and you're like, "Hey, bro, try the gum," because I took a pre-workout, and I'm sure I've got a high tolerance, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I tried the gun, man. I was zipping in like 2 minutes," but it wasn't like again, man. It's a way, and I've been using caffeine since I could talk. It's definitely different. I don't know how to describe it. It's not a buzz, but you're definitely. I feel a little more fired up, a little more engaged. But not like jittery.
And that was what I was after, because I called it a cognitive performance gum, because now again, like, what am I chasing performance wise is like to be as mentally clear, to be as mentally sharp, and I'm not. When I was doing the pre-workout stuff, it was like just get as hyped as can to go lift some heavy weights, right? To get that, but I don't want that feeling. I needed to be more stable, and then cardiovascular too. I never ramping up my heart rate like that. I didn't think was ever good. I just accepted it. So now with the caffeine and Solidaricide, I'm finding that, okay, again, I can take half the dose of what I was taking in other caffeine gums, and I feel just as good, just as effective, kind of like what you're saying. And I'm glad you're getting that same effect, because other people, even the guy who makes the gum, he chews a lot of caffeine gum, as you can imagine. He called me because he didn't know anything about Solidaricide, and like I got him on it, and like heard it first. Yeah. And so, when he was doing the test batch, he like calls me on my cell phone. I was like, "Hey man, what's up?" He's like, "Dude, this is like legit." Like, because, I'm a scientist, so he's probably like, "All right, let's see." He's probably heard so many things about putting different ingredients in, he's like, "All right, I'll do it." But then when he tried it, he's like, "Yeah, one piece where normally I would have multiple." So it's been fun.
So how did you discover that? Was it something that you were researching, or?
Yeah, it was the Rhodiola rosea, and then just going down that road of like, all right, Rhodiola rosea works, but the problem is that it's hard to dose the plant. Like, where am I going to source the best Rhodiola plants consistently, that gives me this Solidaricide? And then when I started looking into Solidaricide, I discovered that company that's like, oh, I can go to straight to the ingredient. And then it's like, all right, is this ingredient safe? I looked, it has food status. So it's so safe, it's not even a supplement. I can put that. All right, what is the toxic level? What if somebody chews the entire box? So you would get a toxic level of caffeine before you ever got Solidaricide. They've yet to discover the upper limit of Solidaricide. So it was like all those boxes were being checked as I was digging in. And so then it just got to a point of being like, probably like you with this podcast, it's like, all right, Nick, are you going to have another good idea, or are you going to do the damn thing? And so we did the damn thing. But I will say, business wise, and I told you this, and hell, I'll share it with the audience, probably a dumb decision, like in terms of if you were looking at profit margin and whatever, it'd be better to go with like caffeine and another ingredient, because caffeine's cheap. Typically, going with caffeine from green coffee beans more expensive, but caffeine overall is still cheap. Solidaricide, $1,400 per kilogram. It's like more expensive than Wagyu, so.
Yeah. But you guys still found like a really decent cost. I think it's what, $20 for a box, and there's 16 pieces in there. And I know you're working on a plan to get it cheaper down the road. Because again, to your point, when your manufacturer makes it, they have to stop everything they're doing in the plant, only produce, your stuff. So I hope the audience, and again, man, I don't have any kind of marketing deal with Nick.
Yeah.
I just believe in him, and I believe in this product. I don't, this isn't about money, but I hope you guys support it. One, because it's awesome. It's a really good product, and I'm always looking for healthier alternatives, man. Especially you and I were talking last night, in a world where you don't know what's right, you don't know what's true. Everybody's, advertising is advertising, but you can get, misled quite a bit. So as somebody with your kind of research and background, especially as a dietitian, like you can really, stand behind, the research and stuff. Cause I know we were talking, this was like a couple years in the making, where you did the research and tried it and then found all the different, manufacturing processes, and then the gum, and then the flavor, and then, sourcing the ingredients. So I hope you guys get behind it and support it. I know I'm going to order a bunch when he leaves today.
Yeah. And then
I've only had 2 pieces and I'm freaking sold, bro.
can we give a code?
Oh yeah.
So we'll do 15% off Vanguard 15.
Yeah. Badass, man. So there you go.
Yeah.
And that's not something that we had previously discussed. So there you go.
The only podcast I've ever done a code for.
Yeah. Super cool, man. Well, yeah, I'm excited. I want to try it. I didn't take it before the gym, so I'll be experimenting all for the next couple of weeks, just trying it out on different things. I haven't slept much lately, and Nick tried to destroy my legs this morning. So we hit a hard workout, and again, man, we took a break. I popped one in, which I would normally drink, a C4 with God knows what's in there. I like C4, man. No smashing those dudes, but you're getting 300 milligrams of caffeine and whatever else is in there that I can't spell. So, the gum, man, it's pretty healthy alternative as well.
Well, and the main thing with the lower dose and what I like is like, you can titrate up or titrate down. Like if you need to be, if you want the jacked buzz, you can take 3 pieces, 4 pieces, you can go up, but that's the problem is like when you start off at 300 milligrams, you can't go back down.
Yeah. Well, let's transition from ramping our heart rates up to, I really want to talk about sleep and recovery, man.
Yes.
I have recently learned in the last couple of years of just how important sleep is, not only to adults, but also to kids, man. Like how, so formative to the brain, cements memories, your brain, cleans itself out while you sleep. How did, there was a common saying for a long time in the military, and I used to say it when I was a senior NCO, like, hey, sleep's a crutch.
Yes.
But, and we've all heard that mindset, but what for you personally started changing that mindset where you was like, hey man, sleep is super important?
I'll tell you, and I don't know if it was Brad Nendel who did the original like Ranger School studies. Going to Ranger School and being in the Ranger Regiment, I started looking at the sleep research because the Army has a lot of research on sleep, right? We sleep deprive people better than anybody, and particularly Ranger School. And I'll tell you what got me was there's a study, and I'm pretty sure it's Dr. Brad Nendel, who's now a director of a lab out at Pittsburgh, but when they pulled guys out of Florida phase, they looked at testosterone levels. And you think these are young, when most people going through Ranger School, 23-year-old, 22-year-old, like hard charging, testosterone probably 1,000. Like it was like 40, like nanograms. Like they were like basically like 4-year-old girl testosterone levels coming out of Florida phase. And I'm like, whoa. And then you start looking at all the sleep research, and it's like, you want to crush your testosterone, don't sleep. And that was probably the biggest thing we would use with Rangers. Like, so Rob Montz, he would give the sleep class, and he gave the sleep class because by then there was a lot of literature comparing it to alcohol, like showing that if you don't sleep for 24 hours, it's like you're inebriated, which at the time I'm always like, but you had me drive home after staff duty for 24 hours. But anyway, but I digress. The Army has gotten smarter there. But Rangers, they see that like, all right. But then I go, hey, it'll text your testosterone. All of a sudden, like I saw guys like sit up in class, like, oh wait, what? And so I think that's got me going. And then who was it who really got me turned on? I don't know if it was Allison Brager, Dr. Allison Brager. If you guys don't follow her,
we love Allison. She's coming on the podcast.
Yeah, Doc Jock with like the glymphatic system and the cleaning process that happens when you sleep, and never understanding that, and then like looking into it and be like, holy smokes, right? Yeah,
that's. I don't know if it was you telling me about a story of a soldier who, wasn't sleeping and, started failing his PT test.
Oh, yeah. That was me. So I mean, I got so much into sleep and still am in it is, I had a squad leader bring their young Ranger to me, and he was like falling out of runs and wasn't doing it, but he was like a good kid, so they were trying to keep him from getting RFS, getting relief for standards at Ranger Regiment, because if you don't meet the physical standards, you're gone. And I'm talking to him, and I don't know what I was talking to him about, like he started talking about video games. He's like, "Were you gaming?" And he's like, "Yeah, I go back to that's kind of how you would unwind at the end of the day." And I'm like, "How much sleep are you getting?" And homeboy was getting like 3 or 4 hours a night. And he's just like, it was sleep as a crush. He was a young kid. He's just like, yeah, whatever, And I looked at him, and they thought it was a nutrition issue. I was like, that's what I want you to do. We're not even going to talk about nutrition. I'm like, I want you to quit. Can you at least get, and I wasn't even something crazy. I was like 6, 7 hours a night. And he's like, Roger, sir, whatever. Like that's all I want you to do. I want to see you in a month, whatever, come back. Kid comes back. He's like, sir, this is unbelievable. I have all this energy. Like he was, we tweaked his diet a little bit, but it wasn't the diet. He just wasn't sleeping,
I think we were talking about LeBron James too, man, sleeping 11 to 12 hours a day sometimes. What's going on there?
The more you're beating up on your body and doing, so when I was in Afghanistan, again, I'm lucky in that, like, I'm not a door kicker. So most of my job was when they were back doing the training with them, but then otherwise, it was very non-physical stuff. So I could crush myself in the gym, and I was sleeping like 11 or 12 hours. I remember, and I felt like I was on drugs. Like, because you think like the chow over there, like consistent chow, I was getting consistent sleep, and I would just go annihilate myself in the gym. And it was like, I couldn't not recover. And I was sleeping at least 10 hours, because what else are you going to do?
Yeah. Sleep tracking, Whoop, auras. What are you looking for?
I love them all. I like I like an aura. I use an aura a lot. I'm very, very comfortable with it with athletes and clients and myself, because for me, I never like sleeping with something on my wrist, right? I'm not that guy. Putting a ring on, forgetting about it. Also, the data you get from aura, because of its, right up against your ring, I feel is a little better.
Are you wearing one now?
No.
Uh-oh.
This is a wedding ring. My aura ring's charging at home. I didn't bring it. But it gives good data. And the big thing with it is, what's the old sayings, like, you measure, or, you manage what you measure. And that's what I found with athletes. Like my UFC fighter, when we got him an aura ring and he started seeing how much he slept, and I'm like, hey man, you're a professional athlete. 5 or 6 hours ain't going to cut it. And I have like 3 or 4 years of aura data on him. And I can show, like, now we're up to like 8 hours, and he's credited with extending his career, at the highest level of just getting sleep. And other people I've worked with. And what I like is, I can log on, you can give me your access, and I can see, and then I have that accountability. I can be like, hey, Asher, what happened last night, bro? Your sleep's off. And
whiskey, bro.
Well, yeah, I could see that. Like, it was so funny. One time, he had like wine with his wife, and I was like, hey, you had a drink last night. And he's like, get out of my head. Yeah. But when I start looking at your numbers, I can detect patterns. I know when something's up. I was able to reach out and be like, hey, you probably need to get tested. You have COVID, I'm pretty sure.
Really?
You can see. When I was at West Point, we used aura rings for that very thing. You could see, your temperature goes up, your heart rate goes up, and your heart rate variability just tanks. And it's like, you're sick.
That is something I have struggled with as my HRV, especially somebody who's had heart issues, but it kind of really, I kind of try to train pretty consistently, eat pretty, normal. Yeah. But my HRV just kind of has wide swings. And so I've really tried to figure out how to dial that in. I haven't gotten anywhere close to figure that out.
It's tough. Not eating, like, things that'll help. Not eating 3 hours before bed helps. That helps. Not drinking alcohol.
Yeah, we were talking about last night. I don't even really drink that much anymore. I started using a Fitbit for quite a while, and the swings were so obvious when I would drink alcohol that, like, you go from a green recovery to where you're not going to see green for the next 2 days because, depending on how much you drink.
Well, and that's what people forget. I saw with one of my athletes, he had 4 beers over 4 hours. It took 4 days for his heart rate, his resting heart rate, and his heart rate variability to return to baseline.
That's crazy.
So yeah.
It makes sense though. How much sleep are you recommending as kind of like a baseline? I know everybody's different, right? So you can't give.
I mean, I like the 7 to 8 hours. Again, I want to point out I'm very basic when it comes to sleep. If somebody's like really having sleep issues, I'm lucky enough. I reach out to Allison Brager and I'm like, hey, refer to them because I know the basics, but her, like Dr. Jamie Tarter, like they're the neuroscientists. They're the sleep experts. So I just basically regurgitate everything she says, and trying to cool room, all those factors, and then the nutrition. I've got my tricks there with like kiwis before bed and tart cherry juice maybe, and a few other things.
Yeah, what's going on with sleep deprivation and what kind of strategies do you see? I mean, some of the things that came to my mind as I was kind of preparing to talk to you would be whether it's deployments, new parents with kids that aren't sleeping, or even guys that work night shift, paramedics, EMTs, cops. What would you kind of suggest? Right, everybody's different. But.
Yeah, so especially with adjusting to a new kind of sleep cycle. I lean on a concept called, chrononutrition, that your circadian rhythm tends to, and vice versa, like follow your nutrition. So if you can adjust your eating pattern to the time zone you're going to, you'll adapt more quickly. And then when you get to, said time zone or said schedule, if you can eat off that pattern, you'll adapt more quickly. So being very methodical in how you go about doing that. So, for instance, if you got to go to London to compete or to go do something or what have you, and you have time and you can start shifting an hour or two. I know it's not practical to completely flip your schedule, but just shift, your meals an hour or two to be closer to London, et cetera. And then once you get to London, boom, I don't care if you're hungry, eat when, it's time to get back on that track. Your body will switch more quickly.
What's a good cutoff time to stop eating and being intaking food?
3 hours before bedtime.
3 hours.
That's what, yeah.
And then I don't know if I asked you this earlier, but what about what's a good time for caffeine cutoff, right? Because I've heard if you drink caffeine later on the day, it can really jack up your sleep.
There's studies that once you go like past noon, if you're going to bed at 8 o'clock, it could affect it. It depends on the individual and like how you metabolize caffeine as well. Like for instance, personally, I can have caffeine at 2 or 3 p.m. and I'll go to sleep like a baby. And I have my Aura data like to prove it. I've looked at like
that's because your body's adapted.
Yeah, my body. I process caffeine, probably more quickly. Like I go through it, right? My wife, if she has a cappuccino at 12:01, like at lunch, she's up that night.
Really?
Like she, and caffeine affects her more differently. So she's probably like a kind of a slower metabolizer, so it stays in the system a little longer. And there's probably a bit of genetics, but then also just history of like I have always had. I started drinking coffee when I was in high school, where she didn't start until she was in the Army, and
I didn't start. I mean, honestly, dude, I used to see those coffee drinkers, and I didn't even start drinking coffee till I was like 30. But
good for you.
I took pre-workout, bro.
I
Rip Fuel and Jack 3D, Rip It.
I mean, when I look at some of the stuff I did in high school, like I had weightlifting first period. I would take 2 Rip Fuels and a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And then when I was playing football, I would take. Do you remember Vivarin?
Oh,
I'm telling on myself. I was young. I was a young high school kid.
That was like aspirin, caffeine.
I would take like an aspirin, a Fedra, and some Vivarin at halftime at a football game. Like I'd just be like, hey,
it's nuts, man.
I know. I look back, I'm like, I am so glad I didn't fall over.
KO.
Yeah.
Just want to talk a little bit about tactical athlete type stuff. What's kind of some the nutrition stuff that you would recommend dudes that are both training for BUD/S, SFAS, Ranger School? What's your kind of advice for selection preparation?
One, can I give a shout out to somebody who prepares more people than anybody?
Yeah.
Stu Smith. You know Stu Smith? You follow Stu Smith? You should follow Stu Smith. Stu Smith is like, before anybody was doing tactical athletes or doing training, he's a Navy SEAL, graduated Annapolis. he's trained more people. I've run into like more SEALs, more Rangers, more SF dudes that are like, oh yeah, I used his training program. Your guy Shipley that used his training program. So anyway, like go find Stu Smith. Go look at his training because he's not going to hurt you. There's another guy, Kevin Edgerton out of San Antonio, who does 18 Alpha Fitness, which is also really well. So because I think you want to, like we talked about, like somebody smart, somebody who's either a long tabber, have done it, or and they've trained people, and you're not going to get hurt. And what I like about both those guys is they're both over the age of 40 and still getting after it. And like when you're that age, you respect that a lot more because you know all the things that happen. So if you've been through all that training, you're holding together, you know what you're doing. Nutrition wise, basics. You can use basic nutrition in terms of, I want to see at least 3 colors on your plate, some high quality protein. I could get into the macros, with them depending on that. Hydration is really going to be big, but we're going for the long term because, again, it's not just about eating to perform, but it's eating to stay healthy, because what can get you, not to pass those schools if you get sick, if you get injured. So, kind of looking at that.
What's your thoughts on electrolytes, man? I'm really big on them. I think there's a lot of study behind them, especially when you start doing sweating. I give them to my kids in the summer when the heat's gnarly.
Yeah, being here in Texas, Georgia, like it's huge. Do the average person, going to the air conditioning gym need them? No, probably not. But if you're sweating heavy, then yes, certainly it can help speed up hydration. Now, some things I do want to point out: you need sodium and glucose, because there are electrolytes that are just like pushing sodium, but you have a sodium glucose transporter. So if you want to maximize rehydration as fast as possible, you need sodium and glucose, because there is a little bit of a sugar phobia. I feel like there's an electrolyte beverage I use, or worked with people, and they'll see and they'll be like, oh, it's got 7 grams of sugar in it. Why? It's like, yeah, you need that to maximize. Now, if you don't, and you're just, again, coming from the gym, you worked out 40, 50 minutes, you're rehydrating, water's fine, because you get electrolytes from the food you eat, right? Mm-hmm. Which is great. But otherwise, if I'm going over an hour, or I'm sweating heavy, I use something that, 600 milligrams of sodium, again, maybe like 7 grams of sugar, some magnesium, and then the biggest factor, taste. I like lemon flavored. I don't want berry. I don't want some fruit taste. I just want lemon flavored. And so that's what I use. And so I would tell people, find what you like that follows the World Health Organization's kind of protocol for a rehydration solution, and go with it.
Most of these selection places, they can't take any supplements. Do you think that makes sense nutritionally, or are they just trying to put everybody on the same playing field?
And it's been a minute, I'm going to date myself. For some of the higher level selections, my understanding is you can take.
Oh, really?
You can take supplements. I don't know if that's the case. I've been out of that world. I do think it's a little silly. I mean, I get it if you're going to control for all variables, but I think let the people make good decisions, right? If that person is that committed to the mission that they want to optimize their performance and bring things that are legal and safe and all like that, then then why not let them? Because downrange, a lot of times you're going to be able to do that, right? You're going to pack. I mean, I know guys who went on target with Rippets in their pocket, what? Yeah, right. Like what? I mean, let's not act like we're not going to use that. So might as well, and I know people don't like the phrase, train as you fight or whatever.
Yeah. So. Weight loss before selection, safe strategies, kind of what to avoid.
I mean, one, if you need it, yeah, that's one thing. Okay, let's sort that out. Work with somebody. Look at body composition. I want to track body composition. I just don't want to track what's on the scale. And then, look at your numbers, load carriage and all like that. I'm really big on making data decisions. Like, why do you want to lose weight? All right. Is it a body fat thing? Are we looking for speed? Are we looking for, and then really track that metric. Because otherwise we're guessing,
What about maintaining muscle during selection? And I'm not talking about like body,
Yeah.
I'm talking about bodybuilding stuff, but guys are coming out, guys coming out of Ranger schools wrecked, long course, whatever. Is it possible? Should you even worry about it?
I mean, Ranger school situation, I can tell you, is like, eat as much as you can.
Yeah.
There. I have some like theories, like if the Army ever wanted to reach out to me, because one of the things with Ranger school, and this was more with GWAT, probably not now. You have Rangers graduating, and then they're getting deployed pretty soon thereafter. And I saw that. And so I was able to do a study with Will Conkright where I looked at Ranger school recovery, like when they got back to baseline levels. And it was a really hard study because that was one of the problems was we follow the guys, like we did testing on them pre-Ranger school. Then we did it immediately post, but then they would get scattered to the 4 winds. Like they were either deployed or whatever, like doing follow-up. But for the ones we were able to follow up with, I think we followed up like, was it 12 weeks or whatever? Like they still weren't back to baseline physically. So it takes a while. And so my thought is, why are we doing the sleep deprivation and nutrition deprivation? It's a stressor. We could use something like essential amino acids possibly, where you're going to be hungry, but we're preserving some of that lean muscle mass so you're not as wrecked at the end. So you can recover more quickly and get back in the fight. Like there's part of me, and I would have to, I internally, I can't think of the argument, and I haven't had any friends I've bounced it off of like counter that. I'm like, all right, if the stress is you need me to be hungry and you need me to be sleep deprived, I could give you oral essential amino acids instead of food, like I'm doing in those places. That would help preserve some of the lean muscle mass. But you're still going to be hungry because it's not going to be like drinking something. You're still going to be sleep deprived, but at the end you could recover a little better.
Awesome. Post-selection recovery, how do you rebuild after severe deficits, especially like, Ranger school, SEER school?
That would be, okay, let's get the protein, let's get the the nutrition back on. But then I would always tell guys, you've got a window of where go crazy, because you're gonna get out of Ranger school and you're gonna go. I don't think Ranger Burger or 4 Winds is still a thing, but like you're gonna go to Applebee's, you're gonna crush like all the things, right? You give yourself about a week of that, but then you got to start tailoring it down, because I saw like guys gain quite a bit of body fat, and some it's hard to come back from. So give yourself a window of like, all right, I can eat everything. And then start tightening the diet back up, trying to get the sleep dialed back in, start introducing kind of, the resistance training again. But I would say give yourself that first week just to go, just to get it all out of your system,
Great advice. And then, just a couple, you've kind of hit on some of it. So, these might all kind of get combined, but, maybe some of the special considerations like ruck marching nutrition, right? Because that's just such a pound on your body, especially when you're carrying heavy weight, heavy loads under tension for long distances.
Yeah, again, that's going to be a lot of basic nutrition. But then if you're trying to ruck as fast as possible, that's going to be a lot of fueling strategies, right? Just like an ultra runner, that back to that 30 to 60 grams of carbs with the hydration. Staying on top of your hydration. I would have guys, if you're training up for something, every time you do a ruck, weigh yourself before and after to get your sweat rate. And then if after an event you've lost more than 1% of your body weight, it could affect your performance. So I'd be like, all right, we need to up our hydration so you don't do that. So, again, for every pound you lose, 16 to 20 ounces of fluid and plug that in.
And that brings me to another question of water, right? So a lot of people are drinking like, reverse osmosis water and all this stuff where all of the nutrients are pulling out of the water. So there's nothing really to get past that gut barrier. Do you recommend putting like anything in the water, sea salt, like just something?
No, I mean, I just drink the water because you should be eating something as well. Like, and that's usually where folks are getting a lot of their salt, whether they got pretzels or things like that. Certainly if you're like going back to the electrolyte, if you're like, man, I can't eat anything when I'm rucking, then we want an electrolyte beverage with more carbohydrates in it.
Night ops, man, fueling up when you're up all night, kind of the same principles.
Yes. The same principles. And then, we get into stimulation, caffeine, could be a benefit, rhodiola, solidaricide could be a benefit, cognitive wise. Even the beetroot juice, the beetroot powder, because there was a paper where they did a serial subtraction test after they did beetroot juice. And that all that is like you get a number and you subtract by 7, you go as fast as possible. They look for accuracy and how fast you can do it. And one of the things that beetroot does is you think of vasodilation, cerebral blood flow, so better blood flow to the brain. So that could be also a benefit, kind of with the nitric oxide supplements as well for those night ops.
Can you talk about the performance pyramid and maybe break down some of the layers of kind of what that is and how it?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at a performance pyramid of like, okay, what are the basics? I would honestly, and think about this as a dietitian, I'd put sleep at the bottom. Like sleep drives, the things. I mean, you think about it. You can go, if you really wanted to, 30 days without eating. It wouldn't be great, but you could do it. You'll die if you do that with sleeping, within a week. So I would put sleep at the bottom, making sure you're getting that, 7 to 8 hours, what have you. And then the next, kind of layer would be nutrition. We would come in and then, hey, are we getting enough fruits? We getting enough vegetables? We getting color? We getting lean sources of protein? Hydration as well in there. And then, a smart training program, we would go up. Are we training like we should? We're not overtraining. We're following the principles of progression, all that. Then, some recovery strategies. Are we doing sauna? Are we doing compression? Are we doing, whatever? And then like at the very top, that's when I would actually introduce dietary supplements and make sure if you want to maximize, it's like then and only then when you get all those factors. And where I see, especially the young kind of tactical athletes, they over-index the dietary supplements.
Oh yeah. No, for sure. That's why it's a $500 million market, if or more. How do you assess someone's nutritional starting point when they're coming to see you?
First and foremost, if we can look at like body composition, where they're at, where they want to go, questions like, what are your goals? What are you trying to do? And then now I would say the past few years, blood work. That is like, and what's so exciting and what's so great for both the end user and the practitioners is I can get you blood work panels without going through a physician now. Like I can, and so it empowers the individual a little more. So I have that individual go get their blood work done. And then that way I can go through it and I'm not looking for disease states. So if your A1C was like 8, I'd be like, Asher, you need to go see a doctor based on this. Looks like you have diabetes, or whatever. But where I'm looking is like, okay, where can we dial things in? Where can we optimize performance? What are the performance ranges? And so that's where I start out. I'm looking at, okay, what are your goals? What are you trying to do? Health history, your background. What is your current nutrition state? What are you eating? Your body composition and your blood work. And then from that, we develop a plan.
Awesome, man. What are your thoughts on periodization? Should nutrition change with different phases of training?
Yes, 100%. I think too long, people thought it was like, all right, I'm going to eat a 3,000 calorie diet or 2,500 calorie diet or whatever. And like they ate that every day, but their day constantly was changing. So I'm very big of like trying to match my nutrition with like what I'm doing. We've talked, I travel and give talks. So if it's a travel day where I'm on a plane all day and I don't, very rarely it happens, but maybe I don't get a workout in or whatever, like that's a day I'm not eating a lot. I'm going to intentionally eat less that day because it's not versus if it's a day I was really active, I'm going to eat more. And it's just adjusting and doing that.
In season versus off season, what changes nutritionally, especially for athletes, right? So, you've got the football player, maybe in college, maybe in high school or whatever. And then, they have the off season or it's maybe they're not training as much or as hard. Same thing to your point, or we just, fine tuning macros or.
Yeah, you're going to be, I think it's important because again, we're humans, we're not machines. So I think psychologically and physiologically, it's important to take our foot off the gas, right? And, maybe we just train for fun or, take some time, loosen up on the nutrition a little bit. Yeah, especially depending on like the athlete. Like, again, a fighter, if you're trying to make like a weight class or it's really, you got to be really strict or dialed in. It's like, you need to have those time where you can kind of be like, man, I can have some pizza, barbecue, relax, right? And kind of reset. And then same with the training. If you're in a camp and you're training really hard, you're doing jujitsu, you're doing kickboxing, you're doing boxing, you're doing your strength training, you're doing all that. Like, you need some time to just be like, all right, let's take our foot off the gas and recover a little bit. So I think it's important to have those breaks in there, but be intentional and know, okay, I'm doing this break, and then I've got this event coming up down the road that I need to train. What's challenging with the tactical athlete, like, line of work you come from and stuff, is you don't always know, you don't have an in-season, off-season. And so trying to find that rhythm is hard. So that's where a lot of the work would be kind of the non-linear periodization. You might see, or the undulating periodization, where you have like different stuff going on within a week, because you never know. You can never let your endurance slide or your strength slide, because you might need those. So you got to hit those. You got to keep hitting those throughout the year.
Yeah, great point. And plus, man, I mean, to your point, I think dudes should have buy-in to their own program, right? And so, like, I remember, one of my jobs, I traveled a lot, dude. So, I worked surveillance shifts, whatever. I kept stuff in the car, right? Like, you got a plan. Sometimes you don't get a say on the call outs or whatever, but, just having healthy options in the car. Because when you don't have healthy options, your ass is going to Chick-fil-A or something. And,
the more decisions you can, you can take away from yourself, the better you're going to do.
Behavior changes. How do you actually get people to do what you recommend? I mean, I know you prefer performance athletes, so obviously there's buy-in. But
no, I mean, I've worked with like some like CEOs and like, some guys just trying to get back in shape, and a lot of it, and that's where I feel good about where I am with AI, because there, fears like you can get a lot of great information. You go on AI, Chat GPT, it'll give you some nutrition information, right? But that's this relationship that I build with the people I work with, and the trust. That's where it's so important. Where it's about accountability, and they don't want to let Nick down because I'm their friend. I'm their biggest cheerleader. I want them to succeed. And so that's helping with the behavior change. The other thing is, framing it like positively, and like having goals you're going after than things you're avoiding. Where I feel early on in my nutrition career, I probably made that mistake where I would talk about all the foods you need to avoid. That in the psychology research is not as powerful. Whereas if I tell you what foods you should chase, and then naturally, if you're chasing more of those foods, you're probably going to eat less of the other ones. And I've been lucky in that I've partnered. We haven't done as much work as I would like, but with a psychologist, actually from Ranger Regiment, and we're looking at ways to leverage personality with nutrition choices. And really, I think that's not being done a lot. And I think there's a lot to be done there. And so I'm excited. Super
interesting. I hadn't really considered that. What are some of the quick wins? Like, what changes give you the fastest results? I almost hate asking this because I feel like in a society, we're always looking for the pill, the whatever. But, what are some of the things that, when guys make, or women make, this kind of small tweaks that you start seeing real results?
I mean, again, we'll go back to the sleep. If you're not sleeping, you're listening to this, sleep. Give yourself a week of sleep, 7 to 8 hours. Tell me how you feel. You're going to feel better, right? Then I would go, to the hydration, just because so many people underdo it. My wife, she listens to this, she'll get it, because 9 times out of 10, if she has a headache, I'm the kind of like, have you had any fluid today? And then she'll drink and she feels better. I mean, it's natural. There was even a paper where they exposed individuals to a stress event and looked at cortisol levels. Those who either had 1 liter of water that day or 4 liters, they had 30% less cortisol response. So just your hydration status, how a stressful event impacts you. So hydration would be the other like quick one of like, everybody listen to this. Take your body weight, cut it in half, drink that number of ounces in a day. That's your goal for the next week. Tell me how you feel. After that, let's look at how often are you eating out? Can we reduce that by half, with our making foods? And if you're listening to this and you don't cook, man, meal prep services, they're worth it. You cost them out. I have no financial ties with any meal prep services. I just work with a lot of busy people, and I've tried them. I've used Factor, Trifecta, whatever, and they're great. they're great for what they are.
I've used Factor meals. They're actually pretty good. I was actually shocked at how good those feel.
Yeah. I mean, and you don't have to think, again, like when I had it, because I used Trifecta and Factor a lot at West Point, because funny enough, where I worked, there was no chow hall. It was kind of isolated. There's no food nearby. So it was like, all right, am I going to get in my car and drive to Subway or whatever? No, I would grab the Factors, I'd throw it in the fridge, and I didn't have to think. All right, heat it up. I've got my protein, I got my vegetables, I got everything. So if you can automate your nutrition, that's the other biggest thing I would say. So sleep, hydration, and then, automating your nutrition, eating out less.
I wanted to talk a little bit. You were present during some pretty historic dietary guideline changes / reset. RFK Jr. Recently kind of signed some policy into place, and you happened to get up there. You were in DC, I think, when he signed it.
Yeah. I was at the HHS, Health and Human Services building there. I give all credit to Dr. Gabrielle. I mean, she invited me as her guest, and then we got there, and I found out I was going to be up on stage right there, and then where they had assigned seats, and I was like right behind RFK and the podium. So wow, like it was awesome. It was an awesome event.
Why was it important for you to be there, or what was the significance of that event?
It's been a long time coming, and we talked a little bit about this at dinner, but there is some contentiousness with the way the environment is with the new food guide pyramids and certain populations in the nutrition and health. And all I ask is, people, whatever you think about the messenger or what have you, is like, just look at the actual changes, right? And what happened was the protein, guidelines increased, which I've never met a dietitian over the years who thought that the current guidelines we had of that, 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight was optimal. And that's what, it was just enough to keep you from being sick potentially, but it wasn't optimal. So I think we finally got that. And so that's something to be celebrated and, to be embraced. Also, the underlying message of eat more real foods and eat less processed foods. Again, I don't understand like where you could find like a problem with that. That's an overall a good message. There is some debate about like saturated fat, even though they state it to 10% to keep that in as how much saturated fat really affects cardiovascular health. There is some debate there within the science and the literature, and whether beef tallow is better than seed oils or whatever. And to me, I certainly read the literature, but I'm not going to dive into that in terms of, I'm like, all right, let's look at the big picture of what we're doing. We are getting people to eat more protein, right? We're getting people to eat more fruits and vegetables, and we're getting people to eat more whole foods, and we're bringing in, who also was at that meeting, Secretary Rollins of the USDA. Guess who also was up on stage? A farmer, right? A cattle rancher. I think like this is what's been missing, because we need to empower those ranchers and the people that make our food. Like, why was corn in everything we ate? Why did we have high fructose corn syrup? Why were salmon that was farmed fed corn, and all the chickens they're fed corn, and the pigs and the beef and all like that? It was like, because it was subsidized, right, by the government. So farmers were encouraged to raise more corn and feed more corn. Now we're kind of flipping it, and when we talk about like getting people to eat beef and to eat chicken, what I think is going to happen is, you go to the grocery store right now, it's price prohibitive for a lot of people to get good meat.
Especially red meat.
Yes. So now that the USDA guidelines, that drives the military in purchasing, that drives all the school, foods and purchasing, that is going to create an environment where it can actually lower the price so it can be less prohibitive for people to eat healthy. That's what I don't think is getting talked about, is the economics of how this can benefit. I mean, you talk about like war fighters with the basic daily food allowance and what you can get at the dining facilities. We're going to see that improved. So I think the approach, regardless of how you feel about the messenger, is the right approach and has been long overdue.
I don't know how people don't like RFK, man. The dude he's about in the middle as you get, he started off on the left and, he got picked up by the right. And people are focused more on politics than outcome. And that's what's frustrating.
For this, again, I won't dive into the politics. I just know the food. Hey, I will say this, about him. And I think this is no secret, and I've seen him in person. Like, he's 70 years old? Holy smokes, man. Dude is solid. Yeah. Like he's in great shape. And I know that's not a pass for everybody to be like, oh, just because he's shaved, does he know what he's talking about? But I'm like, he's obviously passionate about this. He's practicing what he's preaching. Like I look at him and I'm like, man, if I looked at this 70, I'm winning. Right. But again, I think what's happening that is exciting, and more importantly, is what I saw is all the other players being brought in, incorporated. Again, getting the ranchers involved, getting the farmers involved, so they can start making the food. And I mean, I have the high hopes sometimes for the military. I mean, I wonder, like Fort Hood here. I know there's farms around Fort Hood, but I know they're probably not getting their food from those farmers. Why not? Like, let's figure out a way where the local farmers around these bases are feeding those soldiers. Like, you don't think those farmers take pride in that? You don't think the service members, you get a better quality, probably piece of meat than one, that's been raised, not in downtown Killeen, a little outside, but
on the farms.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to meet with Secretary Kennedy at all?
I did not. I know. It would have been much cooler if I did.
Did you meet with Secretary Rollins?
I got to meet her for one, kind of brief moment there at the end. And the biggest reason for that is Gig'em, Aggie. She's a fellow Aggie.
Nice.
So yeah. I mean that's the other thing is like A&M. They've got the connections when it comes to agriculture.
Yeah, we're big Aggies around here. Was you guys a part of any meetings while you guys up in DC other than the signing? About
it was more the signing. I will tell you, the biggest, kind of one of the bigger treats I got was, Dr. Lyon's mentor, Dr. Don Lehman, who's one of the architects for this. I got to have dinner with him.
Oh, wow.
And, of course, I'm just nerding out, talking about protein research. And what a great job that, she did for championing to get him on this committee, because this guy's, forgotten more protein research than most people do. And so it was very important to get him on that, I feel like, committee to get that change. There was other great protein researchers, Dr. Heather Leidy and other folks on there. But I think, to have a name like Don Lehman on there was huge. And so really, really made a difference.
I've heard something, and I don't know if you can speak to this at all, but I've heard nearly 90% of healthcare spending goes towards like chronic disease. Is it really that bad?
I don't know the stats off the top of my head, but it wouldn't be surprising because, I mean, like you look at our healthcare system, you've heard the cliche, it's like, oh, it's a sick care system. I mean, that's what we're focused at, right? We're focused on treating the symptoms and getting you out of there. Somebody comes in with high cholesterol, they don't typically get too much into diet and exercise, just the physician. Now, you might go see a dietitian after or whatever, but it's usually like, hey, here's some statins, be on your way. Here's some, and be on your way. So it wouldn't surprise me when we look at spending.
Yeah, I mean, we were here. I mean, you've heard the recruiting numbers are low, and it's because people can't pass.
Yeah, three out of four military age individuals can't make the physical standards, and the military, to their credit, they tried. I forgot the name of it. You know what I'm talking about? The pre-basic thing.
Doing. Yep.
Trying, and there's
delayed entry program or whatever.
Yeah, they've tried some things, and but there's even some questions on the data on like how successful that was. Like, they took people in that were beyond the standard, and that 4-8 weeks, and then they sent them that they still had a high failure rate. And here's the issue with it. It's not the military's fault. You can't expect the military to fix what 18 years of poor nutrition and activity in childhood created in 10 weeks, in 12 weeks, in 20 weeks, maybe even a year, right? Like, And that's
Well,
what,
you're
that's
talking
where,
about mindset and
oh
all that
yeah.
kind of stuff.
And that's where we got it. And that's why, again, why I'm excited about these standards and some of the things they're doing when they start talking about the school systems is that problem of 3 out of 4 not being able to get recruited. That doesn't start in the military. That starts back in middle school, high school. We've got to start addressing the issue there. So,
I mean, do you think that nutrition has now become like a national security / defense issue? I mean,
yeah, I think it has, and it has been. I mean, you know, even look at not to get, but like there wasn't it a few years back that there was some Chinese operatives with a fungus that affects. I mean, an army marches on its belly. Those rules have not changed over time. So it is, and so again, empowering our farmers to have those systems in place, so we have a robust food system that makes healthy whole foods. And that's why I love the idea of, again, local farms being able to feed our military. So there's not just one centralized system that if it goes down, we have a problem.
I think they said that's what contributed to the rise in beef prices. There's only like 2 or 3 processing centers in the nation.
Yeah, it's very centralized, right? And so, if you look at what we've gotten really good at, we've got good at producing a large amount of food in a small amount of area, which definitely has some benefits, right? I mean, that's what makes us a superpower. But I think when we look at the long-term nutrition and health and being preventative, it might be better to take some of that money and empower those smaller farmers to help contribute to their community. One of which, again, is that military base. That's part of your community.
Well, especially if our adversaries takes out 1 or 2 of the packaging plants.
Right.
Yeah. Very interesting. What were the main changes, do you think, that, that HHS or, Food and Drug Administration or whatever is doing with this shift in, the dietary guidelines, and why was that so important in your opinion?
Well, again, what's going to happen, because I've heard the counter, right? The counter to some of it is like, well, nobody was following the food guide pyramid before. And to be clear, the food guide pyramid hasn't been used in like 11 years. It was My Plate. My Plate was what was being used. It was a plate, and it's a pretty good design, right? It was a plate, and I even like that. And there's been some people who've taken the pyramid and broke it down into what a plate would look like, because I feel like visualization is better. But regardless of whether people follow it or not, what it's going to affect is, again, the economics. It's going to affect the school systems. It's going to affect the military. And so if we can shift to getting better quality, more whole food, less processed foods, better quality foods in the military and the school systems, that's a win. That's going to affect national security. That's going to affect national health. And then it's also going to affect, if the government is, the scale that the government buys these things and requiring people to produce them, we're going to see it at the grocery store. We're going to go to HEB, and that, that steak is going to be cheaper, right?
Yeah.
So there's that's the piece where there is a little bit of ignorance, even in my nutrition colleagues, where they're like, well, nobody followed it anyway. It's whatever. It's like, no, the economics, the tail that follows that is going to get to the regular consumer.
I know we talked a lot, we've alluded to it throughout the podcast. Well, what are your thoughts on alcohol from a dietary standpoint? I know it's going to be controversial, but
it's going to be
I don't care. It's important.
It's going to be sad, and it's going to be depressing. First, let me say this, in that, I don't drink now, but my dissertation was fueled on bourbon. Like I love bourbon. I love like Eagle Rare. Oh yeah. Blanton's, like, yeah, I loved microbrews, IPAs, Guinness, all the things. Great. Nothing's better than coming home at the end of the day and like a cold.
Yeah. So embedded in our culture.
Right. Especially, the military, the dining ins, all that. But just looking at the literature, I had to take a step back. One of the things I do in my class, because I'll get people that are like really into looking at artificial sweeteners. They get nervous about artificial sweeteners. And I'll be like, all right, if I told you that aspartame is responsible for 20,000 cancer-related deaths per year and 80,000 cancer-related diagnoses, would you quit consuming aspartame or Diet Coke or whatever? And everybody says yes. And then I'm like, okay, it's not aspartame, it's alcohol. and so it's wild. And that was how I framed it. I'm like, man, if this was something else, I would be like, I'm not going to do it. But because it's alcohol, so I had to kind of reflect that. And then the kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me was wearing the Oura ring and doing what you experienced, where I'd be hanging out with my kids and I would have like one beer. And I would see my sleep numbers and I'd be like, no way. My kids were kicking me at night. It's something else. Something else. And then finally it came down to where, I kept repeating the experiment. I'm like, oh man, and then I quit drinking the beer and then my sleep numbers shot back up. And so I had to make that call and be like, hey, is this really helping me or is it hurting me? And so for me, I've went and part of it too is just the ritual. Like I don't really need the buzz. So I've been able to find a lot of good, like non-alcoholic beers that I've, and for me that worked. And I know that doesn't work for everybody.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, dude, it used to be, you'd be good luck on finding a non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah, it was O'Doul's.
And yeah.
That's it.
But now, I mean, I know in Texas grocery stores, there's a whole section and there's some of the stuff's pretty good, low calorie. So if it's really that, habitual thing, although I sometimes in my mind, I'm like, it reminds me of people drinking decaffeinated coffee. I'm just like, hey bro, what's the point of that? But then, again, coffee is a ritual. Sometimes people have too much caffeine. So yeah, man, I mean, I think it's an important thing to talk about, especially on a channel that's, heavily male, heavily military culture, LE type folks. It's a big part of our thing, but alcohol isn't doing anybody any favors. And I'm not saying, hey man, never drink again.
Yeah.
But, if you're struggling with health things, get an Oura ring, get a Fitbit. Don't trust what I'm saying. Get your baseline and then drink and see what happens. It's really hard to ignore.
Yeah, and even if it's reducing, because I'll tell you, I've got a good buddy. He's like, bro, I'm not giving up my IPAs. Cool, but you know what he does? He'll like drink a regular IPA, and then he can't drink another regular one. He'll drink a non-alcoholic one, and so he'll rotate. And so from that, he's cut his alcohol intake in half, which is great. So that's a win, So
yeah, how do you deal with that as a dietitian, where people are kind of fighting to give it up, but they're willing to make concessions? I mean, are you saying that?
I meet people where they're at.
Yeah.
I meet people where they're at. Like like him, like I knew he wasn't going to start drinking alcohol, and I'm not asking everybody to do it. I'm just asking people to be aware and maybe look back and reduce. And if you reduce it, okay, that's one. It's kind of like, I would never ask somebody to stop eating pizza. I love pizza, but if your go-to dinner every night is Domino's, all right, let's reduce that. Let's talk about let's talk about that. But I'm all about like let's make change. You don't have to be perfect. Like let's make little changes, and over time, those kind of create the big movements.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on like sports drinks, like Gatorade and all that stuff?
I mean, it goes in with electrolytes. Like most people, you don't need them as a beverage, and I that's where I kind of watch people is like, if you're just drinking Gatorade because you want something flavored, just get some like Crystal Light or something, some flavored water, a Mio, because I get it. Some people get tired of water. You want to flavor it, go that, because those calories do add up. And what the research shows is we do not register drinking calories like we do eating food. So there was a paper, and this was years ago, where they fed people a certain amount of like gummies, and then calories, and they had them drink that same amount like sugar water. And they found when they fed the people, even eating the gummies, they would eat less food throughout the day. They would kind of adjust their caloric intake because it's like your body registered, hey, I took in those calories. Whereas when you drink it, you just eat the same.
Great point. Energy drinks, dude. This is going to be hard for me to hear, but whatever.
No, I mean, and I've imbibed of energy drinks. I wouldn't go above, hey, let's try to keep it like 200 milligrams, 300 milligrams pretty high or anything over, because you can get some like weird off-label ones that aren't the main brands that go up there. Be careful of that. Look at the polypharmacy in terms of like all the herbs and stuff, the proprietary, especially if you're on medication. You want to know, something that has ginseng in it might not be good for everybody, right? And so look at those medication contraindications. If you want to look at just like kind of the purest energy drink that's out there, I have no affiliation with them. I mean, probably is Red Bull, right? It's like caffeine, taurine, sucralose. If you do the sugar-free, that's pretty simple. And the dosing's pretty, 80 milligrams. The double size like 120 milligrams. So I would start with that or try to titrate down.
And I guess why we're talking about it too, what's your thoughts on artificial sweeteners? I know there's just been a lot of like, a lot of messaging, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You never know who's funding the research. So again, I was telling you last night, like there's, as a guy who's, had to deal with nutritional issues and medical issues, like it's so confusing, man. Like I don't know what's real.
Yeah, the thing with artificial sweeteners, I think we should keep monitoring. We should keep doing research. But as of right now, the literature I've read, if you're somebody who drinks, let's say, regular soda, and you're like willing to switch to diet, that's a net win. I'll take that every time. If you go from Coke to Coke Zero, boom, win. Don't look back.
Because just on a caloric,
on a caloric, you're getting, because one, the artificial sweetener research isn't like, there's no like definitive bad, like this is, and then two, even the ones that kind of point towards that, the dose they gave those animals would be like you drinking like 50 Diet Cokes, which is very, we need to have a talk. If you're drinking,
that's a whole nother issue.
Yeah, right. So as of right now, if you're like trying to optimize everything, is there some, things that maybe the gut microbiome or whatever, then yeah, we can maybe look at it, but I don't work with anybody like that. Like for most people, I'm like, all right, you're drinking regular soda and you're willing to switch to diet soda. Let's do it.
Yeah. Hopefully my wife hears this because I really like Diet Mountain Dew. GLP-1s, man, there's been like a lot of controversy. We're not going to speak to, the in-depth thing. That's not your background. But as a dietitian and somebody who talks to people on health concerns, what are your thoughts on the GLP-1s and GLP-3s?
It's great. It's a tool. I'm all about giving people tools. I'm all about giving people options. The key is to go into it with eyes wide open, right? If you have a crappy diet and you're not exercising and I give you something that takes your appetite away, I'm just kind of affecting like one problem, but could create another. And so if you lose a bunch of weight, you're like, oh, cool. But if you're not exercising, you're not eating enough protein, a lot of that's muscle as well. So now I'm putting you at risk for being, sarcopenic when you get older and have falls and have all those other, sort of issues, not being as mobile, et cetera. So we could create that problem. So it's important that if you're going to use, GLP-1s or whatever to lose weight, to still manage your diet, still exercise, still make sure you're getting enough protein to preserve that lean muscle mass.
Because the yo-yo effect, right? If you don't manage it and you don't change your eating habits, as soon as you get off the GLP-1s,
that's what it's been shown.
You blow back up, and that's gotta be hard on your body too, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, what typically happens with yo-yo dieting, if you look, is people drop down, they lose muscle mass and fat, and then when they gain it back, they typically don't gain back the muscle mass, but they gain fat mass, and then they keep doing that. And so they keep losing muscle and they keep gaining a higher percentage of fat.
I wanted to talk about some controversial and some trending topics. I mean, you hinted at it earlier, seed oils, man. Beyond policy, what does research actually show or, to your knowledge?
It does. I could probably get your show a lot more clicks if I was like, they're evil, don't eat seed oils, they're going to kill you. Like if you do that, you'll get all the clicks, right? You'll get all but you look at the literature, it's like, yeah, we're not really moving the needle there. Whether you use canola oil or beef tallow, there's probably not that big a difference. There is, it talks about like the heat stability and things. And I get all that. And again, with all this like research with nutrition, it takes time. I mean, think about eggs. We've changed our mind on eggs like 5 times since I've been a dietitian. Cholesterol, right? At one point it was like, you've got to eat 300 milligrams or less of the cholesterol a day or you're going to have high cholesterol. Now we don't even give you a number because it doesn't matter as much as saturated fat. So will there be a time that maybe like the seed oil thing, maybe there will be a smoking gun that pops up and people will go, aha, could be, I'll accept that. But as of right now, I wouldn't stress if somebody's using a canola oil. And there are, papers that show that when people switch to even seed oils over saturated fat sources, their cholesterol improves.
Saturated fats, what are you calling saturated fats?
Again, like butter, lard, those would be a lot of the solid at room temperature. I did say, we talked a little at dinner last night. Like coconut oil is a weird one because it is a saturated fat, but there are some papers that show like it's not handled like butter in terms of driving up your cholesterol. So.
And then, I mean, I know olive oil, right? Olive oil is like super good for you.
Super good for you.
But when you use it to cook with at high heat.
Yeah. I think it's around, I don't have Google in front of me, but I'll say like 410 degrees is the smoke point. So it's going to smoke. So if it smokes up your kitchen, that's not good. I cook with avocado oil. I put olive oil on my salads. And here's another thing. If you're using fat-free salad dressing, stop. Again, fat-soluble vitamins that are in those plants, you need fat to absorb them. Use olive oil. Cut up some eggs, throw it on your salad. That's going to help absorb those fat-soluble vitamins.
So no ranch dressing, bro? No ranch dressing?
I mean, if you're going to put a little bit on, control it. The problem I find with salad dressings, and one, if you're at a restaurant, always ask for it on the side. Otherwise, they're just going to drown that thing.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, ranch dressing, what is it? Every serving's 2 tablespoons, and it's like 120 calories. You can turn a salad into a Big Mac really quick if you go. So you've got to, look at your salad dressing.
There's been a massive, I think there's always been these fad diets. I mean, God, I probably tried 3/4 of them. What are on your thoughts on, there's a huge carnivore movement going on. Why is it exploding? And is there any validity to any of that, especially in the tactical athlete realm?
Well, I think why is it exploding? Texas, and you had the Liver King, right? That was doing it. As far as like purpose, I could see a purpose for using it as an elimination diet, where like you come to me and I'm working with you, and you're like, Nick, I'm having all these gut issues. I don't know what it is. I just can't do it. It's like, all right, Asher, let's take everything out of your diet. Just eat some chicken, eat some beef, and we're going to see how you do. And then we see, and you're like, all right, it went away. And we start reintroducing fruits and vegetables. And then we reintroduce you. I'm like, oh crap, that artichoke messed me up. All right, let's pull that, and using it as a tool to get to an overall balanced diet, I could see a benefit. As far as just eating meat, I don't see any like literature. It goes against everything. And also it depends on like how people are interpreting carnivore. There was just a case study where an individual was doing a carnivore diet. And so what he was doing is he was eating hamburger patties, like In-N-Out. He'd just go get hamburger patties. He showed up to the hospital because he had all these yellow nodules on his arm. His cholesterol was in the thousands. The yellow nodules was cholesterol, like the fat, like secreting. And it was just, he was taking in too much fat. So is it that carnivore, or could you be eating venison and elk, right? I think that would have a different health outcome too. So we also got to look at like, what meat are we talking about? But as of right now, even the most famous guy, he's a psychologist. I'm talking about, he lives in Costa Rica. He's a big carnivore. Does he go by Carnivore MD? It's not Sean Baker. It's another guy. He eventually came off carnivore, and he said, just he was having so many issues, so he started eating, some fruits and vegetables. The one who's been doing it the longest is the Dr. Sean Baker. You know what I'm talking about?
I think I said, he has like the steak machine, and he just makes steaks in his house.
He's fascinating. I would love to talk to that guy. I would love to study that guy and see like how he's doing it, because I will give him this. What is he? He's like 59 or 60. Like I saw some stuff like of him power cleaning 300 or whatever. I'm like, what? He might just be a mutant. I don't know. But as of right now, I would say with the science, eat your fruit and vegetables.
Yeah. What about that whole eat right for your blood type thing? We're kind of
there's no support for that.
No. Fermented foods, vitamin K, man, that's been a big thing. And it's huge in Southeast Asia too.
Yeah. Especially. No, I love the fermented foods. The gut microbiome is that's probably one of the, and has been one of the more exciting areas in research, where we're learning more and more things that are tied to the gut, right? And the bacteria that's in it, from how our brain works to obesity to athletic performance. So I am a big fan of kombucha. I am a big fan of kefir. My wife's half Korean, so we'll get, some kimchi going. Yogurt, all those fermented foods, getting it in. And then sometimes I'll leverage a probiotic supplement.
Yeah. You mentioned the gut microbiome, and the studies now are showing that, your gut's kind of like your second brain.
Yes.
any interesting research or anything that you see is up and coming as far as, what they're finding out about gut health and why it's so important? I think we were talking about it before we recorded. You released something. It was a study on ADHD in kids and how probiotics can help. Like, what is your thoughts on the gut?
Yes. I mean, no, it's definitely something to look at. Sadly, I'll say this, how I was saying, I'll get a blood test and we can look and we do it. I could go get, Asher, I can get you to go get a stool test and we can look at the bacteria in your gut. What we could action on that, it would be challenging. And that's, so the science is not quite there yet. Like if you had a really high level of a bad thing, or a parasite or something, you could definitely address that. But as far as like you and I could have completely different ratios and both of us be crushing it. And it's just from our like background, our diet, our, there's so many variables. Even so much to whether you were like born through a vaginal canal or cesarean section. There's, really? Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that go into it that we don't know. With that being said, there's more and more research that's coming out with, that, like the paper, and I forgot the 3 strains. I've got it on my Instagram that was shown that, okay, when they gave kids these 3 strains, they had less kind of ADHD symptoms. So, to me, it's about risk versus reward. Like, all right, that's a low risk little thing I can do with my kiddo. Let's try it. Let's see. There's a guy, Dr. Jonathan Scheiman. He runs a Fit Biomics out of Boston. He's been looking a lot in the athletic space. So what he did, they took Boston Marathon runners and looked at the fast runners versus the slow runners. And he saw that the fast runners had Veillonella, this one bacteria that converts lactate to short chain fatty acids. And so the thought is, okay, these people, part of the reason they're maybe faster is their body is handling lactate and quickly converting it to a fuel source. So they make a probiotic that is that. So there's even people looking at like athlete guts and like what might maybe make an athlete elite that's in their gut. Could you and I take that and then we get some of those benefits? So there's that. And then there's obviously kind of the health thing. And I think for the military, a lot of the exciting stuff, one of the things we found in Afghanistan, when we looked at those special operators, a large percentage of them reported diarrhea at some point during the deployment. Probably not surprising for those who have been deployed, right? And when we asked them,
especially when you go to the Shura Council.
Yeah, right. Eating the footbread and stuff. And so when we asked them, we're like, how many days do you think like that affected your performance? Some guys would say like 20 days they're affected. But then we ask them, okay, did you not go on target at any point during that time? No, they all went on target. So we know that people are compromised going on target from something as simple as diarrhea. And it's like, can we not fix that through maybe giving you some, certain bacteria before you go to theater that they can help with that? And so there's a guy, Dr. Phil Carl at USARIUM, and that's what he specializes in. They're looking at that. And so I think for war fighters, that's going to be something down the road of like, let's address like traveler's diarrhea, a simple thing we can affect that, you're already deployed. You're already having people shoot at you. Let's make it so you don't poop yourself.
Yeah, well,
right.
And I'll tell you, I think we were talking about last night, dude. And there's a study coming out on ginger and ginger. Yeah. We use it heavily at our house. Anytime I feel nauseous or my kids get nauseous, even diarrhea, whatever. That's one of the first things we give. And man, we have seen and it's not a lot. You don't need a lot. We peel it, clean it, give them a chunk, chew on it. I think the old adage was, what they used to give. They used to give ginger ale, right? Because that was supposed to help stomach. Well, but back then, ginger ale was actually made with actual ginger, and then fast forward, it's all fake sweeteners, and so ginger's been phenomenal. There's a study coming out on it.
Yeah, we've got one coming out. Say big we and partner with Appalachian State University, and so company consult for Pure Green. I give them credit. Juice company, right? And they're putting their money behind some science, and so they make a ginger shot. And this is something I love that you make your own ginger, but for those that don't, lazy like me, and you want to get a ginger shot, go to the grocery store, pick out your ginger shot, flip it around, look at it. 9 times out of 10, the first ingredient isn't ginger.
Really?
A lot of times it's apple juice, lemon juice, other things, and then ginger's down toward the bottom. That was one of the things I give Pure Green credit for is first ingredient, ginger. It's like ginger and lemon juice. That's it. And then we actually tested the gingerols because that's the active like salicylic in the gum, and it had high concentration of salicyls. The gingerols in it as well. So we know how much gingerol is in each shot. And so now what we did is we did Dr. Laurel Wentz did and Dr. Jennifer Kurtz. I want to give them credit. I mean, they did some heavy lifting and looked at cyclists, putting them through time trial, kind of beating them up. And one of the things we see besides a decrement in performance is immune function goes down. So anybody who's trained for a marathon, done long rucks, maybe a military selection, and you get sick when you're like training really hard because you can suppress immune function. Our kind of hypothesis is the ginger is going to preserve that immune function. And literally today, I'll probably send over the paperwork where we're going to sign to get the study's done. We have the blood. We just need to send it off to the lab to do the immune testing. And so we'll probably do that within the next week.
Super cool. I'll be super curious to see that.
You'll be the first to know.
Yeah, let us know. We'll put it out here. One of the other diets I want to talk about too was the ketogenic diet. Mm-hmm. I did it at one point. My God, man, I lost so much weight. It was actually scary. It was the least amount of food I'd ever eaten. I was eating quality foods, but real balance between protein, fats with a little bit of green. What's your thoughts on that? I know it's been studied heavily for epilepsy and diabetics, but beyond that, what are your thoughts on that diet as a dietitian?
Depends on the goals. I think this is another tool. I think this is another tool in the toolkit. And we also have to be, what I heard too is how you talked about doing ketogenic diet, kind of like doing carnivore. There's different, we have to be very careful because I've seen people do ketogenic diet and they just take their buns off their McDonald's burgers. Wow. And I'm keto, bro,
they're eating just mass amounts of like bacon.
Right. I think we can unequivocally say that's bad. Like that's not the way to do it. Like if we're going to use it, doing something where we're going 50 grams or less of carbohydrates per day, still eating, lean protein stuff. And the challenge you might've seen with the ketogenic diet, if you're trying to get into pure ketosis, like true ketosis, like what is it, over 5 millimoles, you got to go lower protein because protein will get converted to carbohydrates in that state through gluconeogenesis.
Dom D'Agostino, I mean, he was like the god, and there was Rob Wolf. I mean, I followed that stuff for a while.
Yeah, so like a lot of people don't though. They think, I can just eat all the protein I want. It's like, no, you've got to watch that. I'm all for. I'm here for the literature. I'm here for kind of seeing where it goes. I think for athletic performance, for most tactical athletes, not ideal because it's going to affect like you're not going to be able to go for as hard for as long with the ketogenic diet. Now, where some people manipulate it, some like endurance athletes, where they go low and they get like better at fat adaptation, and then they go to a race and then they eat more carbohydrates. I think the best example of this is Zach Bitter, who broke the 100-mile record. I think that's smart. Like I'm kind of excited about that, of maybe like you're using it for this tool for this time. Certainly weight loss and stuff is another category, but if we're looking at performance, to where maybe you fat adapt and then you get the benefits of carbohydrates and being able to oxidize more fats. Like that, in theory, if that works, that could be exciting. But I'm open to it, but just, you got to do it smartly. But for most people, it's probably not the solution. But it does promote satiety. Like you said, like people, they eat it and they don't feel as hungry.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I even bring snacks and I just wouldn't eat them. I wasn't hungry. It was,
it's, protein's like a natural GLP-1, right? Like it pushes up, where carbohydrates not. I mean, that's why you go to a teppanyaki restaurant, you get a bowl of rice, you're hungry 15 minutes later. And I'll turn people on to another great researcher, Jeff Volek. I don't know if you ever came across his stuff. Jeff Volek's been researching. He's at Ohio State University.
With a V?
With a V, yeah. So Volek, Jeff Volek at Ohio State University. He is like the godfather of researching ketogenic diets, like over 20 years. And so he's been doing a lot of cool stuff. And for the military, they just did a ruck marching paper where they gave them a keto bar to eat, because again, where it could be exciting for the military is fat is easy to pack a lot of calories in and less weight, so you can carry more bullets. Yeah. And so I think there could be some benefit there.
Simple protocols, man. If you could only give like 5 nutrition rules, what would they be?
5 okay, we'll go strictly nutrition. I'll go the hydration. Drink your half your body weight in ounces of water every day. Make sure you get that. Could go up in the summer in Texas. Weigh yourself before and after. Make sure you dial in your hydration. Eat, at least, let's say 3 servings of vegetables per day, 3 servings of fruit per day, and at 3 of your meals, get at least let's say 30 to 40 grams of protein. Like for most people, that would be the basic. And then after that, it would be if you can get 3 colors on your plate.
Eating out, man, how do you do that and not totally just wreck your body? Like a lot of us, like you yourself said it as well, you're on the go. A lot of people out there on the go, traveling, busy people, etc.
Yeah, a lot of tools out there now. Very exciting, Tom, to be alive in that. There's a lot of healthy, convenient foods. A lot of you go to Target and get freeze-dried blueberries, strawberries you can keep in your bag for one. But then when I'm eating out, man, Uber Eats, no affiliation, is the ultimate hack that I have used consistently. Because here's what I do. I land, I don't even think about it. I go to my hotel room, I put on my gym clothes, I go work out. While I'm working out, I order my food. When I'm done working out, I go downstairs, I pick up my food. I'm the time it saves me versus trying to go out, eat, get something or whatever, totally worth it. And then you can select healthy options on it, and you can see what restaurants around the area are healthy. And then what I do is there's certain restaurants that, can I say the restaurant? Or I don't know.
Bro.
Yeah, like Tropical Smoothie Cafe, for instance.
Oh.
They're everywhere. So
they've got really good food.
Huh?
They've got good food.
And they got these. So I have my order saved in there. And so if I'm in a town and it has a Tropical Smoothie restaurant, I'm doing my workout, I just click it. I just boop, order instead, and I work out, and then I go downstairs, and then I pick it up, and then and it's huge. It's worth whatever the $10 delivery or $5 delivery, whatever. I think. And then after that is just, looking at how you can manipulate. Like if you're going to Chipotle and you've been traveling, you don't need the burrito bowl, the burrito, you probably get a bowl. If you take out the burrito, the wrap out of that and just kind of put it in a salad, you cut the calories in half and the carbs by 2/3.
Wow. Grocery shopping 101. Where do most people start, or where should they start if we're trying to eat? Is it the whole, shop the outside?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a decent rule to have. I go in, I get what I need to get and get out of the middle aisles. I don't like to go up and down them, especially if my kids are with me, because you know how that goes. They want to grab stuff. The other piece of it, like with HEB, because I just worked with a unit of teaching this. It was a lot of fun. We did like a supermarket spree thing, and then had a cook-off, and I rated it on flavor of their meal and nutrition. But what I showed them is every HEB, at least, and there's probably a lot of other grocery store, they have a map. So if you go on the website, it'll have a map where everything is. So you can literally, if you wanted to be that prepared, you could map out exactly what you need to get and go get it and then get out.
It's a great idea. I never even thought about that. Longevity, man, kind of getting past 40, right? How has your training and nutrition changed as you've gotten older?
For nutrition, I eat a lot less. I'm very cognizant of the food I eat. I'm very cognizant of the carbohydrates. That's the biggest one. Where, for instance, when I was at Ranger Regiment, all the carbs, bro. I mean, because, we're rucking, we're running, whereas now, I'm behind a desk a lot. So if I don't earn them, if I don't go out and do a hard ruck or a run or a bike or whatever, my carbs are minimal. My carbs are what I'm getting from my fruit and from vegetables. I'm not crushing a bunch of bread or, anything. So that's been the biggest kind of to control the body weight, just realizing your energy expenditure. And there's a paper out, because we used to think metabolism slows down. We found it doesn't really slow down. It's just we slow down. We don't do as much activity. Training wise, back to it again, is finding movements that don't hurt, that I can load up on and still get stimulus. I get stimulation, not annihilation. Right. Yeah. So, for instance, we did back squats today. I'll tell you, man, that's the first time I've put a barbell on my back in quite some time. I've been doing a lot of lunging loaded, heavy lunging and things like that. Because just what I found is just, the bar on my back going really heavy, I had gave me some issues. So I'm like, all right, why am I doing back squats? Do I have to do a squat this way? And so I'll tell you something I love, if you can find in the gym, I love belt squats. Have you done belt squats?
What are they again?
You belt around your waist, you clip in, and it's loading. It's like pulling down on your pelvis.
Oh no!
It is.
That's a fancy machine, man.
Oh, bro, it is all. You can find it at some YMCA's. It is all on your legs and like not on your back at all. It's so good.
Sounds like it'd be a lot better for you. Right?
Oh, I love it. Well, and also it kind of puts you in traction because it's like pulling down on your pelvis while you're upright. But yeah, so finding those movements, like I love, like you reminded me today doing Vern Griffin's program. I've been slacking on the mobility work. So doing that.
Yeah, I've been on that GBRS program, and I'm not sponsored by that. I've been doing Vernon Griffin's GBRS workout for probably maybe 4 or 5 years. And what it's done for me, he's really big on warm-ups, hip agility, mobility, with compound movements. And I can go heavy. I think I've gotten really strong for that. I don't, because I can squat, 3.5 plates. I just don't though, man, because I worry about spinal compression. But yeah, if you're looking for a workout, again, I get nothing out of it. I've tried to get Vernon on the podcast. I don't think he'll respond.
Maybe we can get him. We'll have to make that connection.
Yeah, he won't respond to my calls. But man, it's a phenomenal training. It takes the guesswork out of it. I was actually telling you this morning as we were going through it, I'm like, man, if they canceled this app, dude, and I had to go find my workouts again, man, I would know. Well,
you got me. I might look at it because again, it's like I know what to do, but I cut out the mobility work.
Yeah, and it's on the Train Heroic app. So Vernon's got like every day something different. I mean, there's stuff in there I've never even heard, but you just click on the exercise. It's got a video. Yeah. Takes the guesswork out. I'm never in the gym longer than an hour, and that's kind of with a front and back, small cardio session. So yeah, I think, going back to your point, I'm busy. We're all busy for those of us that are grinding in life, and, time's of a precious commodity. So, it takes the guesswork out of it. So I can go, I can show up, I can do it, and I'm out, I'm on to the next thing. One of the things I did want to, as you've kind of gotten older and, you're surrounded by, educated doctors and scientists, what's kind of more important as you get older? Is it I think I heard, I don't want to misquote, the longevity guy, Brecka, was talking about it's almost, if you can only pick one, it's kind of more important to lift weights necessary than cardio, because a lot of people, with lifting weights, you're keeping your bones strong, because as people get in the later years, they break things easy. What's your thoughts on that, or has that?
It's tough. I wouldn't want to take cardio out. I mean, because I think VO2 max is correlated to longevity, as well, and your cardiorespiratory fitness. So I feel like, I'm sorry, people, like, you got to do both. Like we got to be like, you got to do both. You need to load up so you build some muscle, and you need to work the heart. And if you can do both in the same session, great. But ultimately, if you want to be mobile, if you want to play with your grandkids, you want to do all those things, that's what being a human's about, right?
Yeah, super cool. We're kind of on the backside of this. I did want to cover, we kind of, we went to your PhD program, then we dove knee deep into all things, health and supplements. But I kind of wanted to, go back a little bit to your career to kind of close you out and bring you current to what you're doing. So you graduated with your PhD. What was next for you after that?
So after that, I went and taught at the master's program in nutrition. So that's where you're coming in the Army, you have your nutrition degree, you want to be a dietitian. When I went through, it was just an internship. They grew it in partnership with Baylor University, where you come in, you're with us for 2 years, we train you, and you get your degree from Baylor University, a master's in nutrition. It's a great deal. And so I was able to teach there, and that was just so much fun. Love that. And then I went to USARIUM, and then I went to West Point. And then while I was at West Point, the program director job opened up for that program. And that was my dream job. So I went down there and I was able to do that. And then while I was there, we were able to transition the program to kind of a one-stop shop, and then opened up the program, because before that, you had to be a nutrition major to come into our program. And that limited us because there wasn't a lot of people that had like dietetic degrees. So, I would have like Rangers who would get a degree in exercise science and be like, man, I want to be a dietitian. And it's like, oh, you got to go back and get another degree. That's a big lift. That's a big ask. So instead, we, changed the program. and offer different classes where we could accept people with exercise science degrees. And so what that allowed is now, while I was there, we went through that change, which was a pain. That staff did some heavy lifting. Shout out to Michelle Stone and all the people who were there and did that. But when we did that, we found half the classes, I don't know if it's still there since I left, were prior enlisted or prior service coming in. And while I was there, he just graduated. We had our first Ranger, like it was a dude, wearing a scroll coming in to be a dietitian. Like I felt like
at West Point?
No.
Oh.
Down at Fort Sam Houston at the nutrition program. And so that was where like, that's part of the reason I could retire. Like, I'm like, all right, we've hit the full circle moment. He was an artilleryman in 2nd Ranger Battalion, and he went and he got his degree and he came in, and now he's a dietitian. And there was other great people there too. And then, the fact that Ranger Regiment now has another active duty, dietitian and Megan Rippinger and all like this. There was really no other job I wanted. And I was like, all right, it's time to retire. Like I can go out.
What was that decision point for you, to go into the civilian world, and what was that transition like for you?
Again, I think the decision point was I had done everything I wanted to do in the Army. There was no job that I looked out there and I was like, oh yeah, I want to go to the Pentagon. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, yeah. Like there was no other job that enticed me. And then also there's a family component, right? I've got 3 young kids and that and stability and getting to get roots somewhere. And then also I had been dabbling, and I recommend everybody to dabble if you're on active duty in the civilian sector. So I would, I got permission and I would go do nutrition workshops and things like that. So I got to see and kind of experience to know what that looked like and have that. And then the other big factor was, which I hope they keep, was the skill bridge, the career skills program. I utilized that and was able to work with a mentor to make that transition. So the transition's scary and it's hard. And I say all that, and I'm a dietitian. Like, I have a degree that lines up with the civilian sector. I had friends who were very successful in the civilian sector. I had mentors who were helping me out. I had worked a little bit or done contract work before and all that. And even with all that, dude, it's scary and hard. So I feel like for the 11 Bravo that's just like getting out, like, man, we need to help those folks out as much as possible.
As you made that kind of retirement transition and, you're trying to find, the new purpose, what do you think, like, the future of military nutrition, where's it going? And
I'm so excited where it's going because, now with this new master's program in nutrition, we're getting more military experience, like in the nutrition realm, like, people with deployments and combat experience. Not that we didn't already have dietitians out there, but there's just so many great, talented dietitians that I see in the force. Like as I was leaving, I'm like, oh man, this is in great hands. And then the other piece I do want to give credit to is our civilian counterparts. So for instance, like the majority of dietitians taking care of special operators right now, civilian, not green suiters. And so that's, great in a lot of ways in terms of the stability. They're not moving. And I think a perfect model is a combination of both where you have the stability, but then you have the military person that can rotate through. So there are some big things coming on the horizon, I will say, especially in the special operations community that they've done with nutrition. There's a dietitian who she keeps her head down, so you never see her pop up. But if you ever see the name Christy Logan, she has been working in special operations, since I was at Ranger Regiment, and has just made so many phenomenal changes, policy changes, like affecting like policy throughout the Army on how we can feed and get warfighters the appropriate supplemental nutrition. And so that's changing this year where they're actually going to be able to get, fueled like they should get fueled and not have to pay out of pocket.
That's so awesome, man. Because as we've discussed for the last couple hours, it's so important, right?
Yeah,
It's cool to see that. Teaching versus doing. How do you, balance now, with academia versus real world applications?
I always want to keep a mixture of both. So, I teach at an online university in exercise science, Lionel University. I'm their academic officer. So I, go over the curriculum and all, but also teach. But then what's important to me and what I'm thankful that my job allows me to do is I still go out and do engagements with tactical athletes. I still work with individuals. And I think that's important that, when I talk to folks about nutrition or trying to, teach them something, like I'm still doing the damn thing. I'm still practicing it. I'm still doing it. So I understand, what really happens and what really goes on versus just what I read in a book.
You alluded to your family. You got a wife, 3 busy kids. How is that impacted, kind of your work? And you kind of alluded to the fact that, that was a big part of your retirement decision and part of it. How has she supported you and made it all this stuff possible? And, what's it like trying to implement dietary guidelines with, super young kids? Because as a dude who has kids, I'm always curious, right?
Well, and I think we both share this, and we talked about this a little over dinner last night, is like my wife has been my biggest cheerleader, right? And she believes in me more than I believe in myself a lot of times. Like sometimes I'm like, can I do this? She's like, hell yeah, you can do it. So she's just been nothing but supportive from, time. I mean, again, like probably like you're like, honey, I'm going to start a podcast and I'm going to, do this. Like most normal people be like, Asher, that's crazy. Or like me, like, hey, honey, I want to start a gum brand. Let's do that. Like most normal people would be like, no. And she's like, yes, all in, let's do it. What can I do? And so that's been huge, right? And then as far as like implementing nutrition, again, give my family credit. She always jokes, she can give nutrition advice as the wife of a dietitian. Yeah. But I mean, she pays attention to what I say, and we try to implement as much with our kids. And my kids like read food labels like that. That gets exciting. Is like my daughter will flip a food label over and be like, "Well, Daddy, I don't know. This got more than 10 grams of sugar." And so just making them aware. Of course, they still have ice cream, right? Of course, they still have those things, but they are more aware of like what fuels their body. Like my son loves soccer, my 6-year-old Wolf, and he had asked me the other day, like, what's the best thing to eat before soccer to help me fuel? Because he wants to do.
Yeah, so that means they're paying attention,
right? Right. So it's trickling in there. So it's a lot of fun, and we try to make a family activity of reading labels.
What's next for you now that you've retired? I mean, you mentioned that you're working at Lionel. I know you have some other things going on. What do you want the people to know about, some of the projects you have working on, or maybe research things you have coming up? Or
yeah, I'm working with companies. I love working now with certain brands. I won't name them all. I mentioned that Pure Green project that I'm working on. I've got another study. I've got a collagen study in the works for first responders, looking at tendon and joint health. Yeah. In the United Kingdom of all places. So, it'll be fun. So I want to keep that type of work going with more brands and like bringing the science to the consumer, but then also maybe some of those research projects that could help validate their products. I work with a company called O2X Human Performance as one of their specialists, and I dearly love their mission and helping tactical athletes be the best versions of themselves. So I'm very active in that and going and doing that. And I get to work with great colleagues like Allison Brager and some of the other folks we mentioned. They bring in all these experts in their field, and you get to go hang out with these people, and you get to hang out with awesome clients who are passionate, and so really impact people's lives. So I enjoy that as well. I do my own personal consulting in Creatine. Which is, a fancy term for self-mastery. I think I got to give Ryan Holiday, credit, which I think he brought stoicism kind of back to the mainstream. Maybe it was Tim Ferriss, but I came across that, I think, in one of his books, and I just love that idea of like, you've got to master yourself before you can do anything else. And so that was why I was like, all right, that's the name of my company, Creatine LLC, because ultimately that's what I'm helping people do. I'm facilitating it, but I can give you nutrition information, Asher, but I can't feed you. I can't spoon feed you. Yeah. You got to master yourself. So I'm facilitating that. So I've been able to work with athletes, but now I'm doing a lot of work with businesses, which is a lot of fun there. And then I still do some, other kind of consulting with the government and things, but that's how I spend my time. And then be a dad, try to be a good husband,
Yeah. We'll leave links to all your businesses. We've talked about the Salvo the Salvo Gum. I hope you guys try that. It was it's really good, and it works, man. And it's cool. You get to support a veteran-owned company, a guy that's really been dug deep into the weeds, worked in the tactical performance space, and kind of really know what moves the needle. And you're a fit dude too. You libeled about killed me this morning.
I try, man. I was trying to hang with you. No, it was a good workout. I think that's another great thing is like getting a workout first thing in the morning.
Yeah, you get that win. Our last couple questions before we close out. What keeps you up at night professionally?
Professionally, what keeps me up at night? I guess this will be more kind of big picture than there's nothing like nutritionally or things like that. Is just kind of, how I can create a space where I'm still able to accomplish everything I can, but have more time with the family.
Yeah, super important. Sounds more simple than it really is.
Yeah. When you look at it.
Yeah. What excites you most about the future of human performance?
Everything. I mean, the nutrition testing, the blood testing, being able to do that. I think the salivary testing is very exciting because, to get spit from somebody is easy. Like sometimes drawing blood from somebody, you're like, you don't want to give me your blood. But to be able to get your spit, you'll give me that, willy-nilly. And some of the things we're able to tell, and then some of the things we'll be able to action to maybe improve your cognitive function, to make you more resilient, to make you more healthy. So all of that is exciting. And then the wearable space, I get it. I think we can sometimes over-index on the wearables where people are like monitoring everything and it's just too much information. But the ability I have now to wake up in the morning and, see how my fighter in New Jersey slept last night and what affected that. 10 years ago, we didn't have that ability. And so it's only going to get better. And then Whoop and some of the data they're getting out of it in combination with the blood work, I think the sky's the limit, and it's going to democratize human performance. Whereas before, only the elite of the elite had that, right? If you have the money to work with, somebody, you could do that, where now the average individual is going to be able to get a hold of that.
Final message, man. What do you want people to take away from this conversation that we had today?
I hope everybody listens to this and you find one piece of actionable information I provided, and then you go do it. Because one of the things I give in all my nutrition talks, I go, information doesn't matter. Implementation does. So don't just listen to this. Don't just enjoy this on your drive. Find something, be like, Nick said this about hydration. Nick said this about nutrition, whatever, and actually implement it. And to me, man, that makes my day. When somebody's like, I heard you say this, I did it, and I feel better. That's what I live for.
Yeah, awesome. Can you tell people where they can find you? We'll leave the links and stuff as well, but.
Yeah, this sounds so pretentious, but drnickbarringer.com. That's my website. And then nickbarringer.phd.rdn. I think it's all CSSD. It's my Instagram. We'll put it on the link, but I'm on Instagram, LinkedIn, and that's it. I'm not on TikTok.
Salvo Gums, www.
Oh, yeah. www.salvogum.com. 15% off. 15% off Vanguard 15.
Sweet. Love it. Well, hey, dude, it's been an absolute honor. I think the cool thing about talking to you is I know this won't be the last time we talk, so I'm looking forward to, talking to you in the future, man. Bring you back on and talk about whatever, is moving the needle. You're a super active guy. I know you've got your hands in research projects and tactical athlete stuff. So as the science keeps going and the projects keep going, man, it's going to be fun to continue this conversation down the road. But in the meantime, I know you're extremely busy. You got 3 young kids, your wife, and you're on the road a lot. So thanks for finding the time to hang out with us. It was an absolute honor to sit with you, man.
No, hey, thanks, Asher. This is great. This is a great setup, and hey, I'll put the message out there for any other guests out there, man. You got to come. You got some magic here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come sit with you.
If we could ask you too, man, because this this bioscience hacking space is new, who would be 1 or 2 recommendations of folks that we should talk to?
I love it. I mean, if you can get Gabrielle, would be hard to pin down because she's always moving. But Dr. Gabrielle Lyon's phenomenal. But there's a guy, Dr. Arnie Ferrando. I don't know if Arnie will listen to this, but so Arnie was a pilot in the military, went to West Point, gymnast, all like that, and then made a career pivot and became one of the leading protein researchers in the world. has done it all. I'll get you connected with him.
Yeah,
But
man.
Arnie Ferrando would be a phenomenal guest as well. I was trying to think if there's anybody else in Texas that you know might
it
be.
can be forever, man. We fly people.
You fly people in. You know, I'll throw out a couple more. You know, Dr. Stefan Pasiakos. If you can get Dr. Lee Margolis, if you can get Lee out of Boston, if Lee listens to this, I think he would be great. There's a guy, Dr. James McClung, who he is the nutrition director. He is over all the nutrition research at USARM. He's also great and been doing it for years. So there's just, you know, all sorts of great people out there.
Awesome, man. Hey, to all you guys out there that continue to support this channel, we super appreciate it. I don't have a podcast if nobody's listening. So thanks for all the support. Leave a comment in the YouTube if you're watching this, or if you're on iTunes or Spotify. Please follow us and leave a comment as well, kind of what you got out of this, and maybe even what you'd want to see in the future. We super appreciate it. The Patreon's up and running. There'll be some stuff with Nick on the Patreon that we won't air on YouTube, so feel free to support the channel that way. We also have, you know, the merch store. We've got t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of stuff. All that goes back into the podcast to be able to bring awesome guests like Dr. Barringer and some of the other guests we've had. So everybody stay safe out there, and if you can't be safe, be violent out here.